900-4433. Let me give you a story. Just last week, Troy listed a house that was on the market for almost a month. You know what? Troy sold it for full price in less than a week. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy will buy your house for all cash, and it can close in as little as 7 days. Call Troy and get your home sold for the most money. 720-900-4433. Again, that's 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford with RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions apply.
Hi, it's Mandy Connell. Join my friends Gary Bell and Brad Pollock for the Bell and Pollock Legal Show right here on KHOW every Saturday morning at 7. It's a live call-in show to give Coloradans like you free legal advice on any topic you'd like to discuss with them.
So you're redoing your kitchen and bath? Got just the place for you. Below wholesale pricing on cabinets, granite, sinks, faucets, bath hardware, and all kinds of accessories. Buy and build. Great for do-it-yourselfers. Or send your contractor. And another option. Let Buy and Build do it all. Turnkey. Low cost. High quality. Buy and Build. 560 South La Pan. Just west of I-25 on Alameda. Then south on La Pan. 303-295-6022. Buyandbuild.net.
Alexandra Lewis, Kyle Clark, Kim Christensen, trusted veteran Colorado journalists who bring clarity to complex stories, committed to fair and accurate reporting. End your day with the team on 9 News at 9 and 10 and streaming on 9 News Plus.
For just a moment, imagine life without joint pain. Erase the constant ache in your knees, hips, or shoulders. Imagine moving with ease, unafraid of that next jolt of pain. At QC Kinetics, we believe your health is your greatest investment, and we're here to help you regain it. Our advanced regenerative therapies revitalize damaged joint tissue with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. It's not just about relieving pain. It's about restoring your freedom and confidence. Imagine golfing, hiking, or just walking without hesitation. Imagine waking up every morning without pain holding you back. With QC Kinetics, you can turn those dreams into reality by investing in something priceless, your health. Find out if you're a viable candidate by requesting a free consultation today. Call 303-529-9122. What's your health worth to you? If it's worth a free call and consultation, here's the number. 303-529-9122. 303-529-9122.
Imagine cutting out the middleman when getting a new home loan. Whether it's a traditional mortgage, a reverse mortgage, a HELOC, or a refinance, CMG Financial is the leader. They're the bank. They can beat almost any rate out there. I'm consumer advocate Marc Mager. If you're looking for a home loan, you need to call CMG Financial. They're going to save you a ton of money. Don't let the other guys fool you. Go to partnerinlending.com. Partnerinlending.com.
This report is sponsored by True Green.
Back to seasonal temperatures for the work week. Temperatures today are going to be in the mid-60s, a little on the breezy side, and then we are going to see some spotty showers throughout the day. I'm Box 31, Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burse.
We're back in the miller's yard, who now use True Green. Their lawn started looking like a golf course, and PGA Tour golfers made it their favorite stop.
Get a PGA Tour quality lawn for as little as $1 a day at TrueGreen.com. Exclusions apply. See TrueGreen.com for details.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeart Radio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. The Trump administration touting the president's actions on immigration. He'll sign executive orders this afternoon. Today, Border Czar Tom Homan was asked about several children whom advocacy groups say were deported, and one was a U.S. citizen.
The mothers made that choice. And I tell you what, if we didn't do it, the story today would be Trump administration separating families again. No, we're keeping families together. Having a U.S. citizen child does not make you immune from our laws.
President Trump's shadow, his comments about Canada and the tariffs loom over Canada's national election today. Prime Minister Mark Carney holds a narrow polling lead. At least one person still hospitalized in the Clearwater, Florida area after a boat hit a ferry with 45 people on board last night. One person was killed. And millions are in the dark as one of Europe's largest blackouts in more than a decade swept through Spain and Portugal. Spanish grid operator says some power has been restored. This is ABC News. The Vatican says the conclave to elect the next pope has been scheduled for May 7th. ABC's James Longman is in Rome with more on the cardinals who will choose the successor to Pope Francis.
They have been here to Santa Maria Maggiore to spend time in prayer and reflection. I think being close to Pope Francis helps them in their decision. There will be no communication during conclave, but before then, some of them actually have been speaking, including who we think might be the oldest cardinal of the group, 79-year-old cardinal from Spain. He actually turns 80 in May, so he's just squeezing in. He has said that he has already made his decision about who he's going to vote for.
A new study published in the American Journal of Preventative Medicine that found that for each 10% increase in ultra-processed foods in a person's diet, their risk of dying early increased by 3%. That's defined as death between ages of 30 and 69. I'm Brian Clark, ABC News.
Adopt US Kids presents Multiple Choice Parenting.
You've accidentally cut your daughter's bangs unevenly. Do you A, line things up a centimeter from her hairline?
Man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man.
No. Sweatbands are so hot right now. Everyone's wearing them. Like that basketball player and that other basketball player.
B, get spiritual.
Mom, where did all the mirrors go?
A reflection could never capture our true selves.
Huh?
Beauty is within.
C, look on the bright side.
Less time blow drying, more time texting.
Or D, show empathy.
Mom, you really don't have
Ta-da! Twinsies!
I kinda love it. As a parent, there are no perfect answers. But you don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same.
For more information on how you can adopt, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
K-How News Time, 10:03.
A large-scale DEA raid resulted in more than 100 arrests at an illegal Colorado Springs nightclub over the weekend. DEA Special Agent in charge Jonathan Pullen says undocumented immigrants and active duty service members were among those detained.
We seized a number of guns in there. We had active duty service members who were running security at the club and involved in some of these crimes.
Pullen says cops found drugs along with weapons and evidence of prostitution at the underground nightclub.
Contact with $50,000.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
no,
I might charge $1,000 a month on it.
Allergy.
I think the only thing I pay on it's our health insurance premium. It's like $1,500 a month.
But she seems
so they
just
said
like
that
she
you
was
don't use
comfortable.
it,
She wasn't like, oh my God. Or,
no. There, so they dropped it down to $60,000, which apparently is the most I've put on.
This is good for her. It gives her a little bit of.
So that's how they justify it.
I'm glad you asked her to do it because she needs more social.
So it drops.
Yeah, she just hangs out with me all the time. She doesn't have a lot.
So I'm looking at my credit report going, what the fuck? It went from like 835 to 820.
Well, I mean, if this works out, I will use it.
And I'm like, what the fuck?
I mean, if it works
sure
out,
enough,
it
that's
seems
why.
like it's worth her
So I
time.
called them up and they said, oh, that's all in part of our terms. If you don't use it for 5 years, you're allowed to
In fact, we have a trip we're supposed to go in June.
Which really irritates me.
Of course. Now, Mark, how long did that impact your credit score?
I just saw it like 3 days ago.
Oh, this just recently?
Just happened.
Oh, okay. I wonder how long that will keep the negative impact.
I don't know,
I
but
bet you'll be over in a couple of months.
Fuck if I know. But I'll show you exactly what I saw. I think it was Capital.
Hey, Dimitri.
Oh, how's it going?
I'm pretty good. I got allergies, so it's not cold.
Sorry to hear that.
I was around another damn cat.
Oh, well, there's no such thing as a damn cat.
I can't. I like them. That's why I like to pet them and stuff.
Even though you're allergic?
I'm very deathly allergic to them.
Oh, always pets a princess.
Yeah, and I suffer on the way home. But that's all right.
See, I go here and I go, it drops 15 points, and then here's exactly what it says. So it said, yep, there it is, 24,000. Total credit limit decrease.
Yeah.
So I had a credit limit of 157,000. That's all the credit cards added up. And then all of a sudden now it's minus 24, and I'm looking at that going, what the fuck? We're minus 24. So I go look at each of my cards, and that was the one, man. Those bastards. And it literally cost me 15 points.
But do you care about that? I mean, it's not like you're about to finance it.
No, not at all. Plus, I'm still way over 800. It doesn't matter. But no, how about if someone was at 750? What's up, Joe?
Joe Piano.
I'm Dimitri.
Nice to meet you. It's nice to meet you too. I know, Joe. How you doing? Bo.
Wonderful, thank you.
First caller's name's actual Karen.
Uh-oh.
I feel sorry for her already.
Did you have your podcast yesterday?
I did.
I missed it, but I caught the last one. Last two. Happy.
All right.
Happy.
Fun. Joe, let me know if you need anything.
Oh, I will.
Okay. Is that your juice?
Bad
news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. Come running just as fast as you can. Troubleshooter's gonna help you.
Nashville's got good. This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome, my friends, to the only, and I mean that the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. You've been ripped off. If you just need some help, this is the show for you. Over $300 million in cash, merchandise, exchanges, refunds, services directly due to this show. Here's the bottom line. You got a bad contractor in your life, maybe has not finished the job but charged you 100%, or you can't seem to find him. Maybe he didn't do anything. We go after scumbags like that. Maybe you got a bad landlord. Maybe you haven't had hot water for about a week or two. We have dealt with so many of those recently. It's absolutely insane. The scumlords have been crawling out of the ditches for some reason. It's almost like when it rains real heavy and you see those worms just start popping up in a parking lot. That's how some of these landlords are. Now listen, there's also horrible, and I mean horrible tenants out there. A neighbor of ours, remember Deputy Dave, Suzanne?
Oh, yeah.
Deputy Dave, neighbor Dave.
Yep.
My God, he had people living in his house in 2021 for a full year, not paying one nickel of rent. He couldn't kick them out. He couldn't do anything.
Nothing he could do.
It was ridiculous. And he was paying Dimitri, listen to this. Deputy Dimitri, imagine you're renting out a house. And you're renting it out for $3,000 a month. And your mortgage payment on that house is $2,950. He was losing cash flow like a mother every single day. It was horrible. You couldn't do anything back then.
Yeah, that's the total definition of inequity, right?
Yeah, it's crazy, and you couldn't take them to court. You couldn't get the sheriff to come out, and on top of that, they did some damage. So listen, I pick on landlords because recently we have gotten a ton of calls on them, but I digress. If you've been ripped off and need help, 303-713-8255, 303 Martino, we're here to help. In studio with me, Joe Chiano. MyMoneyMyWay.com. We're going to be talking about guaranteed income as we weave that through the show. In fact, Joe and I do a show on Sundays. It plays on what? What is that station, Joe?
It's called the Freedom.
Freedom. Hit your mic. Yeah, it's right next to us. I can't believe I forget the name of the station that's literally 10 feet away. Deputy Bo, Suzanne. Hello. Kelly's on the other side of the glass. And Shannon, of course, running it, 303-713-8255. Let's start with Karen. Hey, Karen, what's going on with you?
Hi there. I just want to say thank you for everything you guys have done all the years. I started listening to your show with my dad, and then I kind of continued it on, so I appreciate it.
Nice. What's going on with this roommate issue?
Well, my daughters moved out together, and in October, and within probably less than a month, my daughter met a guy she works with, and she's pretty much basically moved him in. And he's not paying rent.
Is this help me out here? Is it a 2-bedroom apartment? What are we talking about? House? What is it?
Yes, it's a 2-bedroom apartment.
And who lives there? Both of your daughters?
Yeah, both of my daughters.
And they pay equal 50-50, and then one of them moved in what seems to be a deadbeat?
Yeah, basically. He works and stuff like that. He lives with his aunt, I guess, in the bottom of her house, and she works with him and all that. And he also did have a car within the last 3 months or so, his car broke down, so he's been using her car too.
Okay, so
it's like-
where are you going, though? If she's putting up with this, I'll put my Dr. Laura hat on here for a second. I mean, it sounds
my
like your daughter's doing everything wrong.
Well, my other daughters, they're actually fraternal twins, but
Oh, wow.
the one daughter has been asking the other daughter, since this all started, to please. He doesn't live here. I am not happy with it. She's asked him, that he has his own place. Can you go over there? She's like, we didn't.
So it's definitely creating a rift between the sisters, right?
Oh, yeah.
So so listen, in that lease, most likely, there's only 2 people on it. I assume your 2 daughters both signed the lease equally.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So that guy really shouldn't live there. Somewhere in that lease, most likely, once again, if it's a typical apartment in Colorado, it's going to say if you're here more than 3 days, you're not supposed to be here more than 3 days, unless if you're added to the lease. So your one daughter that's not liking what's going on could simply call up the landlord and say, hey, this guy's not on the lease. I don't want him here. Now it's going to create another bigger rift with her sister. But if you really want the guy out, that is the direction I would go.
Okay, so
Go ahead,
she
Dee.
kind of looked through the lease, but she couldn't see anything.
Do you have a copy of the lease?
I could probably get it from her.
I would love to get it. If you got a copy of the lease, too, I'll send it over to one of our attorneys to eyeball, Brad O'Brien, and he can come back. But most of the ones that I've seen, they simply don't want people living there, not visiting, but people living there that are not on the lease for a multitude of reasons. I'll give you an example. Our daughter is in a apartment with 3 roommates in Wyoming, and they can have guests for 3 days. That's it. After the 3 days, the guest has to leave. And if someone reported someone breaking that, the landlord would get involved and make sure that person leaves. Go ahead, Dimitri.
Hey, Karen, what does your daughter, who's involved with this winner, have to say about this entire situation?
She's probably head over heels.
Oh, yeah, she says...
Blinded by love.
They're in a relationship. It's cool. He helps her make dinner and blah 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 and all this. She just thinks that, she says my other daughter's just jealous because she has a boyfriend. It's just a bunch of, it's just other stupid.
Have you met the guy? Let's dig into this part of it. Have you met the guy? You yourself?
I did briefly meet him. He's a pretty nice guy. At first, you know what I mean, but. It's just not cool what he's doing.
Well, you're saying because he's not chipping in is what you're saying is not cool.
Well, and then also they barely just got moved out. They didn't even have boxes put away, and he was already there. And I'm just like,
yeah, he sounds like he's quick.
Is the problem that your other daughter, who's the bystander in this relationship, is her problem that the guy just spends too much time at this apartment? And if so, how
he's
much
living
time?
there.
Well, no, Karen just said he's living with his aunt in some basement.
well, yeah, that's where he normally lives. That's where, that's pretty safe where he lives.
How long has he been living here?
Well, he goes home like 1 time a week.
Okay. So he basically
place.
lives there. I mean, no matter how he lives.
Yeah, I mean, she's spending every night there.
Yeah, she just needs to get more aggressive on getting him out. But what I really do wonder, though, is ultimately what might happen is the one daughter decides to move in with him if he can't live there with her.
Well, I don't think
it's just more of. I guess I really want to know this, Karen, and it really doesn't matter what anybody thinks, but I'm curious what you think. Is this kind of a moral dilemma for you? Is that why you're getting involved in it?
Yeah. Well, my one daughter, the bystander, she's just wants to know how she could get him out.
She could tell him to get the hell out, quite frankly. I don't know why she couldn't tell him to get out.
Well, she did, and my other daughter's like, you have no say-so. You can't say anything.
Yeah, but that's all going to go to the lease. If she has a conversation with management, she should walk up to the leasing department or walk up to the front or whatever's going on in that apartment, wherever there's people, and say, hey, I've got a problem. This guy is not on the lease, and he will not leave when I ask him to leave. Just get assertive. If you really want to get rid of him, get assertive. That's what she's going to do.
That's what I told her to do. And hopefully that's.
You know what? Let's do this. Hold on. Do me a favor. Hold on, Karen. Kelly, let's get Brad O'Brien on. Let's just ask him in general how this works. We're not talking about a house that could have some strange lease. I mean, let's think about this.
No, it's much more complicated than that.
Well, I don't think it's complicated at all. I think it's a regular lease for an average apartment, and you can't move in people that aren't on the lease.
On the surface, of course, that's correct, but there is an even bigger issue, which is the family relationship between these two ladies who live in the apartment.
That's not why she's calling, though. She's calling to see what her one daughter's rights are in getting this guy out.
Yeah, and what you just said clearly and directly addresses that. But let's say the bystander daughter is successful in evicting this guy.
Yeah, they can create a huge rift.
Yeah, and what's it going to be like to live with this woman whose
Probably
boyfriend
hell.
got... Yeah, so Karen, what is the... I mean, whatever you do, it's going to have pretty terrible consequences. What is the ideal resolution to this? Can your bystander daughter move out on her own, and then this guy will assume her lease?
They're not going to have an assumption of it.
I don't even know if that guy's going to even want to do that. And
does he have?
I mean,
do you think this guy's around? Karen, do you think this guy's around for a while? Hold on. We're getting Brad O'Brien up right after this. 303-713-8255. Dimitri, I agree with you. But, I mean, what do you do about it? I mean, really, honestly, God, if we got that in depth into every problem that came in, that's kind of crazy. Don't you agree?
Well, I agree with that. But it seems like the easiest solution that creates the least amount of long-term friction is to have this guy replace the bystander
I don't think either of the daughters could live on their own here. In other words, financially.
Well, let's ask Karen. Karen?
Well, we got a break. Hold on. Okay. Lazara and Region.
No, we had a guy, we have a home in Highlands Ranch that actually we rent out, right? And we rent this home to a family.
Hold on, guys.
And then all of a sudden,
Denver Region, I have lost so much weight. You want to hop on the bandwagon. It's less than $300 a month. It's the new diet drugs. There's a couple of them out there, but the bottom line is no more food noise. You don't think of food. On top of that, you never feel like you're hungry, especially after you ate just a little bit. I have lost over 30 pounds in about 5 months. Please join me if you've been thinking about it. DenverRegen.com, less than $300 a month. That includes everything, the doctor's visits, the medication, all in. DenverRegen.com. Let's talk about Joseph A. Lazara. I hope you don't find yourself in trouble. Maybe shoplifting, assault, DUI. He does free consultations. He has flat rate pricing on things like DUI. Listen, if you get in trouble, you do not want to try to tackle the system by yourself. Joe knows the judges. He knows the DA's office. He's well respected. And if you're guilty, he'll get you the best deal out there. And if you're innocent, he'll fight for you. Check him out at 303-429-6200. Put it in your phone right now. 303-429-6200. All right, go ahead, Joe.
no, we had this family that moved in actually after we rented the house to them. They moved in.
I mean, at least go out spectacular.
You own the house?
I own the house, and they moved in, their dad.
I don't know if that worked for
And then all of a sudden, our neighbors next door,
they're rebooting
sent
this.
us a text message with a father's
they're dead.
He's a sex offender.
That's where the second
He
movie
never
starts.
told us anything about it, right?
So
And he probably didn't go around registering.
And they got kids.
That was
all
the
over
joke that
neighborhood,
year at the
right?
office.
And we couldn't
Yeah.
kick him out.
Who told you?
Our neighbors.
Coming back
Oh,
for
man.
part 2, right?
Why couldn't you kick him out? Was he on the lease?
Well, you can't do it. No.
But no, that was.
Well, we'll find out in a minute.
If he's not on the lease,
Spaghetti
Joe,
in my
you
hotel
certainly
room.
can't.
I can't imagine. Well, was this during
like a
COVID?
little suite?
No, it wasn't during COVID.
It was during COVID, I feel you.
Like an embassy suite?
Yeah, it was
I brought my own stove.
Oh.
And cookware.
How'd you ultimately get rid of him?
Travel.
Finally, about a year ago,
Insane.
they
A
couldn't pay
lot
the
of
rent on
places
time and all that.
I went to
so we
had
just told
like
them, we'll break the
had to
lease.
do
if
like
you
an
move
either
by this day.
embassy suite
And they
They
did.
did.
or
They
an
left the house
extended
full,
stay
man.
where they had kitchenettes.
I would not want
So
to do
I would
that.
go and
I don't
into
either.
a
It's not
store and
fun.
actually make myself.
But you have
dinner.
property
I'd have to
management, don't
pay
you?
$50
Or do you
a
do
day
it?
Half and
for an
half.
hour.
half and half.
I'm slowly turning it all
especially
over. I can't stand it anymore. With all the
can't
rules.
either.
I can't keep up with all the
Also means
laws.
more.
They change the laws every 30 days.
Yeah.
Good morning, Tom Martino Show.
Let's see here. Art of Granite, Denver region again. Good. CMG heavy. Yeah, I'm like you too. I like digging into that aspect of it, so don't get me wrong on that. I don't know, like, I'm trying. What's even weirder is they're twins. That's like even another little sideball that's fucking nuts.
Sisters
It would be
divided.
funny if they were identical twins.
You usually can't. You can't divide twins usually.
I love the. I think you're. I think. I don't know. The family part of it's great. I think the mother is a Karen, just like her name. She's getting involved because the one daughter's blowing her up all the time.
Okay.
But they're adults at this point.
Yeah,
And
keep
it all
listening.
boils down
Thank
to,
you.
hey, sometimes you're in a bad roommate.
Okay, bye.
Yeah.
You gotta
Everyone's
fix that.
Maybe the bystander daughter can just move in with her mom for a few months till this boyfriend
I know about
thing.
those bad roommate situations.
Yeah.
My daughter's got a kind of weird roommate at CU.
Hattie likes never talks. She never got along. It's not that she doesn't get along. She's never really been friends with any of her roommates.
Who, Adeline? Yeah.
But it's more of a school thing. It's not like she picked out her roommates.
It's in a dorm.
No.
Well, it's student housing.
Okay.
3 separate leases in one
But it's not.
apartment. They have their own locks, but they share a community
Right.
space.
Yeah. Crayola crayons. All right, let me tell you about Frank Duran, the real estate man. How I love thee. Frank got us more money for our house and got it quicker. He actually listed our house on a Friday. We had 20, 30 valid offers, some of them no contingencies that Monday. He did this thing called the Matterhorn walkthrough. So it was basically a virtual walkthrough of our house. It was a really weird camera that spins around, and this guy came in and they staged the house. Bottom line is we had almost 100,000 people over the weekend walk through our house. We got more money for that house than I could have ever imagined, more than any models in the neighborhood, the same one right there in Castle Rock. If you want the best, forget about the rest, FrankDuranHomes.com. That's FrankDuranHomes.com. Now, I'm going to go to Brad O'Brien. Hey, Brad, I've got a couple questions for you. First of all, did you have a good weekend, man? How are you doing today, sir?
Did fine. How about you?
I had a good weekend, man. We really did. Let me ask you something. So I'm assuming, I don't have a copy of the lease, but it's an apartment complex. We're not talking like a private home or anything. It's in Colorado. There's 2 daughters. The mother is the one on the phone with us. Her name's Karen. And they moved in together, and they're both on the lease at this apartment. So I'm sure they're both financially responsible 100% for it. One of the daughters has moved in her boyfriend. Now, listen, I understand you don't have the lease to look at. So what I'm asking, and we're going to try to get the lease, but what I'm asking you to do is imagine it's a normal lease for an average apartment in Colorado. However that looks, I'm sure you've seen a ton of them. But she moved a boyfriend in, and he's been there on and off for a period of time. In fact, Karen, how long's he been there? I realize he goes home once a week, but how long has he been basically camping out at this place?
Since pretty much about the beginning of November.
Okay, so, whatever, 4, 5, 6 months, whatever. So, Brad, the one daughter is sick and tired of it, doesn't want the guy there. I said most likely somewhere in that lease, there's probably a provision saying you can have a guest for up to 3 days or whatever it is, or have family over, but you can't simply have someone else move in. And my suggestion was she goes to the landlord or goes to the property management and basically tells them straight up, this guy's here all the time. He's living there 6, 7 days out of the week. I want him out. I mean, what is your opinion on this without seeing the lease?
Well, first question is, has this guy established a tenancy there? And that's a question of fact. Does he, for example, does he maintain a residence somewhere else? Is it just occasional enough that he has an established residency? if he's established residency, then he's entitled to due process of, as far as eviction goes. Otherwise, you could, next time he shows up, if he's not really a tenant there or has no tenancy, you could just not let him in.
Well, here's the problem. Yeah, but hold on, Brad. The one girl is dating him and wants him there, the one sister. The other sister doesn't want him there, and both sisters are equally on the lease.
Are these two daughters adult, 18 and over, or?
Yeah, I'm sure. How old are they, Karen? Just roughly 20s, what?
They're 24.
Okay. And they're twins. I mean, they're twins, Brad, which makes this crazy. So the one, just to clarify, the one daughter does not want the guy there. The guy the girl dating him, the sister dating the guy, does want him there.
So both daughters and the mother live there, and all of them are on the lease?
No mother, just two daughters and the guy that kind of moved in. And the guy is not on the lease. The guy is not on the lease.
Okay. I was thinking for a second about whether if they both didn't want the guy there, then they could actually evict him as sub-landlords and he's a subtenant. But because one of the tenants actually wants him there and giving him permission to be there, then not much the other tenant can do about it directly. But indirectly, go through the landlord. It's going to cause trouble with the landlord maybe evicting all of them.
It's going to cause trouble with the two sisters and the whole family dynamic and everything else. But I mean, if they really want this guy out of here, so what you're saying is you would go to the landlord, the management company, and basically say, "Hey, I want this guy out. He's not on the lease, and I am on the lease, and I don't want him there." And they would have to do the eviction if he is basically a resident there. Now, is he a resident? How do you define that, Brad?
Well, no, the tenancy only really. Okay. Between the three people there and the landlord, only the two daughters are on the lease.
Are tenants.
Yeah, right. And so the landlord can't evict the guy who's not on the lease.
They can't.
Without evicting the other two girls.
Wait a minute. You're saying he would have to evict all three? Did you just say that?
No. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying the opposite. The landlord can actually evict the one person who's not on the lease.
But it's still a normal eviction process. In other words, it's still going to take a month or whatever.
Right. Now, the landlord may be very unhappy about this situation of having to incur attorney fees, may try to charge it back to the two tenants who are on the lease.
Yep.
And may throw up his hands and evict all of them just because of not being happy with the situation.
And they could, and the landlord most likely could probably do that because in the lease you're supposed to report someone else living there. In other words, they broke the lease.
Yeah, most leases will say something like you can't have somebody who's not on the lease move in. And
yeah,
so that would be a breach of the lease, warranting eviction of everybody from the premises.
Karen, do you have any questions for our attorney, Brad O'Brien?
No, I kind of that's kind of all those things I was thinking. I just kind of wanted to get what my daughter that is not happy about the situation. She's tried to talk to her sister. They're already at odds.
Yeah, so, she's in love.
Yeah, oh yeah, and it's just irritating. And she's tried to say stuff, and she's like, "Well, she's a guest. He's a guest." But she's like, "No, he's sleeping here every night."
Yeah.
So I just wanted to see. I did find a copy of the lease. She did send it to me in a PDF form.
Yeah, there's somewhere in that lease. I'd bet money on it, and I would like you to send it to us, and I can send it off to Brad. Brad, would you mind just looking at it or eyeballing it for a minute if we send it over?
But even if it doesn't say you can't have guests longer than a certain amount of days,
you still can.
If a person is not on the lease, then they have no right to be there, and they can be evicted.
Yeah, which is the way it should be, quite frankly.
I have a question for Brad.
Go ahead.
So, Brad, regarding this situation, the bystander daughter, can she do a sub-eviction and hand this boyfriend over a 10-day notice herself without getting the landlord involved?
Well, that's what I first thought about. But what you have is a 50-50 standoff because you have...
The other one wants her there.
One giving permission and the other saying you don't have permission.
And because they're equal on the lease, basically, Brad, you're saying that, one can't outshine the other.
Yeah, that's an impasse, right?
Got it.
Okay.
That was a good question, though, Bo. That was a really good question.
Yeah.
All right, so Karen, hey, Brad O'Brien, by the way, this guy's great. If you're a landlord out there and have not had your lease looked at, in a while. There's been so many rule changes in Colorado. Please get that. Yeah, in fact,
it sucks.
Bo can attest to it. He's got numerous rental properties that can become a mess. You don't want to get to the point where you can't actually get rid of a tenant because your lease isn't good. And then if you have a commercial property, Brad can look at it, but he works both sides. He can do everything. Tenant, landlord, commercial, residential, 720-370-7388. Landlords, give him a call. Brad, I appreciate you coming on. Chances of us needing you again are probably pretty high. 303, or I'm sorry, Brad O'Brien, 720-370-7388. Karen, just in closing, you know what's kind of sad about this is where Dimitri was going. This can kind of, break up a family for a little bit. I wonder, do you consider the one daughter, and I'm just curious, do you consider him kind of naive when it comes to this new guy in her life? Did he just come in and sweep her off her feet? Is it her first boyfriend? I'm just curious why you're not happy and the sister's not happy. Because apparently you guys see something that she is not seeing in this guy.
This is kind of something she does. She just broke up with a guy for over a decade.
Oh, wow.
Since she was 16, and about every 6 months, she'd end up on our front porch with a couple black bags because he would kick her out.
Wow.
And so she finally...
She's kind of used to getting abused. I mean, really, that's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
And I don't necessarily mean physically, but, you know.
Yeah.
What's this current guy like? What's his situation? Does he have a job? What kind of job does he have?
Yeah, he has a job. They both work. They actually work together. He seems somewhat responsible.
That's good.
What's the drug and alcohol situation like in reference to this guy?
No, they don't. Neither one of them do.
Hey, let me tell you, she could be in a lot better shape than a lot of people out there. I mean, that's just kind of the way it is. But I don't like that first one for a decade of kind of this abusiveness of, hey, get out, and she shows up with the bags. It's like she probably puts up with a little more than she should.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she does. And the other daughter, they finally, since they're sisters, they've never really lived together. And since she broke up with the guy...
Well, wait a minute. Did they not grow up together under your house?
Yeah, they did.
Okay. You mean without you there to tell them what's going on?
Yeah, well, the one...
Hey, Karen, is the other one assertive? If I was looking at both, is one way more assertive, the one that's not dating the guy?
The one that's dating the guy is more of the bully.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
All right, well, listen, if you have any more questions... feel free to call back or to reach out. You can always email us, you or anybody else, at help@troubleshooter.com. Yvonne, I'm dying to hear your comment on this, but I have to take this break. 303-713-8255. You've been ripped off or taken advantage of. Get on that phone now. I want something to sink my teeth into.
Yes.
Wow.
Do some sinking.
Art of Granite in Denver region. Dr. Joe. Okay, here we go. 50% coming up. I forgot about this. All right, listen, Dr. Joel over at Denver Regen just texted me. If you want to get on the weight loss drug that I'm on right now, you can do, there's a multitude of them, but semaglutide or trizepatide, here's the deal, 50% off the first month. So you're talking under $300 comes down to $150 for the first month. I've dropped over 30 pounds in 4.5 months. I started, I think it was like January 15th. Here we are, April 28th. Here's the bottom line. You're going to lose weight. You're not going to think of food. You're going to feel full. You're going to love life. First month, half off. You got to call now, though. You ready? I'm going to go ahead and just give you the website, and you can click right at the top. DenverRegen.com. DenverRegen.com. The Art of Granite, Suzanne and I just used Mitch Floria. He came out to our house. He's been out there numerous times. So many different projects we've had him done. But the most recent are brand new countertops, quartz in our master bathroom. It's absolutely gorgeous. We reuse the other cabinets, but the entire bathroom looks brand new. You're going to love it. You can get an estimate right over the phone. TheArtofGranite.com. That's TheArtofGranite.com. CMG.
Is Ann older
She's
than
the oldest.
Abby?
She's 25.
And then what's your other daughter's
Grace. She's the youngest. She's 19.
name? Okay, I didn't meet her.
No.
She wasn't, just Abby and Ann.
Yeah, my youngest is at CU.
Did Paul send you some info?
Yes.
Can you send that to me?
Sure, I thought he already did. Oh, it's basically what I texted you, but I'll send it to you.
And then update his thing for me.
Okay. Hopefully there's just one. I'll just have to verify with you.
I didn't get to check out your beautiful quartz bathroom when you gave me us a tour.
Well, if you
Is
go
it nice? Is it on the main floor?
Yes, it's in our bedroom.
It's gorgeous. Mitch did a bang up job.
Yeah, I was going to look at it.
We had him do the countertops. Then we had
Your countertops are gorgeous.
guy do the showers and closet. We redid the whole
did
closet,
everything, yeah.
like that California closet.
Yeah,
thing.
yeah, right. Yeah.
At a quarter of the price.
Pardon me, Mark. What does your sheet, how is it titled so I know which one I'm updating on Water Pros? What are you looking at? Because I see a New Year special when I open up.
Water Pros Dash Live, and it says New Year's special.
Okay, so put it at the top or
Oh,
the
that is
bottom?
it right there. A whole house smart computer water softener. But now, how much is it?
It's on sale for $19.95.
Okay.
It's the Century 2 Smart Computer Water Softener.
Yeah, update whatever you need to, but that's it. Just update. Get rid of New Year's special. I mean,
Okay.
that's dated to hell. New Year's special. Either that's the most earliest special or it's late.
Yeah, give them one.
$19.95. Better for your skin. Smart computer water. Century 2 Smart Computer.
Oh, good. You put that on there.
Yep, it's done.
I mean, you sent that to Brian.
Oh, yes. I hope that was okay. I didn't want to
Did you tell
forget.
him as of what date or no?
Yeah, I did. I said as of 4/21, or I think I did. So I got my new X, Joe. I
You
got
did?
my new Model X.
Oh, my God.
Did you see it out in the drive?
Was that the red one? You like it? Is it the same as the other one?
Well,
It's all the same,
It's got
right?
the falcon wings.
Right.
I'm
But
saying
it's like a
it's got
bird.
cream interior.
Oh, nice.
And the full self-driving is just a little smarter than his.
Really?
I guess so. That's what Mark says.
Mine. They give the new ones the updates first because you're picking it up brand new.
Right.
So
right.
mine will have what this has.
What's the
Eventually.
difference? Well, what's the difference?
Parking spot to garage. So On hers, I can just hit work, and I hit the brake pedal, and it'll back out of the garage and drive me here right into the parking lot. Mine, I got to back out of my garage, then it'll do it.
It's brutal.
Yeah, but
God.
So shut up.
They do have a screwy drive.
It's that extra 28 feet.
Jeez. God almighty.
Well, Joe, I got to see the inside of the car, but I wasn't allowed to touch it.
Oh, you could have taken a ride. I should have
guess
given
that-
you.
Oh, no,
Get
you
all
just
three
let
of
me.
y'all in it.
You guys just let me look.
I definitely.
All right, 303-713-8255, waterpros.net. I talked to Paul the Waterman this morning. He had a special last year in December that was $24.95 for a whole house, Century 2 smart computer water softener. He's dropping that down to $19.95, another $500 discount. This thing's unbelievable. It's going to soften your water. It's better for your skin. It's better for your laundry. It's better for your pipes. And I mean all your pipes. 303-862-5554. Get it while the getting's hot. Or check him out at waterpros.net. Paul the Waterman, great guy. He did our system probably a year and a half ago. I absolutely love it. Suzanne loves it. Waterpros.net. Now I'm anxious to get to this comment on Karen's situation. Yvonne, what is your comment on the Karen two-daughter situation?
Why don't the boyfriend and the girlfriend get married, either rent a place on their own, whether it be a room rent or an apartment, or buy a home together, and then have the sister get a new roommate?
Well, that'd be great. The landlord would have to do that. I would assume right now that the second daughter that's dating this guy, if she moved out, that would put the entire rent burden on her sister, but yet they're both responsible for it. The landlord will probably end up going after both of them if they can't afford the rent. So, I mean, that would create a pretty big issue, Yvonne.
Well, if she gets a new roommate and she has a commitment, and then they just change the lease into the sister.
And I would think, and I agree with you, if the new roommate had good credit and stuff, I would agree with you that probably is possible to happen. I'm not quite sure why they don't work towards that, but let's ask Karen real quick. I don't mind doing that. Hold on. So, Karen, what do you think of Yvonne's idea where maybe she gets a place with this guy and then you guys try to find another roommate for your other daughter?
Yeah, she just met this guy, so getting married is kind of, that's a little quick.
Yeah, that's a little quick, but maybe even just move in together. Maybe the getting married right now is a little crazy, but yeah, I mean, just moving in together. If they want to live together, why not?
That's what my other daughter, I don't know if she could find a roommate that quickly.
Yeah, it is hard. There's no doubt about it. How much is the rent? And then I got to drop this call, but how much is it? I'm curious.
It's about $1,500.
Yeah, okay. That's actually, you mean per person or both?
Per both.
Yeah, okay. That's cheap, isn't it?
That's super cheap.
That's dirt cheap. All right. Hey, Karen, I do appreciate the call. We are going to forward that lease over to Brad O'Brien. He's going to eyeball it. I'm not sure if there's anything to really follow up on, but if there's something in that lease that is pertinent to the entire conversation we've had, we'll have someone reach back out to you. 303-713-8255. We're going to have lines open. I would love to hear from you, a bad contractor, bad landlord, any problem you have. Maybe something's brewing and we can help you before there is a problem. 303-Martino, 303-Martino. I want to talk to Joe Chiano, mymoneymyway.com. Joe, we talk all the time about your product. I'm going to put it, in fact, I want you, Dimitri, you're good at kind of picking things apart. Mm-hmm. So you literally get a 15% bonus on this annuity that Joe sells. Okay. Mm-hmm. And you actually sell different ones depending on what's going on. I mean, he's going to find the right one.
Client.
But for someone my age, the one that makes sense to me, you get a 15% bonus. Let's take easy numbers. $1 million right now. You have $1,150,000 to work for. That money right there. Yeah, from day one, Joe. That money, think of this, man. I'm 53. Let's say I'm going to retire at 70. So you got $1,150,000, even though you only bought the annuity for $1 million. You can borrow from it. So if I needed, in this scenario, $100,000, I could borrow $100,000 from it this year, $100,000 from it next year. You can borrow up to 10%. So you can borrow from it if that cash is needed.
10% of what?
Well,
10% of the face value?
The
of
value.
the account value, okay? But you don't have to borrow it, Mark.
Yeah.
You can just withdraw it.
Yeah, you can take it out.
Take it out.
But you can put it back in if you want.
If you want to, yes, but you don't have to.
Yeah, but if it was inside of a retirement fund, you'd probably want to take it back before you retired, right?
Right, exactly.
Yeah,
but I mean,
but I'm saying you do have access, almost like a 401k. You can borrow from it.
Yeah, but the thing is, a 401k has an interest rate that you got to pay on the loan.
This doesn't.
This is not a loan.
Yeah, I got
This is a withdrawal.
But you can put it back.
You can put it back.
And you can do that without penalties.
It's better than borrowing the money from a 401k.
Where you pay the interest.
Exactly.
So let's say that thing sits for 17 years, okay? And I'm using numbers that they ran on me.
Mm-hmm.
So that sits for 17 years, and I decide, okay, I'm going to retire and start taking the income. I will get a check every month till the day I die, no matter what. And that check is going to be upwards of about $14,000 a month. If I ever need, so what is that a year? That's like $160 a year.
100, yeah.
So, in fact, I think mine was actually more like 170 something a year.
That's right.
But the numbers are what the numbers are. So I get $170,000 a year. Then, if I fall ill, if I can't feed myself, if I need long-term care, that literally doubles till the day I die. So that would go up to $370,000 a year of income. I could go to an old folks home. I could go to a memory care facility, like a nice one. I could invite people into my house to take care of me. I mean, I'm dealing with, over $250,000 a month for that investment.
Okay, so from the time that you purchase this investment product, until you start withdrawing approximately $170,000 per year.
Yes.
How much time has elapsed in your particular
17 years. In just the case I use. I'm 53. I'm saying I retire at 70. That's 17 years.
And then,
but it can sit there and grow for as long as you want. It does nothing but get bigger and bigger. I could take it at age 58 if I wanted.
Or you can take it in the second year.
Hold on. Wind up your questions. Let me take this break. We'll come back. I'm curious what you have for Joe. 303-713-8255.
Yep, I got a question too.
CMG and then financial. Yeah, ask the tough questions, guys. I'm not kidding.
Yeah, I got a tough question for Joe.
All right. Go ahead, boy. I mean, I'm totally ready.
I got to think about it first.
Well, be nice now.
No, I'm listen to that. Be nice.
Thinking about it? Are you going to be thinking about it?
I'm going to think about how to get you. No, I'm just kidding you.
Gosh.
You got spots? I lost track.
Oh, yeah.
My daughters.
CMG? Fuller.
Is it Fuller?
Says Fuller. Need anything?
You guys will have a good time with John. And you'll meet Ben Dinelli tomorrow.
Marco Ben Dinelli.
Okay, hold on, guys.
Sounds like an appetizer.
Go to rent to the lender. I cannot emphasize this enough. You want the best interest rates out there. I want you to call CMG. I don't care. Go around, get the best deal you can on a traditional mortgage, a reverse mortgage. Yes, CMG can save you money on a reverse mortgage. I have no doubt about it. You can also do the all-in-one, which is a 30-year line of credit on the equity in your house that you can tap into any time, and it can't be taken away for 30 years. Go direct to the lender. These guys do, listen to this, $20 billion a month. This is where everybody else goes. Don't get fooled by the other guys. Call John Clace with CMG Mortgage, 303-882-6679. I promise you're going to love these guys. 303-882-6679, or check out partnerinlending.com. John Fuller, Fuller Law. In fact, John's going to be in doing the show here this week with us. You're going to love it. He is one of our experts. He's a personal injury attorney. If you're hurt in an accident, you're crazy to call anybody else. We have actually used him twice, Suzanne and I, and both times we got maximum policy limits. Put this number in your phone, 303-597-4500, 303-597-4500, John Fuller, Fuller Law. Woo, 30s are quick.
You're good at the 30s.
30s are quick, man. I always make fun of Tom not
doing them on time, but boy, they're hard. Some of them. You go long on one, you're fucked.
Yeah, how are you? What if you did go 10 seconds over? What happens?
Nothing really happens.
3 hours.
I can throw off KRDO if you go too far off. Because they're on break with us running their own commercials. Then we all rejoin at the same time.
Oh, so there's some synchronization with the other station?
Yeah. So other stations outside of this, well, not just outside of this market, they play completely different commercials. When are you going to have that 30, Joe, from Beck?
I've been asking for it.
Yeah,
As soon as I get it, I will definitely
bug the shit out of them. I'd like to be able to get those
and you
going.
know what? We need to do 4 shows, not 3. You know why? They replay the same exact show because then they have another one. I'm talking about the ones from last month.
Yeah, what I was saying is we just get together every 3 weeks, though.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
But I don't mind doing 4 sometimes. I mean, I don't care. I rather not play the same one.
Okay.
Yeah, each.
Plus, it gives us time to powwow and whatever. Did I get that check from...
How old are you?
The insurance stuff?
Nope, I will message them right now. You mean CMG? Or
no,
the
concert.
one? Oh.
An illustration for you.
Yeah, from...
Insurance or concert?
Concert.
Oh, you said insurance at first.
No, the last
Don't tell me now.
Coldplay tickets.
Just say, make it a surprise.
Yeah, but I
received
need
one
to know.
check. But I haven't checked the mail.
Like the amount that you may want to invest into the annuity, let's say. Jesus, no kidding, you're young.
What, do I look much older than that? What the hell? Let's say $500,000.
Okay, this is not working here.
Mark needs to pour a helipad for Tom. Let's just go there right now, Mark.
Holy shit, did I get dusted.
We got Mark had grit in his hair last night. I was rubbing his head.
Oh my God, I had grit in my ear.
Yeah, I was like,
hate
oh
it
my
when that
God,
happens.
you got dirt in your hair.
I'm
and my
so used to during the winter and when it's wet, when he usually lands, nothing kicks up.
And then I can't understand how the sand gets into like really difficult to access places like my underwear.
Everywhere.
And inside my socks.
It's like, how the hell did it get there?
How the hell did it get in my underwear? I just got to go past my shirt and past my pants.
So on his helicopter, when they take off from the dirt, they might have actually, I don't know, I'd have to ask Tom, but they have this huge filter that basically sucks it so it doesn't get all over the jet engine.
It's a Venturi system.
Is that what it's called?
Well, it actually is a Venturi system.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what it's actually called.
Oh, yeah, that's why it's called that. Well, there are a lot of things called something which they're not.
I couldn't believe it. Yeah, last night I'm like, go to scratch my head. There's like grit.
I was like, you're gonna.
And then it gets under the fingernails when you do
everywhere.
this. Yes, I hate that.
Our house is dusted too. It needs to be washed.
I keep telling them, figure out how to land in the backyard.
Idea, whoever suggested that. Yeah, a little helipad. Maybe Tommy will put one in.
Actually, all you need is a sprinkler system.
He actually built a runway at one house, but he couldn't use it.
Well, he's landing in our cul-de-sac. When you come out to our house,
it's
you'll
not
see.
on your property. It's actually in the common area.
Well, you'll see when you come to our
Yeah,
house.
but it's just us. I mean.
Yeah. I looked up that address. It's exactly across from the castle.
Yeah. That's what country. All right, 303-713-8255. You've been ripped off or taken advantage of. We'd love to hear from you. 303-Martino, 303-Martino. You can always email us at help@troubleshooter.com. We'll get a deputy on it. We've recouped over $300 million. Now, I want to go back to Dimitri. I was asking you to ask the hard questions to Joe. The bottom line is, in my scenario, in fact, I might have underdone it. The more I think about it, 17 years, because I think when we originally did it, Joe, mine was me retiring at 65. But regardless, the numbers are the numbers. $1 million now, you get the benefit of $1,150,000 that grows from day one. When the stock market goes up, you participate. If it goes up massively, you're going to go up massively. Then, if the stock market goes down, it ratchets in and you cannot ever drop down. So if everything's great in the stock market for 20 years, you're going to do even better. If things are bad, you're not going to lose a freaking dime.
It's the best of both worlds, basically.
So what are your questions on it? Seriously.
So, and Joe, I know you're running an example for me with my age and the potential amount that I would invest, but let's get back to Mark's example here.
Okay.
So after 17 years, he begins to get an income of 170. And then my two questions regarding that are, is that for tax purposes, is that treated as ordinary income?
It depends on where the money came from, Dimitri. If the money came from a 401k that he had in the past, then when he pulls out the money would be taxed.
Just like a 401k.
Just like a 401k.
Or an IRA.
If the money came from a non-qualified account, like an investment account or a savings account or a CD.
Or he sold his house.
Right, exactly.
Ordinary income.
Ordinary income.
Then it becomes ordinary income.
Here, there's one more I'll throw on that. If it came from a Roth, which you've already paid taxes on the money.
It's tax-free.
Then when you take that money out, you pay zero zip zilch. You've already been hit with the burden.
And then you mentioned that should Mark have to move into a retirement home or get some kind of assisted living arrangements, the payments will automatically double.
They're guaranteed to double.
What are the triggers?
What are exactly. That's exactly where I was going. What documentation would Mark have to provide so that...
That's a hell of a good question.
So that the payer understands or can at least be convinced that Mark isn't just trying to double his income.
Is that a doctor's note?
Yeah, you have to have your personal doctor say that you have problems with 2 out of the 6 activities of daily living.
What are the 6?
What are they?
Like, for example, bathing on your own.
Okay.
Dressing on your own.
Okay.
Walking on your own. Transferring from one chair to the next. Cooking on your own. Basically.
So if I can...
holding your bladder.
Doesn't that sound extremely easy to document a couple of these things?
Well, this is the definition of long-term care.
Meaning you have to have someone cook your meals.
Out of the 6. Or you have to have memory, lapses or dementia.
So let me give an example of the big one. We had, in fact, it was her grandmother, got Parkinson's, and literally she got to the point, now she lived with one of her kids, but she got to the point, and I watched it, she would shake so bad, she literally couldn't eat herself. It was like this. She couldn't hold a utensil. So I assume with the Parkinson's, of course, that would be one.
That is right.
And then she needed help bathing. So if she had that product, it would have doubled. Then instead of your Aunt Suzanne and your uncle, who was the son? It was your uncle.
Yeah, Danny.
So instead of Danny taking care of the grandmother or his mother for, my God, how many years in that house? 10?
Several.
10 plus years. They could have brought in outside people, and I hate to say this, but I mean, it is a burden. No matter how you look on it, it's a burden. People can say, oh, you should never say that. But if you've ever had to take care of a loved one or parents going into, well, you guys get it. Look, we've got a lot going on. Any questions you have, 303-713-8255. We have open lines, 303-Martino. Help at troubleshooter.com. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to be back right after this.
And I have more follow-ups to that.
Yeah.
Whenever there's time.
I forgot about Danny because they were to the point your grandmother couldn't even hold anything.
Wow.
I mean, we had to buy her baby Parkinson's spoons because she was like,
oh yeah, oh,
the heavy spoons, yeah.
And it still wouldn't. I mean, it was still unbelievable. Yeah, it's sad. But you know what's really sad about it, though? Even though the payment doubles, typically when it doubles, you have something like that.
Well, yeah,
meaning your
sad.
end of life is probably getting accelerated at that point.
Well,
maybe not all the time.
I bought a long-term care policy probably about maybe 20 years ago, Mark, through Prudential.
Yeah.
So I really believe in long-term care. Yeah. People are needing it.
They used to be
good.
They
say over 70% of people 65 will need some form of care.
Yeah, we're all living longer.
Okay, yeah, because we're living longer. So the key is, when I bought the policy from Prudential, it was like maybe $140 a month, okay? The same qualifications, everything is the same, right?
Yep.
Today, the same policy is over $840 a month.
Yeah.
Why?
Really?
Because companies can't afford it. They cannot afford it. All the claims that they're getting.
Yeah.
So this thing is beautiful because it doesn't cost the client any more money.
Yeah, it's just part of it.
It's just part of it.
I'm getting some coffee. You guys want anything?
No, good. Thank you.
Just grab
Good,
the
thank
water.
you.
Thanks.
Is this yours?
Yep. You threw yours in the garbage.
So, Joe, this is what I want to bring up.
Yeah.
I thought we'd do it on the air, but I want to run it by you, give you some advertising. So I got 3. I don't know if we want to do 1 kid or all 3, but I got 3 kids. So I'd like to just talk on the air. How much money would I need basically to put in now for an annuity where they could get like $1 million at 50? Would that be a good scenario for your company?
Yeah, but the thing is, let me finish with Dimitri first, because I have
absolutely.
an illustration here.
Down the road.
Yeah,
I don't
and
need
the
it
key
just
is
for fodder. For
the minimum payment on the annuity to start an annuity is $10,000.
I know. I heard that on your podcast.
Yeah, 10,000. That's the minimum. Okay. And if they want to add that to it, they can do $2,000 increments. That's the minimum per year.
Okay, 10 plus 2 a year.
Yeah, if they want to add.
Well,
they don't have to add it.
Oh, they don't?
No, they can just leave the 10,000 alone and let it grow.
Yeah, that's what I want to do for this scenario for on the air.
Okay.
Later on.
Yeah.
And if we don't get time, I want to know anyway.
Oh, we will. I will definitely, what are their ages? 25, 22, and 19?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you
want me to write it down and give it to you?
Yeah, because I had why don't you go ahead and...
Yeah, I'll write it down. I think that's how old they are.
How much would you be able to put into their account?
Well, I could throw in 10 each, yeah.
Any news?
Yeah, they're going to need some help. My kids are just kind of shy. And they don't.
I don't actually not till after 3 o'clock when we hear something. They started.
Oh.
Or something like that.
Is that at the UC Health?
I think so. I'm not real positive.
Yeah, that's what.
It's at the pavilion.
That's a great.
That's where my wife was there, Suze.
Oh, yeah?
Same thing. But it went down to her legs, migrated to her legs, which is weird. That's why they didn't catch it. Because the breast cancer went into her femur, and the insurance would only pay for CT scans, only half the body.
Oh,
and so let me tell you something. If you get breast cancer, you get feeling bad, you tell them, I want a full body scan.
My mother
and that's
died
what kind
of
of
breast
fucked
cancer.
it.
What is that,
Never smoked.
Never drank. A really awesome update.
Never drank, never smoked.
This guy,
the asbestos in
used an engine
Mexico
2.5 years ago, 3 years ago.
from the, they have water
basically
tanks.
went kablooey.
Oh, right. I've seen those. Yeah.
But
roof.
Sharon Autotech really
got
helped
into the
him.
system.
Nice. You want me to I should just surprise you.
The cancer.
Yeah, okay.
It's an amazing
metastasized
story.
all over
I mean,
her
it's
body.
a surprisingly good ending.
I remember her shin.
Yeah, we don't get
They
all
had
those for sure.
Tumors like a golf.
Yeah, this one really.
Oh, really?
Oh my God, it was painful. Yeah.
And the asbestos.
My dad, he had what was called nasopharyngeal carcinoma, so it was sinus cancer.
Yeah.
He had tumors the size of grapefruits.
He never had him checked out.
Oh,
Never got him checked out. By the time he was 5 days shy of 39.
Oh, you're kidding me.
Died.
Wow.
39 years old?
That was the first person I was in a room with that died.
Yeah. I was already living
know
with
that.
Mark. I was 17. And, my mom's, we were delivering our snack cakes because we had our business. And she's like, y'all better get down here. It's not great.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that was the first time.
And that hospital was a hellhole, too.
It was, yeah.
Where was that?
Oklahoma, old VA hospital in the middle of nowhere. Just run down dog
Well, that's
shit.
where he was
How
treated.
they
Mark. He
treat
died
our
in a
VAs
Tulsa
like that.
hospital. That's
Oh,
where he
did?
was treated. But I remember that. It was like kind of the creepy hospitals and movies and
It was
stuff.
horrible.
It was
Yeah,
like
kinda
nothing. There was
Ugly
zero
drywall, stuff on the wall.
It looked like a school built in the 40s at best.
Yeah, I can picture this, especially in Oklahoma.
Yeah, it was bad.
What'd you guys think of Deion Sanders getting pushed down? That was nuts, man.
Man, no kidding.
I didn't see that coming.
I didn't either.
I think people are afraid he's a little too...
He's too cocky.
Exactly.
That's
Whether he is or not, I don't know. Meaning to the team or coach. I know he's cocky in general, there's no doubt.
I think he's Yeah.
You know what I mean, though? I mean, a coach, I doubt he was that way to his dad. Let's put it that way. Maybe, though.
Maybe. Huh?
That's a lot of money, though.
No kidding.
Somebody's like, Talib says, I have a model helipad. Then girl Friday says, I have a pad for my grill. I said, I have a heating pad.
Oh, my God.
I had such a good time at his house over the weekend.
At Talib's, I told him that too. We had so much fun with Belinda and Talib. My God, we were dying.
Talib's house?
We were out with some other friends,
of our besties.
Hitting some breweries and stuff, and we passed his house coming back. I was like, let's see if his ass is up.
We haven't seen him in forever.
Now that he's like 108 years old, I didn't know if he'd be up or not.
Where does
you
he
didn't know
live?
he'd be up
God.
at 6 p.m.
When did you guys visit Talib? Yesterday?
Saturday night after the rock and roll brewery stuff.
We were there quite a while, weren't we?
Yeah.
He knocked that basement out.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
If he gets mad at his old lady, he can just go live in the basement.
Oh, I'm pretty sure that'd be Belinda. You get upstairs. That's my spa.
Oh, that's true. I forgot.
She's
She's
like, that's
got
my
that
spa.
spa
You need to get
room.
upstairs.
That's funny.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. People come running just as fast as
Recover your hair.
Troubleshooter's gonna help.
Ready, sure.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now,
It is,
Tom
I got it.
Martino.
Welcome, my friends, to the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. We are here to make your life a little bit better. Let's put it like this. You've been ripped off. Maybe a bad contractor, a bad landlord, anything, man. Landscapers are going to be the ones coming up. Usually this time of year. Dimitri, you haven't been with us. Bo, were you here last year during spring? I don't think so. I don't remember.
I know. I've been here about a year.
So, yeah, about this time. So you kind of went through it. The landscaper ripoffs are absolutely huge. They are. They're unbelievable. Landscapers in general never give them money up front. Why you simply can't have some of the work done and pay as you go, I will never understand why landscapers don't do that. Now, if they got to order material for like a retaining wall, something along those, fine. Make sure the product's delivered, pay for it on a credit card. And worst scenario, if this landscaper flakes out, you got the material there that you paid for. Other than that, I wouldn't do it. We have arguments with people literally on our referral list who take money up front. It drives me crazy. But you know what? They're honest people. I can at least say that. They're not going to rip you off. But I still don't understand, unless if it's something special ordered or if they can't deliver it. I just don't understand why you would pay up front. But it's almost in our society now become pretty much the way it goes. I mean, can you guys think of, I guess most like plumbing, HVAC, I don't think anybody charges up front for that stuff that I know of. I know Plumb Line, Fix It, all the
We
big
never
guys.
did. We never charged up front.
Ever for
You know,
anything.
Because if you're a decent business, you should have the financial capital to buy the materials and have them in stock.
I don't know of any HVAC companies that charge up front. I don't. I can't think of any on the
I'd be
referral list.
suspect if you have to pay up front, because if they don't have the money to have the equipment, then, you know, they're just working their business on a
What do you
shoestring.
think, Bo, that is a company or an industry that does charge up front that you don't have a problem with? I would say
I don't like to pay up front on anything. Now, the landscapers,
I would say anything
I
like
would-
a reservation.
A custom order.
Yeah, custom order
Yeah.
for sure,
built
Suzanne.
to order.
Well, in fact, we just went through that with Gravina. Our sliding door we bought is not a normal door by any means. It's a little off as far as the height. It's not standard. So the manufacturer had to make it. So we paid, I think, $1,000 out of $5,000. And we paid the other $4,000 when it was delivered and installed. But how about a reservation? What do you guys think there? Like an airline ticket. I think you have to. It's a airtime on a radio. These are things that can never be made up. I mean, the chances of reselling a seat the day before you get on it are not that good.
Yeah, you should be able to pay up front for a reservation because if you back out, they can't sell that reservation to somebody else.
You know, I sued a big steakhouse here. Probably, Dimitri, we're kind of like brothers from another mother when it comes to small claims and taking people to court. So tell me what you think about this. We had a Christmas party. How many people, Suzanne? 20, 30?
Yeah, like 20.
20 people. Wow. And we were all going to be sitting at the same table in the middle of this restaurant. Fancy restaurant. And we get there, and we're all sitting there, and 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, they all keep going. And the party that's going on at that table in the interim is not leaving. In fact, after us waiting an hour and a half, they just started ordering dessert, which was, what's that one, baked
Alaska.
Baked Alaska. So now we're talking showcase. Now we're talking they're going to be parading around and waiting forever.
Starting it on fire.
So I get so mad, I go over to the general manager of this place, and I go, we made this reservation 3.5 months ago. And what's going on? He goes, I'm so sorry. Who would have ever thought? I was like, who would have ever thought they'd be here at a Christmas party this long? Everybody in the world would think that. So you're incompetent at doing your job. Mm-hmm. And I started getting into a pretty good argument with him, wouldn't you say, Suzanne?
Slightly, yeah.
Pissed.
Yeah. So Martino's there.
Pissed.
I'm there. We've got about 18 associates and employees there. And at this point, he goes, well, we can seat some of you here and some of you here and some of you here.
Oh, how embarrassing.
So now we're talking, we're going to be split up from everybody we're taking out to dinner. And then that's when Suzanne whispered in my ear very nicely, we should probably leave. And that's probably when she saw the steam coming out of my head. So we basically left, and that was probably a very good idea because at that point, the GM and myself were butting heads very loudly in the middle of a very nice restaurant.
Well, not only that, but can you imagine all the loogies that are going to get hawked into your dinners if you did get seated and order the food?
Well, here's what happened. Her and I left, and everybody else stayed, and they were indifferent. We weren't going to tell everybody to go home. That's crazy. We invited them out, and you know what? They worked their asses off all year, and they deserved a nice dinner to do whatever. And they were doing, the restaurant at this point is the issue, but everybody still wanted to eat. My God, we were sitting there 2 hours. So we leave because at this point I simply already knew I had to remove myself from the situation.
Good call, Mark.
So I tracked down the owner. They had probably, 10 and 12 of these restaurants around. Maybe not that many, but over 5. Mm-hmm. And it's a place out of Texas. And I didn't get in touch with the owner. I went out and sued him for $7,500. Wow. Because basically that was the bill, and that is not what was presented to me. So the legal argument comes down to this. Is a reservation without a deposit a promise from the restaurant? It's very curious. So there's two parts.
Is it a binding contract?
Well, no. Is it? Yeah, okay, fine. Is it a binding? As a legal argument, you're right. Is it a binding contract? I could argue either way. Tom always argues it's not because there's no consideration.
Exactly.
And it's not in writing.
And I argue the consideration is me showing up. Literally, the consideration
is something of value.
that is the value.
No, that's negative value.
No, I'm showing up to spend money is the consideration.
No.
Well, I don't care what you say. I'm arguing the other side of that. Okay, let's say you rented a room. Let's say it was a hotel.
Yeah.
Joe Chiano, you rent hotel rooms a lot,
right.
Or what do you call them, ballrooms, whatever, when you put on seminars.
That's right.
So when you rent those, you put down a deposit, and or yes or no. I don't know if you do or not.
You know, I don't.
So what would happen if you showed up and 50 people that signed up showed up and there was no place for anybody to go? Would you think they breached an agreement, a contract?
Well, that's a good question, Mark. You know, like I'm with Dimitri in a way. You have to have I should have put a deposit. I mean, that's a good point.
But what is the so you're saying consideration is only monetary? I can't pledge. I can't pledge a promise to come and spend money.
No, it's not
like Metallica pledges to show up and actually play at a venue.
So it's not just paying money; it could be anything of value. So you can say, "Look, I'll come over sweep your parking lot."
So you're saying there is no value in someone showing up to spend money?
That's correct.
I disagree. I so disagree.
I'm going to look it up during the show here.
Well, we have, and there's arguments either way. There's really no precedent, though. That's the issue. But we'll see what you can find. Go ahead, Kelly. Sure. Yeah. Sure. Our dentist literally does that right now. Even for a routine cleaning, if you cancel within 24 hours, they charge you whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, how's that work there, Dimitri?
Well,
that's a hell of a good question.
Yeah, well,
Kelly.
I have a hell of a good answer for it.
Go ahead.
There is none of these health services that you are about to receive that didn't include you signing certain paperwork.
I don't think I did.
And well, that would be pretty unusual. I mean,
well, my
my
dentist is in Elizabeth, so we do things a little different out there.
Out in the real world, with the rest of us. Oh, okay.
I don't remember seriously, Dimitri, signing paperwork with my dentist. Yeah, your health stuff.
Oh,
yeah.
I did.
High blood pressure.
Mark, I did.
Yeah.
We go to the same dentist. You sign that if you cancel, you agree to an X amount.
You think
fee.
we really signed that?
Absolutely. I remember it. They made it very clear.
Let's get all these dentists on the phone, Kelly.
But hold on. So let me continue down this road, though.
Okay.
Whether or not it's a contract is one.
Mm-hmm.
So I sue them, small claims, breach of contract, $7,500. Okay? I serve them, and they had basically an office. They paid a company to accept service.
Mm-hmm.
About 2 days later, I'm sitting at home, and it was on a Saturday night, and I get a call because it's all my contact, and it's the owner. His last name is Perry. So,
Is that the one?
yeah, that's the one. So basically, he goes, "Hey, this is so and so," and I said, "Yeah." I said, "You guys really screwed us on this deal." So you know what he did? He goes, "Listen, here's what I'd like to do. Let's settle this right now. I'm going to give you X amount of gift cards. You can use it at the restaurant all at once, and I'll make sure whatever size party you have is fine, or you can use them for the next 5 years, you just going in, whatever you want to do, you can do that."
That explains the Christmas gift I got from you.
From Perry's Steakhouse?
Yeah. And believe me, I'm extremely grateful for it, but it means a lot more now that I know the backstory. That was fascinating.
That was 5 years ago. So Tom and I split them, and we each had about $5,000 in gift cards to use at Perry's over X amount of time.
A shout out to
He really came.
That's
he really came.
a good way to handle flop.
Here's what he said. Here's exactly what he told me. He goes, "We have a playbook." And I said, "What does that mean?" He goes, "Our GM has a playbook. Every one of my restaurants has a playbook. What should have been done, and it's literally in our playbook, he should have went around to some of these other tables where they could have moved people and put you all together. And he would entice them with free appetizers, free dessert, even a $300 bottle of wine. Whatever we needed to do to create space for you guys should have been done. And I'm telling you right now, none of that was done because I've already talked to him, and he decided not to go by the playbook."
Yeah, that sounds like an employee made a terrible mistake, but the company has a very classy process in place that should have been put into effect. And then the way the owner of Perry's handled this,
it was beautiful.
Hugely classy.
Chris Perry cares about his business. He did an unbelievable job coming through like that.
A total 10 out of 10, Mark. A total
Absolutely.
10 out of 10.
All right, 303-713-8255. Everybody hold tight.
Anybody can just take it.
I forgot we got people Perry's gift.
I love that restaurant, by the way.
I've been so impressed ever since then. We go to Perry's. Well, since I've been on the diet drug, it's been different, but we used to go to Perry's once a week.
Well, we do
really.
And I mean, after our gift cards have been used up for years.
You know what they have? They have a senior menu.
Yes, we know.
65.
Yep.
And I'm going to tell you something right now. It is amazing.
All right, friends and family out there, let me talk about CMG Financial. These guys are the guys. If you want a reverse mortgage, if you want a traditional mortgage, a 15 to 30 or 20, they're going to get you the best rates out there. I don't care. Take anything you have from any other lender, and you're going to see these guys are the best. And I'll tell you why. And I'll tell you exactly why. They're the bank. There's no middlemen. Everybody else out there, you hear the commercials every everywhere. You'll hear them on this station, TV, everywhere. Everybody is in the mortgage business. Almost all of them do this. They gather your information, then they figure out the best company to sell it to, and that company's going to do the loan, and they're going to mark up the interest, and you're paying the middleman. John Clace and CMG, listen to this, $20 billion a month. $20 billion a month in loans. They're the bank. 303-882-6679. 303-882-6679. I want to talk about Restore Your Hair. This is incredible. These guys, his name is Nick Turner. He flew over to Istanbul, Turkey, I don't know, probably 5-6 years ago for a hair transplant. I'm not exactly sure how he got turned on to it. I think from a friend, but he went over there. He received the same level of treatment that he could get right here in the United States. The difference is airfare, hotel, and the actual procedure and the follow-up was only $7,000. That is the exact same thing. Out here, you're not at a hotel, of course, and there's no airfare, but it's $29,000. The staff is professional. Dr. Nuri is a skilled physician. The aftercare is world-class. But check these guys out. RecoverYourHair.com. That's RecoverYourHair.com. I'll make up. Fix it. Just fire it off, please, Shannon. I'll make it up. I didn't want to go long.
I don't suppose you can hear me, Mark.
I can now that you said that.
Well, you must have hit offline early because you talked over the previous spot.
Oh, I did?
Yeah.
What do I owe then,
think you were
CMG?
monitoring program, right?
I was in offline.
All right. No problem. Worse things have happened, man.
Do I got to do CMG again or what?
No. No, you talked over whatever the preceding spot was when you started. What did you do?
It doesn't matter. We're good. You killed it.
No, you guys were on. It was double audio for a while.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
I blame you.
No. Here's the deal. Until you're done with the lives, don't hit offline.
Got it.
So you can hear what's on the air. Thanks, brother.
Up your nose with a rubber hose. No. I used, I don't know where we are now that you say I double commercialed, so I don't know time-wise. I don't want to throw off KRDO. But fire off, fix it. Fire it off. Do it. We had a deputy, guys, years ago.
Yeah.
He was probably one of our most tenacious deputies. He actually, when he was in Florida at one point, went to a moving scammer that was about 30 miles away from a caller that we had, and it turned out to be like a mailboxes, etc. But I'm telling you, this guy was tenacious. You guys are very much too. Don't get me wrong.
Who was it?
But this guy was a Smarty Marty.
I remember listening to him on the air. I like Smarty Marty.
So texting with him though was very unique. You could not be the last text. Doesn't matter what. You could be like, okay, there's a fire. I got to run. There will be another text. You will never have the last word.
Well, he
with
just
Marty.
wants completion.
Wow.
Suzanne, am I lying or am I dying?
It was nuts. I remember we would
even joke about having to come up with something.
He was really been out of shape over a hot tub call, so I was trying to talk him through it. And I remember I was sitting in that office in there, and I'm like almost in tears.
I hear you playing
and
Tom
I
Sniffle.
group texted Tom and Mark, and I'm like, in the last 9 minutes, Smarty Marty has texted me 47 times.
Oh, no kidding.
Oh, that's not normal.
And it was
It's not normal.
It was not normal.
Is he still around?
No.
Yes, we'll leave it at that.
Okay.
He's still alive.
Well, that's good. Still texting.
All right, 303-713-8255. We've got some lines open. I was going down memory lane there. Okay, so real quick, you saw how that finished up. Perry Steakhouse came through big time.
What a class act.
And no, those weren't your gift cards, people. Yeah. That was what year was that, Suzanne? Like 2019? It was pre-COVID.
Yeah, right.
So basically, we went through, Tom and I and us went through those gift cards in probably, I don't know, a year or two. So the ones that you got are because we love that restaurant so much. Literally, we bought those. We don't trade out with any restaurants or anything like that.
Look at how this paid off for them. They took this disaster and they gained a whole bunch of lifetime customers.
Oh my God. Not only that, they've gained everybody that we send down there when we give out gift cards usually ends up going back. I think I sent you down. I'm not saying I gave you a gift card. I think I told you
told me about that place. We love it.
It's absolutely great.
I mean, my wife and I go there probably twice a month.
I love it. That's, by the way, Joe Chiano, mymoneymyway.com. Any questions you have on retirement, please give us a call. Hey, Jeff, what's going on with auto insurance?
Hi, Mark. How are you?
I'm good, man. How are you, Jeff?
Good. Back in January, I was involved in an accident where I was sideswiped on a snowy road. Long story short, it was the other guy's fault. He was cited with careless operation. I had about $4,300 worth of damage to my truck. And his insurance, of course, is a good old Fred Lawyer.
Oh, God.
Okay. I went and got my estimates and stuff. And his insurance has basically ghosted me since day one. It's been, going on 4 or 5 months now.
Yeah. Do you have full coverage, or do you have comp and collision on yours?
No, I do not.
You do not. That sucks.
I have uninsured motorists, but that's
that's smart though. Hey, that's really smart. In fact, most people that don't have comp and collision don't have that. That's extremely smart, Jeff. Let me ask you this though. When you say they're not contacting you, are they saying that their driver or their client is not contacting them, or they just totally got rid of it?
They gave me a claim number. They called probably a week and a half after the accident, gave me a claim number, left me some voicemails. I called them back, and it takes 2-3 days. We played phone tag for almost a month.
How much is it really? You said $4,500 in estimates. Here's the problem with that. A lot of times when people start digging in, there's other issues. So that 45 could easily be 10,000. I mean, are you pretty confident it's only 4,500?
Yeah.
All right. Then I would simply sue that individual in small claims court for $7,500. That will get him to reach out to the insurance company very quickly.
And Mark, correct me if I'm wrong, but they'll take this extremely seriously.
Oh,
the insurance company will actually come back to life instantly the moment this guy is served with a lawsuit.
The only time an insurance company, and this happens with Fred Lawyer, well, Fred Lawyer just sucks in my opinion, but all insurance companies, if they're not hearing from their insured, that creates a whole different issue. It's not like they're just going to pay you based upon you calling up saying this guy hit you. So when people do not communicate, they reach out to their client doesn't call back. That's like a valid reason for them not to do it. But when you serve them, and it's only going to cost you $55, you serve them, the first thing he's going to do is call up Fred Lawyer and say, hey, what the hell's going on? I'm now getting personally sued for this. Then they're going to reach out to you and basically make it right.
Mark, here's my dilemma. The guy who hit me doesn't own the car. He borrowed it from a friend.
Yeah.
This is a case where you've got 4 or 5 Hispanics living in a house in Denver.
But there is insurance.
Yes.
Who owns it? Do you know where the owner of the vehicle is?
Yeah, supposedly.
That's who you want to serve.
Wait, Mark, don't you want to sue both of these guys?
Yeah, but I would serve the owner of the vehicle because they're going to call up Fred Lawyer. That's going to be where that call. If you sue the driver who doesn't have insurance, there's nothing that's going to trigger
about that because he doesn't have a relationship with the insurance company. But suing both the driver and the owner, with the owner being the most important part, that just drags more potential people to pay the bill
you
into
could
this
definitely,
equation.
There's no doubt you could definitely do that. In fact, you could do it for the same amount, $55, and have both plaintiffs on there. But that means you're going to have to serve them both or break it up and spend double.
Well, yeah, but service...
My dilemma is...
What's the dilemma?
There's nothing to keep these guys from just ignoring everything, and they don't speak English.
Yeah, but the lawsuit will do that. Listen, especially what's going on right now. Some guy walks up and serves you, and you're here. I don't know if the guy's here illegally or not, and he serves you with court paperwork. I have a feeling you're going to start looking around going, is ICE here? What's going to happen? I think you're going to light a fire under their ass.
I think they're going to jump ship and disappear.
Well, it doesn't matter. They're not doing anything now, Jeff.
So then, Mark, an interesting question.
And I want to say this. Hold on. It has really no relevance if they're here legal or not illegal or where they come from or where they're going. They bought insurance. The reason people pay for insurance is, one, you're supposed to do it, so they're at least doing the right thing there. But they buy it in a case like this so they don't have to come out of pocket, for God's sake. What reasoning would they have not to do it as long as you put the fire under them? I have a feeling it's Fred Loya playing games with you, not these guys.
Absolutely,
Mark?
Yes, but Jeff, that's my whole point. If you serve them, they're going to get on the side of you to go to Fred Loya. And here's why. Now, Fred Loya probably thinks these guys are never going to sue him, but they actually have a contract with Fred Loya. You could actually, if Fred Loya does nothing and you go through with your lawsuit, they have a claim against Fred Loya that's incredible.
I don't think they have any money either way.
Joe, go ahead.
Yeah, you know, Mark, I think he can go to the state insurance department.
Yeah.
And file a complaint.
Yeah.
And you know what? The insurance companies fear.
What did they say, Jeff?
They fear that.
I filed the complaint with Dora.
Yeah.
Yes.
They contacted Fred Loya. Fred Loya sent me a letter saying they're denying the claim for the most stupid reasons.
Well, now wait a second, Jeff. My God, you could have led with that. Hold on. Now I'm dying to hear why it was.
We finally got to the meat of the problem.
Yeah,
which
so Jeff, hold on. I'm dying to know why they declined it, but that wasn't the entire premise. 303 Martino, hold on.
Yeah,
for God's sake.
So he contacted the commissioner.
Well, that's the thing, you know. I mean, insurance companies are afraid.
Yeah, the commissioner comes down on them hard. Huh?
They do.
Oh, for God's sake. What a cliffhanger.
The cliffhanger's right, Dimitri.
Yeah, why'd you actually call?
Why did you?
That's the cliffhanger. Well, it would have been a hell of a thing to lead with. Red Rocks. We've had ones that are even worse than that, though, honestly, guys. Red Rocks RS, that stands for Roof and Solar, over 35 years combined experience. Brooks, the owner, they do everything, and it's all handled in-house. It's a one-stop shop. Sales, installation, service, warranty work, it's all done through them. You're not relying on 20 different companies to get your solar system up and running. In fact, these guys will give you a date when it's going to be active, and if it's not, they'll pay your electric bill. If you have an old system put on there by somebody else and need help with it, they can fix any system out there. Check them out, redrocksrs.com. Great people, redrocksrs.com. Maybe you inherited a house from your parents or an aunt or uncle or from anybody that was a hoarder, and the house is in absolutely horrible, tremendously bad shape, and you don't want to put all that money into it. WeBuyUglyHouses.com. These guys are actually known as home investors, but their website, WeBuyUglyHomes.com, they'll come out and make you a cash offer. Maybe you'll actually get more compared to renovating. Check them out. There's no harm in getting that free offer. Home investors, go to WeBuyUglyHomes.com.
Hey, babe.
Yeah.
Mr. Keano's leaving at noon. You might want to finish the conversation between Dimitri.
Is Jordan coming in?
Yeah, he's coming in.
Good. Jeez, that was unbelievable.
You gonna fly out and have lunch with Glenn back there, Joe, this afternoon?
No, not today.
Not today.
Not today.
You're his buddy now, huh?
Well,
light up your
you better
your rep at that age.
For what you're paying him, huh?
Oh, I will.
For the 30.
Yeah, I definitely will. And they're going to do two, so you can rotate them.
Perfect.
Yeah.
We're going to flood it, bro.
I hope so.
All right.
Oh, we're definitely going to flood it. We're going to see if it works fairly quick, man.
Excellent.
I'm going to get my scuba suit on. We're going to do some flooding.
Yeah, that was just insane, that guy. I did go to...
He got nervous.
Okay. Then Fred Loya sent me a letter saying they're denying the claim. Okay. Let's start off.
I can't wait for the next surprise.
Yeah. Well, it makes for good radio coming up.
It's Trump's big, beautiful tax bill. You know, if Trump actually pulls off no taxes on tips, I tell you what, he just grabbed a lot of people's vote that will vote Republican forever.
28. How old will he be now? He'll be like 80.
Yeah.
He looks great.
Yeah, the guy must sleep 2 hours a night.
Yeah.
Doesn't drink. Just
that's good.
Never a drop of liquor.
I don't know if he eats healthy, though. It sounds like he likes...
Yeah, I think he has a McDonald's franchise in the White House. The McDonald's franchise in the
You'd never
White
know
Office.
it, though.
What?
I mean, he's a little
Trump has a
heavy.
McDonald's franchise at the White
He
House.
dropped 30 pounds. Just recently.
No, I'm
Probably
serious.
just
Serious.
running
I mean, that was his
24/7.
last presidency.
Being
He
awake
had a
22 hours a
I'd
day.
love to put a
McDonald's
whoop on
franchise.
him and see his stats per day.
No,
I bet he's
Trump-
40,000.
He should totally do that.
Bruce, have we eaten at the seafood buffet at the Palms? I can't remember if we've done that
I don't
or
think
not.
I've ever been in.
I don't think we've been
I've
in the
never
Palms.
been in the Palms,
Yeah,
ever.
Bruce, we haven't.
I saw Penn and Teller at the Rio, and that was like way off the strip kind of
Rio.
thing. Rio. I don't even know where the Palms is.
I think it's over there.
Okay.
We might have been there for a magic show, Mark. But I don't. You're just not a big seafood guy. I think we
You
did
don't
the
like
one at the
seafood,
Mirage before they.
You don't like seafood? Why?
He likes some. He
I like
shrimp,
shellfish.
Oh,
I like shrimp. I like lobster.
Yeah.
I don't like bass. I don't like catfish.
You like halibut?
I don't like halibut.
He likes cipino.
You like salmon?
I do love cipino.
You like salmon?
No, salmon's for...
Jeez.
Oh, I love salmon's a delicacy.
Oh my God!
I
So
can
what?
eat
So what do
salmon
you
every
eat?
night.
Pork chops? When you go to
Chicken.
Paris, you have a pork chop.
Veal.
Chicken.
You go to pork. You
Veal.
go to Paris and have a pork chop.
Yeah.
At Perry's, I have pork chop. That's exactly what I have. Or
Couldn't
steak.
finish. She couldn't. She got one, and she
What?
couldn't finish it.
She
3
couldn't?
bones.
She could not.
Oh, this girl can't.
Really? Oh,
3 bones.
She only had only half.
Did you ever
and
have
she
their
took the
pork
other
chop
one
there at
home.
Perry's?
Not yet. I'm
know.
saving that for a
3
special
bones.
occasion.
That pork chop is
We
this
usually
thick.
get the
Oh yeah,
lunch
they're
one.
about this big, Dimitri.
Yeah.
And it's smoked
Yeah, I'm
for
just
about
waiting
10
for the
hours.
We've done the lunch.
I
pork
plan to
chop
use it
on
in a series
Fridays.
of their lunch ones.
I
It's
don't
like
need-
$20, 2 bucks.
Actually, I think
Yeah.
it's 17
So I usually
or
they'll
18
give you 3
bucks on
bones.
Fridays,
Wow.
and it's a
Really?
lunch
Oh, yeah, but
pork chop.
that's the
If you
same
go like
price
that
with
ends
the,
at 5,
with
it's
the
only on
same
Fridays.
menu.
And it ends at 5.
Oh,
You
you're
going around
so
4,
lucky.
I heard their
4:30,
pork chops are good.
which works great for us. You'll usually almost
Okay, Dimitri and Joe.
back. All right, 303-713-8255. I'm dying to go back to Jeff here. I do want to tell you this, though. This hour, my friends, brought to you by Compass Insurance. In fact, I wish Jeff called Compass up because he wouldn't be dealing with Fred Loya. Compass will actually go out and get bids from about 30 different companies, whether it's car insurance or homeowners or an umbrella policy or even a business policy. They're going to go to every company and find the best rate and the best coverage for you and your family. They do it for Suzanne and I every single year. Sometimes we'll have the same company for 2 or 3 years. Then all of a sudden we've got a better deal through another company, or situations change. You get young drivers, 16-year-olds. You're going to see what happens. Have Compass shop around for you. They're great people. Check them out, compassinsurance.com. Now, Jeff called up and said, hey, I've got an issue. Fred Loya will not contact me. I got into an accident last January. Some guy came and sideswiped me, and I got like a claim number from Fred Loya at the beginning, but then they kind of went dark. They wouldn't reach out. I contacted Dora. Dora reached out, and that was a great thing to say, Joe, and that's Joseph Giano, because you're right. If you sell insurance in this state, and you have a problem and you call Dora, they will light a fire under that company's ass extremely quick.
Absolutely.
They don't play games at all. So thank God for them. But here's the bottom line. So then all of a sudden you get a letter from Fred Loya saying, hey, we denied the claim. Now, please tell us all, why did they deny it? Are they saying it was 50-50, half your fault?
No, they're saying that the driver claimed that he was in the right and I was in the wrong, which is completely false. But there were two reasons they denied it. The first one is there was no policeman on site.
Well, I thought you said someone got a ticket.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how the hell they get a ticket?
I contacted CSP. They handled everything over the phone. They said it would take more than 2 hours to get to my location, so they preferred to do it over the phone. So I sent my information.
You sure that wasn't Denver?
No.
Sounds like that.
That would have been 2 weeks.
So where were you? I'm dying to know now. Where were you?
Up in the foothills in unincorporated Larimer County.
Okay, so basically, but you said he got a citation. Did they literally give him a ticket after the fact?
Yes, the police report shows that he was cited for careless operation.
Okay. And explain the accident to us. I want to know, I know you said sideswipe, but kind of paint a picture.
I was up in the foothills in a residential area. We just gotten about 8 inches of snow overnight. I was on my way back from my daughter's house, and I was only like 100 yards from my driveway, and I came over the rise a little bit. And as soon as I cleared the rise, this guy was coming at me head on. I swerved off the road, through the ditch, and up against a neighbor's fence. And then he hit me in the rear driver quarter, ripped the front end of his car all to pieces.
Here's what I do. Listen, Jeff, I get it. And I think it probably was his fault, at least based on your description. What I would do is go right back to what I was saying. I would literally sue the owner of that car. And as Dimitri said, I'd go ahead and throw on the driver, although I might do them separately so I'm not sitting around waiting to serve two different people unless they're in the same household. And I'd go serve them. Then you're going to have your argument in front of a magistrate or in front of a judge or in front of a mediator. Fred Loya's going to have to step up to the plate and hire some kind of counsel in order to defend their client. They're going to have to do it, but you're going to have to get in front of a judge and prove to someone that you think it was their fault.
Mark, Jeff said that there were two reasons he denied it. So what was the second reason, Jeff?
Good catch.
Thank you.
Well, the first one I said was that they claimed the police didn't show up. Second one said there was too much evidence against their driver. They thought it was rigged.
What does that mean? Too much evidence like what?
Well, I'm guessing that the driver of the other vehicle didn't fill out a police report.
Yeah.
That'd be my guess.
Kelly, get Brian. See if Brian Burns can come on.
I have pictures and video of the whole thing. The evidence
so you've got so much evidence, it's crazy. You can go into a courtroom and present the evidence.
Oh, yeah. One picture says it all.
Then, Jeff, I'm not saying you are hesitant, but why do you seem to be hesitant about just suing them? Apparently you listen to this show all the time. Why wouldn't you just go to small claims court, because it's under the $7,500 threshold, and take this guy to task?
Primarily because I don't think the guy's got the money to pay either way.
It doesn't matter. The insurance company is going to have to do one of two things. One, give you the $4,500 or whatever the estimate's for. Or two, figure out outside counsel, show up to court, and risk losing there. I think they're going to cut them a check if you have all this video evidence that you've shared with them. What are they going to do? Show up to the judge and go, well, Your Honor, it's evident with all this evidence, the whole thing's concocted. I mean, that's the craziest thing I ever heard.
Yeah, well, here's what they're telling me. They referred me to their claims manager, and I contacted him and said, I've got all this evidence.
Look, man, Jeff, I swear to God, you have no duty. I'm putting you on hold. I feel like I'm talking in tongues now, and only like 8 people understand what I'm saying. You have no you have no reason to deal with Fred Loya anymore. They don't owe you the money. You don't have a contract with them. You need to go after these other people. I would go after the owner of the car first. He allowed someone to drive it, and unless he's going to all of a sudden say it's stolen, but I think you have already heard that by now. So he agreed to let someone use it. They have coverage on that car. That person he allowed to use his vehicle ran into you. You have evidence coming out the kazoo. My God, get into court. It's $50. You're going to go down to Adams, or what did he say, Jeffco? I think he said Adams.
Larimer County. And Mark, and the one place where you and I have a divergence of opinion is I believe it's necessary to sue both of them simultaneously.
I don't think so.
Because if If he sues one,
what happens if you can't find one?
Then, well, the defendant he did find is still roped into this lawsuit, right? But I think that if he sues one, sues the second, that's a second bite of the apple.
That's what I want to ask. That's what I want to ask Brian. Get Brian on. I want to ask him that because to me, it's going to be the owner of the vehicle. If you come over to my house for a dinner party, and you bring a date, and I know that's a leap, but I'm kidding, Timmy. So you bring a date, and you come in the house, and your date slips and falls and does something to hurt herself. Okay?
No. She should somehow harm your house, because in your example, you would hold me responsible for her misbehavior.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Okay. I'm saying I don't see any reason why. I don't see any reason why you would go after the driver. I think you would go after the owner of the car. That's all I'm saying.
The reason is that it's the driver of the vehicle who committed the tort against Jeff.
I want to see what Brian says.
He's available in 5.
5 minutes. All right, everybody hold tight. I don't know why you would have the owner of the vehicle there. And the owner of the vehicle, you would say, okay, were you driving the car? Did you allow them to drive the car? Well, here's what happened when you allowed them to drive the car. So I'm saying if that guy never showed up, in your example, if the actual driver never showed up, this guy doesn't have a leg to stand on?
No, he does, but it's a stronger case if he also has the driver to cross-examine. Were you driving the car and did you run into me?
Okay, fix it. I get it now. Did you add fix it into here, or this is a different fix it? So a minute and a half. Man, look at that raid.
Look at what?
The raid. Fix it 24/7. Check it out. You're going to love this. $39. They're going to come out. They're going to get that air conditioner. Think of all the snow and debris and crap that is built up in that condenser outside. They're going to tear it apart, hose it down, get it clean. They're going to clean the blower section of it. You're going to absolutely love it. They're going to be there an hour to 2 hours cleaning it for $39. New customers only. The reason they do this, they want to introduce their company to you. So when you do need a water heater, or you do need maintenance, or when your furnace breaks, or when you need an electric panel, when you need anything, you're going to know who to call. FixMyHome.com. FixMyHome.com. Denver Regen. I've been talking about these guys. I've lost over 30 pounds in 4.5 months. Right now, for the month of May, new customers, half off the first month. That's $150 for the new weight loss medication. And on top of that, I got to tell you how great it is. You're not going to think of food. You're going to feel full, and you're not going to be going like I used to. Pizza, ice cream, shakes, McDonald's. No, you don't think of any of it. The food noise is gone, and you feel full. Half off the first month. Everything's month to month. You're going to love this stuff, though. DenverRegen.com. DenverRegen.com. Vestera Investments. Incredible company. Barry Miller's the owner. He can go out and he has this knack for finding up and coming areas in our country. He'll find the right property for you. You're going to buy it. You're going to own it. You're going to hold the deed. He's going to find a great management company to rent it out. You're going to cash flow along the way. Then, as it appreciates in value, when you want to sell it, you turn around and sell it and put the big bucks in your pocket. He has made a lot of listeners over 40% a year for a long time. Check him out. VesteraTurnkey.com. VesteraTurnkey.com.
Pretty good, Mark.
Move first. Sell your...
Hey, Joe. Hand me a piece of paper. I'm going to put my email on there.
Yeah, and I'll probably have to mail it to you.
Or just email it, and then we'll still talk about it.
I logged into the all-in-one. They put the money in our checking account with them. So I don't think they're sending it back. I'm going to message them.
How much was it? Like 20 grand or something?
Mm-hmm.
Just, I guess just write us a check to the account we usually use. Because they're going to owe us. We're going to get another check for another 30 as soon as I send them all the receipts from everybody.
Awesome.
So we owe zero on our house, but we have a line of credit on it. So the money just sits there. We can use it anytime. It's through the CMG, the all-in-one.
HELOC.
So there actually is a mortgage, but we don't owe them one nickel because we haven't used any of the line of credit. Makes sense?
Yeah.
So we have an insurance claim. They still want us. I'm like, look, we've had an X amount line of credit. We've never used it for 5 years. We have never owed you one freaking nickel. And now you're going to hold us hostage on this fucking $20,000? Are you insane?
Oh, so is it the mortgage company that's holding the money now?
Well, it's in our account.
Yeah.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is we had to send them the check. They wanted to sign off on it. They made it into something it never needed to be.
Yeah, I totally get it.
They could have easily looked and said, oh, they don't owe us one nickel. Their house is 100% paid off. They owe us nothing. I would even understand if we had $1 out in the line of credit, but literally owing them nothing and never have is where the argument comes.
So they should write, pay to the order of Mark and Sue's Major and send the check back.
Well, because he was on the check,
I
but
don't
he's
know.
not on the mortgage.
She owns
Only
the house.
I
I
am.
know.
Okay, in that
So they
case,
told me they were going they told me they were going to endorse it and send it back.
Yeah.
Suzanne owns
But
everything.
instead,
That's
you
the way
better
to
watch
be.
it.
Gotta be nice to
That's the way
Suzanne,
to
man.
be.
Well, it is. I'm on the air, man. I mean, if I get sued, fuck them. I own.
I did
You
that
could
in my
have my
business.
Costco shirt.
That's right. That's the way it should be.
That's the way I ran my business. Yeah. My wife had it all.
You can take my Metallica wardrobe.
Not
How about your pin Metallica
In the
pinball
contents of that
machine?
safe deposit box.
I will.
Just trying to stay on top of your stuff.
That was pretty good on your date, right? That was a
on a
leap.
date?
That was a
There's a
leap.
leap. I'm waiting to find a date so I can go to Perry's. I'm not taking my kids.
Yeah, you're like, I'm not
That
taking
place-
my kids to
heck no.
Perry's.
We need to get our deputies hooked up. We got to find some ladies out there.
Yeah.
Deputy
They're looking
Needle.
to yeah.
We'll get
Know
some
anybody,
YouTubies on board,
Doc was kicked off of Match.com.
as he probably should have been.
Yeah, he's banned from any dates.
Have either of you ever tried any of those? Any of the dating sites?
Oh, like back when I was in my 20s. Or early 20s.
But nothing recently.
I've never done it.
They weren't around.
All right, 303-713-8255. We're going to get Brian Burns on, so Jeff, hold tight there. I want to go back to Joe before the end of the break. Joe Chiano, mymoneymyway.com. Dimitri, you were asking him a lot of questions, but I love this product. I'm not saying you go out and you liquefy your IRA or 401k and dive into this, but I'll tell you this. I'll tell you a number that'll blow you away. I gave that example of myself, and I would have $180,000 a year, and then if I got sick, it would double. Listen to this. 22-year-old. 22. I've got a kid that's 22, Adeline. Actually just turned 23. If she bought a $10,000 annuity right now, okay? Right now, when she turns, what was it, 68?
65.
When she turns 65, you know how much money she has? If she doesn't add one nickel to it, one nickel under this product, because remember, she gets a 15% bonus. She actually takes advantage of when the stock market's up or the S&P. When the S&P's up, she's up, but it ratchets in, never drops down. Just totally give me a guess, Dimitri.
Okay, so the future present value of this annuity when she's 65, 43 years from now would probably be about $1.5 million. But the question is,
That's
how much?
That's a damn good guess.
That is a good
It's
guess.
over. It's like $1.2 million.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if that's my daughter? Imagine if that was my grandkid. And my grandkid, before it's even born, I don't know technically how you do that, but basically you do that. You're long gone, 6 feet under, and they find out someday when they go to retire, they have this nest egg that grandpa or mom and dad set up for them. $1 million years ago, worth over $1 million. It's crazy.
However, she's not expected to withdraw that money at that point, right? She can start taking a monthly payment.
That's right.
And how much would that be?
We have to run the
my
numbers,
God.
Dimitri, but it would be a pretty sizable amount.
Well, it probably would be a little bit more than the $14,000 that Mark's example, right? So let's say $16,000, $17,000 in 43 years. So
we don't know the value of that is where you're going.
Well, we don't know the value of the monthly payment.
No, I'm saying
we do.
We don't know. Okay, we don't know what $1 million can buy in 43 years.
With inflation and all that.
With inflation. But hold on. This made me think of something. We don't know that. You can actually, for a few more dollars, in fact, on a $10,000 annuity, it'd be almost nothing.
Almost nothing. Yeah,
you could literally buy a inflation rider that would ride with inflation.
Yeah, well, you
think of how crazy that is.
I mean, that's beautiful. I mean, that's what Deputy Duck actually has.
Yeah, Deputy Doc's got that exact thing. I'm sorry, I keep cutting you off, Dimitri.
No, but you know something, Dimitri gave me some numbers to run.
Yeah, what'd you find?
Yeah. He's 55 years old.
Got it.
Right now. And he wants to invest $500,000 into this wonderful annuity.
Yep.
Okay? Day one, Dimitri, your account is worth $575,000.
And it starts growing.
That's with a 15% bonus. You don't have to wait.
Joe, I understand. But it's not like I can just get a check for that amount from you on day 2, right?
No, but on day whatever you can.
That would it would continue to grow and compound along with my initial investment.
That is the whole idea.
Yeah, but that's a great question. When does he, in 10 years, he owns that, right?
That is right. So you got to remember that this is a retirement vehicle. Mm-hmm. It's not a savings account. So, if you look at the...
no, but Joe, I want to clarify. I want to clarify what he's saying. But in 10 years, if he did want to cash out of that thing, that's his money then.
You have over $1 million. I'm looking at the
in 10 years it becomes.
No, I'm saying when does he get the bonus money if he wanted to get
10 years.
10 years.
Right.
But it's vested over 10 years.
Right. But the idea of buying an annuity is not to collect a big check at the end of something. It's the annual income that you rely on for the rest of your life.
It's the safety, the security.
When could I start those payments and how much would they be?
Okay. I'm going to give it to you right now. You can begin at the end of the first year, basically, to start drawing an income. Mm-hmm. And that payment would be $19,834 a month for the rest of your life.
So $24,000 a year.
So if you wait 10 years, let's say, when you become 65,
that's a good example.
You will have $51,102
per year.
And then if something happens, he's got double.
God forbid if I need long-term care.
It becomes $102,204.
And then, so let's say I die either at age 66 or 102.
Good question.
What happens to the balance of all that money?
The entire value.
The account value will go to your beneficiary.
So if the account value is $1 million, they get $1 million
right here. Mm-hmm. I'm looking at it right here. So that means that if you died, let's say at 66, $1 million will go to your beneficiary.
Whoever that is.
And
then a lot of people...
Cool, Joe. Thanks a lot. That's awesome.
A lot of people tier them. So in other words, instead of buying one annuity for $500,000, you buy two. One for $250, one for $250. You might, when you get to be 55, turn one on while the other still grows. You follow? What do you call that? Staggering, staging, laddering?
Laddering the annuities. And you see what people need.
He's got clients that have 5 or 6 when they only have one turned on and the rest continue to grow because they still might have a pension from an old company or something else going on.
Joe, can any of these instruments be used to, let's say, finance a primary residence?
No, this is not set up for that. The Become the Banker account that we have, that's exactly what that will do.
His other product.
It's another product.
All right, let me give his info out. MyMoneyMyWay.com. It's simple as that. MyMoneyMyWay.com. Brian Burns is on. We've got 3 lines open. Listen, I want to hear from you. You've been ripped off, taken advantage of. I am dying to go after a bad guy. I'm shaking. 303-MARTINO, 303-MARTINO. Help at Troubleshooter.com. Everybody hang tight.
Yeah, see, these annuities are not set up, as a bank.
Yeah.
Okay? But we have the Become the Banker account, which is
But that's totally separate from your annuity business.
Yeah. Okay. This is the Become the Banker account is a liquid life insurance policy.
Okay. Yeah. In my mind, I had the two combined. I didn't realize they're completely different lines.
Totally different. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. This is more for people that want to have an income, and this is really what people need at retirement.
Did you just email them something, babe?
They want to have a
totally get
Bank of India.
So in that example you just did for me, what turned out to be the assumed annual rate of return? Or does that even disclose?
It doesn't disclose it here. It has a hypothetical rate of return.
Yeah, that's
a hypothetical based on the stock indices.
Sure.
Okay? And they're very conservative. Of course. Like the first year, it's not even 1%.
Mm-hmm.
The second year, it's 4.95. The third year, 7.82.
I wonder where they come up with that.
Well, they have economists. They have actuaries.
So they're guessing.
They have studied the S&P. They have studied all
the actuaries are guessing.
Yeah, they are guessing. Just like the stock market.
Guessers.
Because nobody has a crystal ball.
Well, the nice part is if you look at the S&P,
but this is guaranteed. Once you turn the
yeah.
income on, it's guaranteed no matter what. See, and this is really, I think, what people need in today's economy.
At least a nice chunk of it.
Yeah. So what did you do before, Dimitri?
Oh, I'm not retired.
Oh, you're not retired?
I operate a commercial recycling company.
Oh, wonderful.
It's a full-time
Okay.
job.
Perfect.
But it kind of runs on its own much of the day.
Right,
and so
right.
Consequently, I'm able to dedicate a few
Oh,
hours to help Mark.
that's great. Yeah. I'm glad. I'm glad to meet you.
Me too. Yeah, I mean, the caliber of people I've met through my involvement in the show is just staggering.
Isn't that amazing?
I've never had exposure to such a large number of such high-quality people.
That's good. Yeah.
Why, thank you, Dimitri.
Especially Bo.
Especially Bo. Yeah.
I got one account up to, it's Neo. I invested in this damn electric Chinese car company like 8 years ago.
Nice.
I just won't take the loss. I'll just let it sit.
Were you losing?
On Neo.
Yeah. Well, I mean, God, the market has been.
Their cars look cool as shit, too. The problem is no one sells them anywhere but in China.
Well, there's a lot of people in China that need a card there.
I prefer they buy Teslas there.
Where's Jordan at?
Jordan!
That's like asking, where's Waldo?
God damn. Yeah. Where's he at?
We like Jordan.
Yeah.
He's hanging out at the park.
We had dinner last night.
Oh, yeah?
We went to Sierra.
Oh, yeah.
I like that place anyway.
Mark doesn't.
What's that?
Like it either. I mean,
I've not
Sierra,
been able to go.
What
I like
place?
The,
Sierra.
I hate Sierra.
I like. You know what? I could say the same thing, but last night was a really good experience. I mean, we had
At Sierra?
Yeah, halibut tacos.
I love halibut.
Oh
and I
my
like
God,
tacos.
I do too.
Yeah.
Mark.
How much were they? $478?
They were expensive. You know, we had
They're so.
they're totally out of the.
They're
line,
out of any range of Mexican food anywhere.
Not
yeah.
yet.
Yeah.
I can go to Taco Bell after the Rockies hit a home run and get 4 tacos for $1.
Yeah.
How much were yours?
God, I think like maybe $15 for 2.
Think about that.
I'll have a coffee.
4 for $1.
Yeah, but they're not the same quality, Mike.
Yeah, that's crap.
Let me guess, yours weren't crunchy like Mark's was.
Yeah, his are old and soggy.
Weird ass, that
Soggy stuff.
right? No, it's supposed to be crunchy like at the high school.
And instead of having those delicious packets of hot sauce, they probably had some kind of
some fresh bullshit,
some bullshit with a spoon.
Aioli.
Yeah. Oh, that's mayonnaise.
Oh Lord.
What's their sister restaurant called?
What's the name of the place?
That's where Palomas. Las Lomas. So we went there.
Was that good?
In Castle Rock?
Her fajitas in Castle Rock.
Yeah.
Her fajitas. Fajitas.
Right.
Not for 2.
Right.
Just the fajitas. $60.
That was a typo. Somebody
It was.
punched up.
That's
the
not
wrong
how
number.
much they are, but he still won't go back.
That's how much they are.
But were they delicious, Mark?
They were fantastic.
Yeah, that's $60 worth of delicious.
They're so good.
Does that take the taste
Well,
away?
you better say that.
That's like paying $100 for a pizza.
Yeah.
I don't care what's on that pizza.
That's
insane.
the best pizza place is in Highlands Ranch. Harry's.
Harry's
Pizza. We go all the time in Castle Rock.
I got to.
Oh, they're all over. Harry's.
I love that.
PA.
It's. I mean.
Look, they won't even put their menu prices on. Oh, maybe they do. Hold
They
on.
do. They're not 60.
Look at the tacos right there.
Okay, fajitas.
Palomas. I'm looking myself.
What makes Perry's Pizza so good?
I'll tell you what, just the way they, like we get a
Okay,
white
mixed grill for
white
two,
pizza.
$78
White
or
pizza,
$38.
pepperoni,
Or
spicy,
$38. That's
sausage,
not $60
green
for one.
olives.
You know
Oh
what?
my
They
God,
changed
it's
it after they heard me bitch on air.
Yeah, I'm just looking
Oh, it's just thin.
Actually, you had
Thin,
shrimp, didn't you?
And very crispy.
Freaking
Oh my gosh.
delicious.
I don't even see shrimp on here anymore. Do you?
Does sound good.
Oh, $38.
The
That is a
jumbo
great
ball
place to go.
shrimp.
$38.
Yeah, I can't tell number 2 anymore.
It's right there on University.
I will say this: it was during COVID,
God, I can't think of the name.
so I don't know if it was. It was during the Biden administration.
Well, you know I'm a beer girl, and their beer selection sucks.
The beer selection sucked.
They
Oh,
got
Suze, that's
great,
funny.
beer selection. They got everything.
They have a lunch combo.
Is.
They do. That's my son.
Hey, how's it going? I'm Dimitri. Jordan, it's really nice to meet you.
All right.
Well, Joe, thanks for coming in.
Later, Joe.
I have a ton of other.
Hey,
nice,
Joe, don't
nice to
forget
see
your
you.
cup.
I won't forget.
No, I want that cup. That's a nice color.
Trust me, I won't forget.
Tell Jim hi.
big
Give her
cup.
smooches from us.
I will. We'll take Mark to La Loma next time.
A Loma.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or we'll just, the three of us will go without him.
That sounds better.
Isn't annuity protected from creditors?
Yes.
Just
That's a good one.
What a great
How
way
you doing,
to
Jordan?
shield money.
Oh, yeah. Good.
Hi, Jordan.
Have you ever met Deputy Bo?
Oh, too many times.
Yeah.
I'm a fixture here.
Right now.
Yeah.
So, good.
Homer Simpson or O.J. Simpson?
He
No,
might
I was
have. He
just-
said Simpson.
You
He said
said
Simpson.
O.J., but I was thinking Homer Simpson.
Yeah.
He's not that smart.
Take care. Good to
Hey,
see
have a
you
great
all.
afternoon, man.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye, Joe.
Have a nice
Send me an email.
See ya. I love your dad.
He's a goof, isn't
Yeah,
he?
he's a cool guy.
He's a hoot and a goof.
A hoot and a
He's a
goof. I
fellow
like it.
juicer.
Yes.
That's a-
Me, yeah.
He is. Grew up every
Joe the
morning.
juicer.
Drinks in the morning. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was nice.
He's got the fancy juicer, though.
Oh, I'm sure.
I got it.
I think I saw a picture of that.
Yeah, he goes through a few.
Keep listening to win on 630 KHAL.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome, my friends, to the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. I'm surrounded by some great deputies. My wife, Suzanne, our executive producer, Kelly, our producer on the other side of the glass. Dragon, I assume, is now in the house. Dragon's in the house. We have a guest today as well, and that is Jordan Keano. In fact, your dad was with us the first 2 hours, Jordan. How are you doing? How come you get the second? How come you're second and not first? I'm just going to ask you.
You know, that is a good question. You know, that sometimes you get us mixed up. You say Joseph and Joe.
Yeah, I know.
I think it's because I come second. That's how it works. So
That's because you come second.
But I'm doing great. How you guys doing?
We're doing pretty good, man. We were talking about your product little last hour. In fact, Dimitri was asking pretty good questions, and that's Deputy Dimitri and then Deputy Bozen with us, too. But here's what we're going to do right now. We're going to get right to the phones, 303-713-8255. I do have a couple lines open. I want to finish up with Jeff. Jeff called up, and basically Jeff got into a car accident January of last year, and I'm saying this for our expert, Brian Burns. So, Brian, January of last year, this guy, according to the caller, Jeff, gets sideswiped. Ultimately, the person that hit him ended up getting a ticket. Fred Loya is the other guy's insurance. And the bottom line is this. They basically sent him a denial letter. He says the denial letter said something like, this is actually after he talked to Fred Loya. They said there's just too much evidence to actually believe that this whole thing isn't being put together. I mean, it was the most ridiculous thing I ever heard, if that's what they actually told him. But here's where the conversation went to. So the guy driving the car, from everything we know, had permission. So keep that in the back of your mind. He had permission to drive it. So if he did have permission to drive it, and Fred Loya's denying it, if you were going to take him to small claims court, it's $4,500, or even sue him in county court, whatever the case is or the venue is. Would you sue the owner of the vehicle or the driver? Now, both would be great, but ultimately I would think the insurance is going to be the one pressured, so I would sue if I could only choose one, I would sue the driver. In fact, I don't even see the reasoning for suing the other guy, just because I doubt he's got any money whatsoever. But just give us your thoughts on it.
Well, my original thought would be to sue the owner, because he's the one at least has a car and had insurance. We don't even know about the driver, do we? Does the driver even have insurance?
No, the driver doesn't have his own insurance. He was using the other guy's car. Yeah. And considering the other guy's car is Fred Loya, that's the only reason I'm putting this together, that there could be nothing to go after on the other side.
Well, there could be nothing to go. I think at least there's a sign of insurance on the owner's side. There's nothing on the driver's side. So I think I would go after the owner. I will tell you 90% of the time, I would say maybe even higher than that, auto insurance has permissive use coverage. Fred Loya, no guarantee of that. I mean, you're talking about, the very bottom rungs, in my opinion.
Yeah, but they're denying it. Jeff, tell us again, what did the denial letter say from Fred Loya? What was the reasoning?
Two reasons. Number one, that there was no police on scene at the time. It was all handled over the phone with the CSP.
Okay.
And number two, there was too much evidence against their driver. It sounded too fishy to them.
Sounds too fishy. But wait a minute. Are you saying the denial letter literally says it seems too fishy?
Not in those words. It says there's too much evidence against our driver is what it really says.
There's no way it says that. Not even Fred Loya's that stupid.
I would use that as one of the exhibits.
That would be the best example ever. And Brian, he says he's got video and everything of this. I mean, to me, it sounds like a slam dunk. It's only $4,500. You serve the owner of the vehicle, and he's going to bitch to Fred Loya. They're going to have to make a decision whether to pay the $4,500 or try to fight it in small claims court, where they're going to have to ask the judge to allow them to bring into an attorney. But even if they do bring in an attorney, it's still going to be very basic rules.
But what? Okay, can I ask you, why have you just turned it into your own insurance? Why wouldn't you do that?
He doesn't have that coverage. He's only got liability, and he's got uninsured. That's it. He doesn't have comp or collision.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. So that is your option. But yes, to answer the original question, in my opinion, I would go after the owner of the vehicle more than the driver.
Yeah, I don't think the driver means anything. Now, if they both lived in you know what? Interesting question. If they both did live in the same dwelling, could Fred Loya actually make the argument that they should have been listed on the policy?
Absolutely. Yeah, they could say he was an excluded driver in that case.
So you could almost screw yourself serving both of them. If they're in the same household. And I don't even, why am I even thinking that, Jeff? Did you mention they live together or what?
Yeah. They live together in the same place.
Geez, you might be lucky they have any coverage at all, huh, Bri?
Yeah, I think I would do exactly what you're doing. I'd go after him, probably the owner, because he's the one that has the insurance, but the chance of getting anything out of them, who knows? I don't know whether they have anything to sue for. I just don't know.
Brian, if we go out of this realm, Jeff, I'm not sure if you got any other questions for our expert, but I mean, it's everything I basically told you.
I have a question, Mark.
Go ahead, Bo.
So, at the beginning of this story, Jeff, you said that the Colorado State Patrol issued a ticket, but they didn't come on scene. How can a ticket be issued?
How did they issue the ticket, and how do you know they did?
The police report that I retrieved later indicates everything, names, addresses, and it shows that the driver of the vehicle was in fact issued a careless operation ticket.
I wonder how they do that after the fact. But
I'd like to know that. Brian, have you ever heard of that?
Yeah, I have not. I've never heard. I mean, I thought you had to be on scene for the ticket to be issued. I guess that's outside the insurance scope, but that's surprising to me too.
Not only is it outside the insurance scope, let me tell you this. There's been plenty of times on this show people have been issued tickets, and it has nothing to do with who's at fault for the accident. Nothing to do. The closest one I remember was only a few weeks ago, and we actually had the video where when the video came, the cops ended up ripping up the ticket they gave.
Yeah, the other driver got the ticket at the time of the accident, but then the guy who rolled his 4Runner 6 times sent us a video, and it clearly shows that he's the one at fault.
So, I mean, it happens. And, Brian, you know this. People argue 50-50 all the time, meaning neither insurance company does anything.
Yeah, well, then your own insurance is responsible for your own damage, which in this case wouldn't help him because he doesn't have insurance on the vehicle. So,
Jeff, you just got to take this guy to court, man. Just do it. Just take him. I do want to thank Brian Burns, the insurancehelpcenter.com, or go to compassinsurance.com. Brian, our rates are just going crazy on you. Are you seeing a lot of renewals on homeowners that are getting more out of control than ever?
The rates are still not going down at this point, although I'm seeing signs of some relief coming. I've seen that 2 insurance companies I've met with are filing for a rate decrease on the auto and a rate stable on the home. So if this year, I'm just telling you, if we get through this summer without major hailstorms, we're going to all see rates coming down a bit. I really believe that.
Wow, but if we see major hailstorms, it could be the complete opposite.
It could be the opposite.
We had hail just the other day.
Well, but insurance companies also have, as many people realize, they have changed a lot of policies where there's greater deductibles on the wind hail. So I just don't think insurance companies are going to get hit as hard. So if we just see in Colorado them break even this year, we should start to see them, more and more companies step back into wanting to write business. So,
I was talking to John Clace with CMG. I talk about them all the time, and they do a ton of lending, Brian. I mean, they do like $20 billion a month. They're the bank. They're not like just a broker. But one of the things he's told me that was incredible. People looking at buying their first house, forget about refi. I'm talking purchases, whether the first house or the fifth. The funny part about purchases now, once you calculate in Colorado the taxes and insurance, it is crazy how little spending power they have. Taxes have almost doubled in the state in the last 4 or 5 years. And then homeowners is, my God, it has probably, if you go, say, 2020 to now, how much higher do you think it is?
Oh, it's easily double. I really believe that. It's double. Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing carriers taking 20% every year over the last 5 years. At least there's some that take more than that. It has been a really rough last 5 years with insurance, specifically in Colorado, but obviously you see it in other parts of the country.
Our first house, and I'm not dating ourselves too much, but was 1993, right?
Pretty much.
Yeah, so 1993, a brand new house in Parker, Clark Farms, brand new house. Suzanne got to pick out all the colors and the carpet and all that crap. You know how much it was? $110,000. $110,000. I mean, our mortgage payment with insurance and everything, we only had 10% down. So, we owed basically $100,000. I mean, our mortgage payment was like $800. I mean, and we made, I bet back then we made maybe 50,000, maybe 60. I mean, you couldn't even there's people that can't even get an apartment in Colorado now for that.
Yeah, no,
it's horrible,
it's
Brian.
How much higher? Yeah, I know. I've got teenage and early 20s that are trying to buy homes, and it's just tough. It's tough to find anything out there.
It's crazy. Okay, hey, I appreciate that. Anybody wants a quote? In fact, I always forget to tell people this with Compass Insurance. Any insurance you can imagine, they can generally beat anything: motorcycle, RV, business insurance, workman's comp. Anything you can imagine except for health insurance, give these guys a call. They know what they're doing. They shop so many different companies for you, and they can save you money. 303-996-9000 or compassinsurance.com. Okay, give us a call, 303-713-8255. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back right after this.
Do you see Mark Szymanski's topic?
What's that?
At the bottom?
Yeah.
You got a 120.
Operation Tidal Wave.
Thanks for spending a little time with me. Always appreciate it. It does.
Mark Szymanski. Mark, I know you want to talk about fireproofing siding, but the first thing I'm going to ask you is, when are you going to have our house painted? I just hired these guys. They're going to come out and paint every single wall and ceiling in our house. And Suzanne has not been this excited. In fact, she just got a new car in the last week, and she already forgot about it. She wants the house painted.
It's coming soon. I know you're on the schedule. As soon as we finish this job right now, then we're going to be on to your house.
Talk about putting someone on the spot. Here's a sponsor. I just lay it out. When are you going to get mine done? Yeah. Listen, these guys painted my house, the exterior of our house years ago, and it still looks brand new. But what's going on with this fireproof siding, man? Who is it? Is it like a Hardy board? What is it?
Well, Mark, there's actually several manufacturers that we're going to talk about. We got Allure, we got Align, and then we have Hardy.
Nice.
So all three of those guys have fireproof siding, and you just had Brian on talking about insurance rates and such, and forest fires are a big deal here, and people losing their homes, unfortunately. Well, these sidings are getting more required by cities and counties because they're afraid of fire, as well as insurance companies.
Do they save you money like a hail-proof roof? If you have a good fire-rated siding, can that actually save you money on your homeowners?
I have not heard it saving money. I heard of people having troubles getting insurance unless they replace their siding.
Oh, that's even more important. Yeah, I mean, if you can't buy insurance in Colorado, you're absolutely crazy. Out of those three, the one most of us have heard of is that Hardy board. Are the other ones like less expensive but still just as good, or what do you think?
Yeah, so I think, Hardy is a premium product, and then you step down as far as cost, a little bit less on Align is your least cost, and then Allure is right in the middle there.
Are they impregnated with color, or are they actually painted? Because my understanding of Hardy, that's the one I know about. I mean, it's basically like cement. I mean, that's why it's fire rated, right?
Correct. And so is Allure. I'm sorry. Allure is the same. And both of those come pre-painted if you want it. It's actually costs less to have it installed pre-painted. And you get a 15-year warranty on both of them for your color. And then you got the Allure the Align. That product is a different type of manufacturing. It's some kind of glass poly, some words I can't even pronounce. And that comes with a lifetime coating on it. And it's also fire rated and hail-proof.
Hey, Mark, I appreciate the education on that. I want to tell everybody just a little bit about Mark. I have known Mark for at least 15 years. He has done numerous projects at our house. It's called Genesis Total Exteriors. They do stuff on the inside. They're painting our house, but I mean, they can remodel a bathroom. They do all that. But the genesis of the company, the beginning of it, was the siding outside, the roofing outside, decks, patios, you name it. These guys do all of it. You want someone you can trust. You're going to love Mark. You're going to love his crews. And if you're looking for that new deck or a fence, these are your folks. My money. Whoops, I'm looking at the wrong thing there. GenesisTotalExteriors.com, or give Mark a call, 303-679-8509 for all your products. 303-679-8509, GenesisTotalExteriors.com. Yeah, I know this one.
I don't know if you saw the email, and I don't know if you want me to do anything about it.
Let me see, baby.
I didn't send it to you. I just didn't know. I know you're not CC'd in it. I didn't know if they BCC'd you or something. Our motorcycle insurance is going up $80 a year. Do you want to deal with that?
In content, so fire it off. Say it again.
The motorcycle insurance is going up $80 a year.
Ours is?
Do you want to deal with that, or is that fine?
Just tell Brian if he just shop it.
I'll tell Lindsay here.
Or Lindsay, just say, hey, make sure you shop Safeco, and Progressive is generally always the cheapest on motorcycle. I can't believe it went up $80. I swear to God, I think it was $80. How much was it?
I don't know. She just said it's going up $80.
That could be almost double. Isn't that crazy? Mm-hmm. And we've never had any accident or any claim ever on our motorcycle, and not on any of our vehicles for a long time.
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
Insurance companies.
It's the little things in life.
Courtney.
Oh, Drew.
This spot makes me want to puke.
Fred Loya is horrible.
Do you find them a lot as well as Frank Azar? You guys hear about them a lot on the air?
Not Frank Azar, but we do hear a lot of Fred Loya BS.
Fred Loya, yeah. Frank Azar.
Now and then we get a complaint.
Hit or miss.
Usually it's they switch attorneys like multiple times, and they're just sick and tired of having to kind of re-explain everything going on.
I know when I had my accident, I called them and called a couple other people, but there was, because I had a semi-truck that basically cut off all the lanes, and when I turned, I had to avoid him, and so I went to the turn lane where he should have been. He had no turn signal, nothing. He was in the middle lane, turning over 2 lanes, going over on the house. It was 50-50 on the both gave us tickets. There was nobody to say it.
You were following too close.
Came over. That they claim, and they said no. They said that I tried to speed past him through the turn lane to beat him, and I said, "There's no way that was possible." But that's the thing is, what are you going to do?
10 seconds, guys.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
All right, Fix It 24/7. These are the guys, $39. They're going to come out. They're going to clean that air conditioner. If you haven't had it done, it's time to get it done. It's new customers only. And in fact, this hour is brought to you by them. And it's the real deal. They're going to tear apart that condenser outside. They're going to spray it down, clean it, and just make sure everything's good. They're going to slap a no breakdown guarantee on it. And they do all this so when something does break, like your water heater or your furnace, or you have an electrical issue in your house, or maybe a drain is clogged up, you're going to know who to call. Check them out at fixmyhome.com. That's fixmyhome.com. Gentlemen, any updates? I heard, Dimitri, you had something sitting in the hopper that was going to blow us away. You said it was one of the best outcomes for a car problem that we've had in a while. And car problems suck.
Yeah, not only is it a car problem, it involves a used engine and a used engine warranty. And to make matters even more complicated, the engine was swapped into this vehicle almost 3 years ago.
So when did they buy it? Tell me a little about the story.
So you may recall that March 24th, Alice called on behalf of her son Armando, who had a used car that approximately almost 3 years ago needed an engine. And so Armando had a used engine installed. It was an LKQ engine.
Good engine.
Yeah, and it came with a 3-year warranty. Now, for reasons that we don't need to get into right now, just in the interest of time, Armando had a very difficult time working with a company that had originally installed the used engine. And at this
doesn't LKQ actually handle it though outside? Like, in other words, or was he supposed to go back to the original people, or that didn't matter?
No, as it turned out. So I sent Kevin from Sheridan Autotech a copy of Armando's bill of sale and information on that engine, and Kevin told me that he can actually make a claim with LKQ.
Yeah, they're good.
Yeah, they're good, and he has a relationship with LKQ that he felt he could leverage to help Armando.
And for people out there, LKQ is basically like a gigantic salvage yard all around the country.
Yeah.
And so that engine, it might have been rebuilt, but generally through LKQ.
It was a rebuilt used engine.
They also sell used engines.
Yeah, this was
that they'll warranty as well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're a high-quality engine supplier. So anyway, over these past 3 years, this rebuilt used engine that Armando had developed all kinds of problems. It had a rear main leak seal. It had a front seal leak. It was just dripping oil all over the place. And to make matters worse, it then developed a head gasket failure.
Oh, there it is.
So the engine
money.
is kaput. That's it. So,
and the people he bought it from with that engine originally, they could care less at this point.
You know, it's not that they could care less. It's just that Armando wasn't the easiest guy to deal with.
He's pissed.
And so their relationship over the years deteriorated to the point where I thought, hey, let's just start all over with a trusted
Kevin
mechanic.
got involved.
And I knew Kevin has the patience for it. And so Armando, at Kevin's urging, had the vehicle towed into Sheridan Autotech. And this was about, I'd say, three and a half weeks ago or so. Well, I just got an update from Sheridan Autotech. And here's what they found out. LKQ has agreed to not only supply a replacement rebuilt engine,
Nice.
which they expect to have in about 3 weeks, but LKQ has also agreed to reimburse Armando for approximately $4,700 that Sheridan Autotech will charge to swap out the engines.
Oh, nice.
So this
So
turned
he's
out
going to
really
be out
well.
of he's going to be out of pocket zero or a very little.
Yeah, very little, if not even zero. And frankly, I was really surprised to hear that second part because I read the terms of the warranty that LKQ puts on
No
these
service.
engines. No, they do, but they cap it at like $60 or $80 an hour or something like that, which is just a fraction of what it would
So
actually
Kevin's
cost.
really stepping up too.
So,
Then.
well, no, Kevin, it seems like, I don't know if, I don't think that Kevin discounted his hourly rate, but it sounds to me like LKQ will cover the entire labor bill. For
That's
this.
nice. You know, people don't get that. I don't care if it's a good aftermarket warranty company. And there's some that are better than others. Personally, I'd never buy an aftermarket warranty, just wouldn't. But some of them do pay when needed. I mean, there's no doubt. You can't argue that everyone is a sham because that's simply not true. Some are. Some will do nothing but try to figure out how to just not pay. I mean, that's their
most
whole,
of them.
yeah, that's their whole goal in
That's
life.
most of them.
But the one they all have in common, 100%, man, is they cap that labor. So these guys, well, actually, this isn't a warranty company. It's the engine company. It's really nice they did that because you're right. Most of them are like, maybe even they say $100. The problem is you go to a dealership could be $250 an hour.
Oh, yeah.
You go to like Kevin. I'm not exactly sure where Kevin is, but I guarantee it's between 150 and 200, maybe even a little higher. That's just what it costs to operate a shop these days. It's not like they're outrageous. So for these guys to step up, that's awesome, man.
Yeah, I'm so impressed with LKQ. This is the first time I've worked, any kind of a case that involved them.
I used to buy stuff from them quite a bit.
Yeah, they have a great reputation, don't they?
Yeah, they're everywhere too. I mean, they're really a pretty big dog in that arena now. As far as the engines and stuff, I think they do. I've bought in transmissions from them for customers in the past, a lot of them. I just don't recall ever having any real bad issues with them.
Well, it worked out in this case, and huge thank you to Kevin at Sheridan Autotech for babysitting this warranty claim, and it turned out really well for everybody.
You know, I'm trying to think. The worst relationship I had back in the car business, as far as problems with a wholesaler, would probably be. I don't want to outright say it was junk, but I had a lot of problems with parts and us having to do the labor again because, we were parts and labor, was probably CarQuest. I don't think they're around anymore. But, man, we would just get like one alternator in after another and they're all dead. I mean, if I ordered it through Napa and got at least their mediocre line or their medium line, I'd just never have any issue like that. So there's definitely some cheap-ass parts out there, but I don't remember anything with LKQ ever going wrong, which is a good thing. Any other updates, sir?
Not right now.
Bo, you got anything in the hopper over there, sir?
Well, speaking of Kevin at Sheridan Autotech.
God, Kevin helps out on this show so much.
Yes.
He's a really good guy, Mark.
It's incredible. If you ever have a car problem, you need to call us here. Kevin gets involved. We've had a lot. We were just talking about warranties. We've had ones where the warranty gets denied because the shop doesn't quite know how to sell it or force it down the warranty. We'll get it over to Kevin, and he'll somehow get it covered. Go ahead, Bo.
Yeah, this call came in actually a long time ago on January 24th at 1:30. Tom was the host. Her name was Marie. This was an interesting case. Marie's son lives in Florida, and he was having trouble with the car.
Yeah.
And she was just really concerned about her son being ripped off.
How old's the kid?
I don't know. I think he was in his teens, maybe.
I got
Probably
you.
18, 19 years old.
So he's there like for college or something?
I believe so.
I got you.
So she was going to have the car towed from Florida.
To here?
To Colorado.
Oh, my God. I mean, that would cost like $50,000. Hold on, I got to take this break. I want to see where this is going. Don't tell me they did that.
It'll be a good tease.
Who wants something from the timeout?
I'm okay, thank you.
The time.
Hey, Mark, the Tesla payment, should that come out of Major Radio or my personal?
Radio.
Setting it up.
Major Radio.
Okay.
Write it off. There. Answered that one for you.
How you liking the new car so far?
Love it, yeah.
Did you see it?
No, I didn't see when I pulled in. I'll look when I come up, but we've talked quite a bit, Mark and I, about it.
On what?
On her new car. And I was just saying how she liked it.
It's red.
Yeah.
You can't miss
I think it's the best one. You know, the S series is nice, but for the SUVs, oof, the X is the way to go. Good job.
Rock scaling. You know, the smartest home loan you can get, it's a fluid line of credit. It's what Suzanne and I have on our house. You can borrow it. You can pay it down. It's good for 30 years. They can't take away the line of credit. It's basically a first deed, but it's a HELOC on your house. And all the money you keep in the bank, like in the checking account or savings account, offsets the mortgage. So if you only owe $200,000 on the line of credit and you happen to have $200,000 in cash sitting in there because maybe you have a small business that's got good cash flow, your loan is zero. You owe nothing on it. And it's one of the best loans out there. We've had it now 5 years. I love the access to the money if we need it. Now, if you just need a traditional loan, or if you're in the market right now for a reverse mortgage, and there's a lot of people out there that can benefit, CMG. Those are the guys I want to tell you about. In fact, John Clace, he's one of the guys down here in Colorado. CMG's all over the country. If you're listening to this on a podcast, they can do your loan, and they're the bank. There's no middlemen. These guys loan out like $20 billion with a B per month. No one can match their rates. So I want you to call them. I don't care who you've been talking to locally in town. Send over the paperwork. John's going to beat it. You're going to love it. 303-882-6679. And they're the only ones that I know that do that all in one loan. I don't know of anybody else that does it. 303-882-6679. Cash out, traditional mortgage, the all in one, reverse 303-882-6679 or partnerinlending.com. Excel Roofing. Do you realize they come out and do our gutters twice a year? They sold us the most beautiful roof you can ever imagine. It's synthetic, so it's not like slate, but it looks like slate. It's not wood. It's not asphalt. It's synthetic. It's fireproof, or pretty much the highest fire rating you can get. But more importantly, here in Colorado, it's hailproof. In fact, I am so comfortable with it. We've had it 4 or 5 years now. It looks brand new. Once again, it's synthetic. There's nothing really to wear down on it. And we've had a ton of hailstorms in 4 or 5 years. Absolutely zero damage to the roof. That allowed me to bring up that deductible on the roof off the wind and hail peril. And now our insurance actually got lowered because of this roof. It's an incredible product, but of course they can come out and check for any hail damage all the time. They do gutter cleaning. Right now they're also doing solar panel cleaning. Think of winter, think of all that snow that's built up. They got the best price out there. Check them out at excelroofing.com. These are the guys we all talk about. excelroofing.com. Did you guys see this video?
That's crazy.
Those guys lived.
Oh my gosh.
Look, that thing took flight.
That is amazing.
It took flight.
Goodness gracious. Wow.
They were trying to beat a 200 mile per hour
in a boat,
like the fastest thing ever on a lake or something.
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
Having that right when it starts taking flight.
165 miles an hour they went up airborne. And you know, once that thing lost the water, they're cooked.
Look at that.
Oh, wow.
Tell me they're not lucky as hell to be alive. The manufacturer of the boat, I saw an interview today, they had the manufacturer on. They said a lot of boats, remember, this is the guys that made the boat.
Of course.
They said a lot would fall apart, and if it fell apart, those guys would most likely be dead. But ours stays intact.
Wow.
And what's up with all these wackaloos right around
that? Yeah, I was about to say, they're lucky not to hit another boat. Oh my gosh.
Hi, Julie. This is Kelly with the Tom Martino Troubleshooter Show.
What's that?
I'm surprised that boat did not.
That's what the manufacturer was saying. It's like
at first I thought it hit something, but it just
it just got off.
Probably hit a wave or something.
Think a wave caused it, Jordan, or just going so fast?
Well, yeah, I think you just gotta have something to get you a little airborne, but those boats are so light to begin with.
So once it gets airborne, it won't stop.
Yeah, right.
It just keeps wanting to fly.
I was just shocked that they survived that. Though. That is a lot of fun.
Flying fish.
Dimitri, you are a coffee fan.
And I'm so happy with this flavored coffee.
You are?
I never would have thought of buying flavored coffee.
Oh, okay.
This is what kind do you have?
I brought it, Mark. I got it at Sam's Club because I thought, oh, maybe it'll be really tasty.
Oh, just
But my
hodgepodge.
taste issues, it's just not great for me.
Okay.
And so I brought it to the office thinking, oh, they'll enjoy it. And Dimitri's.
I'm addicted to it now. I'm going to start buying flavored coffee.
What is it? That Italian roast?
No, it's like mocha. What are the
This one is butter pecan.
butter? But there's no sugar.
Yeah, the other one was like vanilla liqueur or something, and then there's some mocha flavor.
Great.
So with a lot of cream, it's
I'm
just
glad
such a
you
good
love it.
combination.
Get your whipping cream in the fridge, Dimitri.
Oh yeah, fresh bottle today, organic heavy cream.
There we go.
I was tempted.
Butter pecan coffee.
Okay, Bo, question. You think pork is the devil's food, your sister says?
Oh yeah, that's what I tease.
I love
call it the
ribs.
devil's
I love
food.
ribs.
Oh,
You don't
God.
like pork? Any
I
of
just
it?
don't. I'm just afraid of pork.
You don't like bacon?
No, I don't like bacon.
I'm going to tell you something
I like
very
fried-
strange
I like
about your
steak.
sister.
Can we even have Bo as a deputy?
I'm going to tell you something about your sister that just doesn't seem right to me.
Oh.
I think one of her dogs has been missing for a long time.
Missing.
Yep.
What?
I heard from other people they've never seen this dog she talks about.
This top secret. I saw pictures. She sent me a picture of
The
her and
dog
Bo.
needs to be lifted up. She's like homebound.
She doesn't leave the house because of the dog, right?
The dog cannot get.
I'm starting to think there's no dog. She just doesn't want to leave the house.
I was there Saturday working on.
And the dog's there.
All three dogs are there. I'm
You
like
saw all three of them at the same time.
Absolutely.
What's your sister's name, Sherry?
Sherry.
Oh, top secret. Mark's razzing you.
Yeah.
She's like, what? On YouTube. She's like,
She's a prisoner in her house.
she's a prisoner in her own home because of her puppies.
I tried to get her out for Mexican food over the weekend. Her favorite Mexican
God,
place,
top
a brewery bar. She
secret.
wouldn't go.
Get out for a minute.
She wants to come in here as a common woman too, and I told her I'd drop her off here. I can't be gone for more than 2 hours.
Oh,
It's tough when
God.
you got dogs that are,
She loves the dog.
Exactly.
She loves the dog like I think she loves the dog more than she loves me.
Nah, you know, that's
probably-
how my dad is with his dog.
Yeah.
Our station.
All right, 303-713-8255. You've been ripped off or taken advantage of. We want to hear from you. Bo, I want you to finish that story for God's sake. And then Julie, I promise. Oh, here we go. Landscapers, it's that time of year. We're going to get to that. But Bo, go ahead and finish where we left off. Go.
Yes, okay. So, she was contemplating towing the car to Colorado.
Yeah, so she's
because
in Florida.
She was afraid of getting ripped off. And there's
You know what, Bo? I'm sorry. Do we always recap? I thought you would do that. The reason we do it is we just pick up new audience. So this woman lived in Florida. No, her kid was in
lived
Florida. And she wanted to tow her car to Colorado.
Her kid's car to Colorado because she was afraid her kid would get ripped off at a mechanic shop with the car repair. And there was something going on with the fuel injection or the intake manifold. It's been a while. I don't remember the details. So Kevin helped me zero in on some repair shop, Napa Repair Centers in
That he's affiliated with.
Yes, in Sanford, Florida.
Got it.
So I told Marie that I would call these mechanics and kind of vet them, kind of ask them the proper questions and look at the reviews. And then I told Marie, do not tow the car to Colorado.
Okay.
I think
let me intervene just for a second, then we'll finish it up. I cannot imagine there's someone out there that literally considered, instead of going to an auto repair shop or having their kids go to it, to tow a car from Florida to Colorado. Now listen, I'm not saying she's dumb. It's not my intent here, but she is definitely ignorant at the cost of towing or even shipping a car. Maybe what she meant was put it on a transport and get it here. But to literally tow a car from Florida would cost, let's just let's say what it. First of all, with the PUC license, I'm not even sure. I don't even know how that works going multi-state, but I assume you can do it.
Mark, it would probably cost in the tens of thousands to actually have a real tow truck.
Did she ever get a bid on it, Bo?
No, she was contemplating it, and I think once she figured it out, she
Thank God you got involved.
Yeah, so she found a mechanic. I vetted two of them out, and she did get the car repaired, and we saved the Troubleshooter Show, saved her thousands of dollars.
Wow.
From getting the car towed to Colorado.
What was the problem with it? Do you remember?
It had something to do with the fuel injection.
Okay, but it's all fixed and
It's
in
all
good
fixed.
shape. Man, 303-713-8255. Hey, Julie, what's going on with this landscaper?
Are you there?
Yeah, I hear you, Julie. What's going on?
Oh, I'm so sorry. So I hired a landscaper when I bought this house last fall or last summer. I had him scrape the yards, put in sprinkler system and sod. And right at the beginning, the sod was brown and brittle, and I kept complaining, and he kept telling me, no, I'll take care of it. Don't worry about it. So as late as September, I was texting him saying, hey, half of the sod is dying. The sprinkler heads aren't hitting where they need to, and he kept telling me he was going to fix everything. So
where are we at now? Just one big dead lawn?
Oh, so half of my lawn in the back is dead. He's blaming it on my dogs now, even though it's been like that. I had him come over on Monday to restart the system because I had paid him in the fall to blow it out.
What'd he say?
He went down and told me that I had somebody else work on it because there was no shut-off valve. And when he went out
hold on, Julie. Did you, between us, did you have someone else work on it?
No, because I trusted this person.
So, but what does he mean there's no shutoff valve? I've never heard of such. How do you turn it off for winter?
Exactly. Well, so what he had told me was the pipe was in the wall. He couldn't access it to put up a valve in, so he was going to take care of it on the outside.
Got it.
And so I had this weird configuration of PVC pipe for most of the summer and fall. And then I said, hey, are you going to do something with this? Because I know that it would freeze. And he said, oh, yeah. So I paid him to blow out the system, and that's what I thought he had done. So when he came over Monday, he told me that there had still been water in there and that it was cracked and needed to be repaired. And I said, well, wait a second. You said you had taken care of all this. And he, again, denied any of that, denied that the yard was a problem because he had put in substandard sod, and essentially told me we would just agree to part ways.
Okay, let's just go to the problem at hand, the sod itself.
Yeah.
I assume the sprinkler system, is it operating now or no?
No.
And he's saying he's not going to do it because he claims you modified it or you did something to it.
Yeah, that I had somebody else work on
What's this guy's name? Who is it? What's the company
name? His name's Tyler Hornbeck, and he's out of Greeley.
Say it again, Tyler Hornbeck.
Tyler Hornbeck, yeah. And when I went on Facebook to write a complaint, I found all kinds of other people who've been scammed by this gentleman and can't get repairs.
So, but just to be clear, right now, he is not turning it back on or getting it running properly, realigning the heads. He's not doing anything with the sod.
Right.
All based upon this. One, your dogs killed the sod. And two, you had someone else come out and modify the sprinkler system.
According to him, yes.
According to him, but you absolutely did not.
No, I haven't. And my older daughter and her wife live with me, so they can attest that no one else has worked on this. And
all right, hold on. Kelly, get the phone number to Hornbach. Get the phone number, see if we can get him on. I'd like to quiz him about what's going on here. We're going to find out. We're going to get to the bottom of this story. I'm going to put a deputy on it if everything is true. And we're going to try to at least get her sprinkler system done. What are your thoughts? And I'd like to know from Dimitri, and I'd like to know from Bo. I'd like to know your thoughts, though. And Suzanne, we've had dogs forever. When it comes to sod and dogs, can the dogs take out half the backyard? Hold on. Maybe if you had that big red dog. We had a Doberman that took a shit one time.
Well, that's good.
It was this long.
Thank you for sharing.
It ate one of my knee-high socks. It passed all the way through them and came out in one big chunk. I've never been so amazed. I didn't realize it was a sock at first.
Did you take a picture of it, Mark? Since you're so
Are
amazed.
you wearing that sock right now, Mark?
Yeah, that's right.
Yes.
That would be more impressive.
You wearing that sock?
Okay, Mark's claim form.
Genesis Total Exteriors. I'm telling you right now, you've been wanting that deck, that gazebo. It is time to call up Mark and the gang. Also, you need that house painted. New siding. We talked with Mark the first hour today about hardy board and these high fire rated sidings for your house. You got to call these guys. Anything on the outside. We've had Mark do so many things to our house. They're coming out and painting our entire interior. Suzanne went over it with their color coordinator. How'd you like that anyhow? Did you like her?
I love the process and the experience. I'm super comfortable and confident.
So
now,
Mark sent this gal out that sat down with Suzanne. They went through every wall, guys. They went through our dining room where we've got like crown molding and stuff, and we're painting some of that. And it's just crazy. Everything's getting painted. But the attention to detail that I've noticed from Mark in the past is why I continue to use them. Anything you need on the outside of your house, and of course on the inside, maybe you're getting a basement done or a bathroom, give Genesis Total Exteriors a call. 303-679-8509. Absolutely wonderful people. 303-679-8509. You'll love his deck crew too. If you're looking for that new deck or just need repairs, you're going to be very, very happy. Genesis Total Exteriors, Red Rocks Roof and Solar. I always say this, Brooke has a knack for finding money. If there's grant money out there, she can find it. If you've got a commercial project, we've had a bunch of listeners actually get free solar systems after the grant money kicks in free. In fact, some of them got 120% of the cost of the system. Now, if you have a solar system and whoever you used is out of business, because that happens all the time, Brooke and the gang can fix everything. Everybody that works for Red Rocks RS is in-house. Their repair crew, their installation crew, their sales crew. You're going to deal with Brooke and you're going to deal with her people. In fact, if you get a new solar system from her and they don't get it connected at the exact date they tell you, they're going to pay your electric bill till it's ready to go. Check them out, redrocksrs.com. Simple as that, redrocksrs.com. I can't wait for this props to Joe Lazzara.
That's got to be a fun
Hey, make sure we keep on that Joe Lazzara call, please. I want to find out, was it a DUI? I want to find out what it was, for real. A lot of people don't call up with props to a criminal defense attorney.
So Fred Boya's letter said that the evidence against our insured is so overwhelming.
I don't believe it. Fucking
that we don't believe it because it's so overwhelming.
You know what?
We cannot comprehend
If
this.
that was a real letter, we should put that up. Because that would be the best. And listen, you could apply that to any situation.
How about a bank robbery that's videotaped by security cameras?
First of all, Joe Lazzara would be up there going, Your Honor, listen, with all this evidence, it's evident there is no way my client did it.
Because it's unbelievable.
It's too overwhelming.
It's overwhelming.
It's unbelievably conclusive. When was the last time you had
God,
such a
Dimitri,
clear-cut
that's
case
funny.
of murder?
Seriously.
It doesn't happen.
DNA, shmene.
Yes.
Holy shit. I don't believe that letter.
No, I know it doesn't exist. I said, so I even asked the guy, I said, is that exactly what it says? He goes, no.
Right. Yeah, I remember that, Mark.
I bet if we read it, we would read it entirely different, and we would have never extracted what he did out of that piece of information. Yeah. I probably should have went down that rabbit hole a little further, but I asked him, that's what it says, huh?
I don't believe they issued a citation either without being on scene.
Hey, Kathy, please hold, because I really want to hear those props to Joe. I love Joe. but you're not going to be coming up next. I got to finish up with the landscaper. Then I promise you're up, okay? Thank you. Joe will appreciate it, too. Hold on. And by the way, what happened? Did you murder someone? She says the evidence was so overwhelming against me.
The jury didn't believe it could be real.
I've never been arrested, but I'm working on it. Then I'm going to call Joe.
The day is young.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think of something that, wouldn't be embarrassing, be a good story.
Larceny.
Get me in jail for a night. Just a night.
Notching the belt.
A little break from reality.
Get a tattoo of it,
Yeah, get a little prison tat while I'm in there.
That's right.
Little prison tat.
Teardrop on your arm.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Get a teardrop on your
It's
face.
in the wrong place, yeah.
Jesus. Don't put it under your nose, though.
Did you guys ever watch Orange is the New Black?
I've seen a few episodes of
That
it.
first season was so good.
It is hilarious.
Or back in the day, there was one called Oz, which was a men's
I
prison.
didn't see that one, no.
That was badass. HBO.
I don't want to see anything so depressing and terrifying.
Yeah. I mean, 60 Days In, I don't know if you ever watched that TV show. But it's
What is it?
60 Days In, they take normal people like teachers, police officers, just regular people that think they want to go through the prison.
Why?
For 60 days because they just want to
Who the
prove
hell
it.
would want to do that?
So they go in, yes,
Like a
so what are you
vacation?
talking about? So
A
they go in for
staycation.
60 days and nobody knows. The prisoners aren't supposed to know and nobody really knows the guards. And just crazy crap happens. And then people tap out, of course, and all this. But yeah, it's just terrifying.
Wait, real?
Real
What
prison,
kind of a
real-
prison would agree?
Yeah, a lot of them get these are prisons that find that they have corrupt COs. They have a lot of contraband, so it's a good way for them to get really nice installed camera systems all through their whole prison because then they leave the cameras there for them. But the cameras are always recording, doing weird stuff.
That's the benefit to the prison.
I believe.
Tonight from 6 to 9 on 630 KHOW, Denver's talk station.
Jordan Piano in studio with us was just telling us about one of his favorite shows. And that show is called what, Jordan?
60 Days In.
60 Days In. So these prisons will take someone in for 60 days. I see so many liability issues with just that.
Yep.
I don't even know what to think about. But where this conversation arrived from, and Julie, I promise we're going back to that landscaper. I'm just up against the hour, but just hold on. Here's what drove me crazy. Here's where we got there. Dimitri started laughing out loud in the middle of the break. And I said, what's so funny? He goes, that one guy, the more I think about that Fred Loya letter. And what did the guy say the Fred Loya letter from last hour said?
According to the caller, he said that the insurance claim was denied because Fred Loya wrote in a letter that the evidence you presented against our insured is so overwhelming.
It's too damning.
It's too damning that we don't even believe it because it's too conclusive.
So we started talking. You could take that letter and you could use that letter anywhere. You could apply that to anything in the world. Your Honor, there is no way my client robbed that bank. It's on video. You have his DNA. He had the money in his own suitcase. There is no way with all that evidence that could be true.
It's just too unbelievable.
It's too unbelievable. We rest. Defense rests. I mean, think about that. It is. We had this one caller years ago. It was a landscaper, and that made me think with Julie. The landscaper was Luna, and he had a clause at the bottom of his contract. Someone sent me the Luna clause recently. I'm going to look for it. I think I'm going to find it. I think Mike Thomas sent it to me. The Luna clause. When I read this to you and show you guys the Luna clause, this will go to prove you can't put anything in a contract and expect it to hold up. And this was real. This guy literally put the Luna clause in his contract. Julie, I promise you're next, and Kathy's got props for Joe Lazzari. He's one of the best attorneys I know. And then Patrick has a comment. Everybody hold tight.
Oh, you're holding.
Yeah, tell her to please hold. Tell her the reason I didn't go to her is I just simply had a minute and a half. If I can find this Luna clause, and I think I can, it is the craziest shit you have ever heard. I swear to God, I thought that was Mike sent it to me. Luna clause.
I can see if I have it, but I doubt it.
You might have sent it. No, I thought it was Mike. Oh my God, you got to see it on the invoice. It is so real, it's scary. I thought it was Mike, but maybe not.
No, I don't see it. It's not saved here.
Maybe it was someone on YouTube.
Possibly.
The fucking Luna Claus. Do you have the Luna Claus? Dang it, someone... Oh, Deputy Dan sent it to me. I know exactly. It'll be right in my text. Dan, where is he? Miller.
I loved Deputy Dan.
Dan, I'll tell you.
Is he a good guy?
Here it is. Not only is it the Luna Clause, it's the actual agreement. Okay, you ready for the Luna Clause?
I've heard it, but let's say it again.
Okay.
Luna says.
Okay. Please note, this contract can be terminated at any given time by Luna or management if there are any altercations that are considered unacceptable, such as discrimination, any type, verbal or physical abuse towards owners, managers, or workers of Luna, or if client change his mind without notice, and if he or she refuses material Luna use. At the time of breaking contact, that deposit the client given will be lost to Luna. If client homeowner or Luna decides to break contract, the percent of money deposit given to Luna will not be returned. No exceptions. Thank you, Luna.
I can't go number
Thank you.
two
Very
anymore.
nice one. Thank you. That is the official Luna Clause. Yes, Kelly.
I don't know if it's on the call screener, but I put up a note. Julie is a teacher and she has to get back to her class by 1:20.
Okay. She's up first no matter what. The fucking Luna Clause.
I did call the landscaper. I left a message. He didn't answer.
Okay. I would love to fucking, I'd love to get a copy of that Fred Loyal letter. Especially if it's real. This whole Luna Clause is literally his contract. There it is. Look at that. That's the whole contract.
Is it all typewritten out?
Yeah, at least it's
Can you
typed.
send
He
it
says
texted?
thank you. Well, it's nice to deal with polite people.
So what happened? Like, it had something to do with, like materials, like they were going to build a retaining wall. This is an example out of stone, and Luna used brick. And Luna said, right here, it doesn't matter because you must accept Luna material. Doesn't matter what it is. How do you argue with that? And then I'm yelling at him on air, and basically he goes, no, Luna contracts say that. And they sent me over to the contract, and the fucking Luna contract said that. And I'm like, well, you can't just make shit up. You can't say I'm selling you stone in the base of the contract, and then at the very bottom have a gotcha.
I got you. Luna used styrofoam for retaining wall.
I like how he says, if Luna break contract, any money you give Luna, Luna keep.
Luna keep.
That's the best.
I want to call him tomorrow. I need some yard work done.
Luna keep.
Luna.
If you break contact, Luna keep money.
Yeah, think about that. It literally says that. If either you or Luna break contract, Luna keep money. So that means Luna gets half down and goes, I break contract. Look at Luna Clause.
Yeah. And I thank you.
I thank you for that $5,000.
Luna happy.
Luna
keep money.
Luna move on to next person.
Was he in Colorado, Denver, Mark? Luna?
I don't know where he was. Let me see the address of the client. Yeah, Dan heard me laughing about the Luna Clause recently and said, I still have that somewhere. 2020, that's how old this damn thing is. The zip code is 80215. I don't know. Lakewood. It's in Lakewood.
Yeah, it's near me. What's the name of his company? Luna Landscaping?
Luna Landscaping and Construction.
Here, let me see your phone real quick. They want me to hold up the your phone.
Oh, Luna say.
With the claws.
Yeah, Luna say. Luna say any material.
not gonna get
Luna
much out
builds
of it,
you
guys.
garage out of hay.
Shoot, he's right by Federal Heating.
I thought it was a
He's still in
steel
business.
building. You not read Luna clause. You don't like Luna material. You forfeit all money.
You go now.
He's still in
You go
business.
now. I keep money.
Luna.
He's still in business.
So Deputy Dan and Tom got into it one time, and it was the most awkward shit. Suzanne and I were there, and we were both like, okay, we're going to just shut the fuck up.
Really?
Oh, you can't really see it. Sorry, guys. That
No,
wasn't
nothing
great.
to do.
Sorry. I
Tom
could
was
put it
like,
on Discord.
I like the Luna clause.
I could put it on Discord if you want, top secret.
So it was all wadded up, but Deputy Dan found it. That was from a call in 422. Oh, my God. Basically a year ago, 2020.
He's got a 1-star rating and he's still in business.
I'm going to send this to. Is he
Where's
still in business?
Discord? I'll put it on Discord, you guys.
I'm going to read. I'm going to read part of it on the air.
Don't be calling him.
Let's see. How do I get? Oh,
Hey, you
here.
got to give it to the guy for trying to cover every base.
I do. I kind of admire the terms of the contract. For him.
My favorite's the whole. If Luna cancel, too bad.
Yeah, Luna keep money.
Top secret
And then
says.
if you say anything prejudice, he said, or
Top
something.
secret says, Bo, Luna was one of my tenants. I wonder if it was him. He was a douche.
Oh, fuck. I forgot.
10 seconds, guys.
You guys had a
That's fun. Enter it now at khow.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
All right, folks, 303-713-8255, 303 Martino. I've got good news for everybody out there. We're going to go back to this landscaping call immediately. This poor woman's a teacher, but it brought up something during the break. The Luna clause. Wait till you hear the clause in this landscaper's contract from a call many moons ago. But back to Julie. Julie had a landscaper come out. He installed a sprinkler system. He put sod in. Bam, bam. He goes to restart the sprinkler system in the last, Julie? The last couple weeks?
Yeah, no, this week actually.
This week, and he says, hey, you had someone else out here working on it, and I'm not going to do anything for it. Meantime, the sod he installed's all dead, and he's blaming it on the dog, and then he's blaming the sprinkler system on somebody that didn't do anything. He's the one that installed it, right?
Exactly.
Kelly, you called over to this guy. What did this guy have to say?
It just went to voicemail. I left him a message.
Is it at least a normal voicemail, like you've reached landscaping company?
No.
It's what?
It's an automated voicemail.
Oh, man, does this guy have a phone? Did you give the phone number, Julie, to Kelly?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, Lord, that's it. So do you think he's going to call back based upon what you know of him, Julie?
No, I've had a contact with several other people over the last week that this is what he does. He does substandard work.
What's the guy's name again? Give me the guy's
His name is Tyler Hornbeck.
What's the company name?
Hornbeck Landscaping. It's situated in Greeley.
Hornbeck, B-A-C-K, right?
Yes.
Landscaping.
No,
Did you find it, Bo?
I got the phone number. Can I verify it with you?
Well, hold on. What is the phone number, Julie? You give us the right one, and you tell me if that's what you got, Bo. Go ahead. Or Kelly, you got it up. What is it?
I do. 970
970
966
966
5665.
5665. Listen, folks listening.
That's correct.
Our YouTubers, our listeners, our podcast, even if it's a couple days later, please give this guy a call and say, why are you blaming everything on your customer? The sod is dead. In fact, I want to ask everybody really quick. I mean, he's blaming the sod on the dogs. I have put sod on in our Parker house. We did the sod front and back. In our Castle Rock house, we did, I think, I think we did front and back too there, right?
Yeah.
Did we ever have any problems? We had a Doberman at the time, the size of a small cat.
Yeah,
Cattle.
I mean, female urine will make burn spots, but that was it.
Is this whole thing dead, or are we talking some urine spots from the acidity?
No, it's like it's about half dead.
Can you send us a picture of it, Julie? I want to do some free
I
advertising for this guy when it comes to sod.
Yeah, I absolutely will, and I've been after him since he first put it in because I used to do.
Do you have correspondence or text back and forth that you can provide showing that you reached out to him?
Text messages, yes.
Okay, listen, I want to build a case against him, Julie. So listen, I'm going to put you on hold. I want to see the pictures of it, and I want to see the correspondence dating back and the original invoice if you have it. And we're just going to keep going after this guy till he does something. I mean, I don't understand why he would basically come out and go, you had someone else look at this or do something, so I'm no longer going to touch it. Especially if we have correspondence going, hey, the sprinkler system's not working. The sod is dying. This is Hornback Landscaping. I would appreciate if you were nice when you call. In fact, that's it. The reason I do this is I want you to give him a real review. This helps owners. This will help Mr. Hornback understand that people are talking about. I mean, he doesn't want that. He wants to make this right. I can feel it. I can feel it in my gut. Hornback wants to make this right. 970-966-5665. Just ask him. Give him a real review. I want to get those pictures. And tomorrow, we're going to post the pictures of Hornback. I'm trying to think of a good name, but I'm gonna watch where I'm going. Hornback Landscaping.
He may actually call back.
They did. Put him on.
No. I said he may actually call back.
Well, I hope he does, but according to her, there's numerous people that have left him messages.
Well, I understand, but I left a very interesting message for him to call me for a different purpose.
Oh, you did a sneaky sneak.
Uh-huh.
Kelly doing the sneaky sneak. You know, one time, Deputy Dan, we were talking about Deputy Dan in the Luna clause. I'm going to read that in a second after I go to Kathy because I promised her I'd get to her. And then Patrick's got a comment. We do have two lines open, 303-713-8255, 303 Martino. But, so the Luna clause I just keep thinking about. But we had one. We pulled a Kelly. I'll call it a Kelly now. So Deputy Dan and I, in fact, this one's still on Facebook. It's the video of us. We had a cement guy. He was going around to people doing driveways, and he was taking money down. Now it's not Joey. We got Joey, and we got him thrown in jail. This was another guy and his son. And all I remember is in the video, I called his home the Turdmobile because he lived in this 1974 Rambler. And him and his kid were meth heads, basically. And they ripped all these people off, and he'd never come on air, would never answer the phone once he knew who you were. So I called from a different phone, and we randomly picked a place in Greenwood Village for him to come out and give us an estimate. Just random. So me and Dan show up out of there like we're the homeowners. We're just basically standing on the sidewalk. We have no association or know nothing about it. So they get out of the Turdmobile. This thing was it was like a rolling meth lab. I mean, I'll just put it for what it is. And what scared the hell out of me after I start doing my thing in front of him, like, why'd you rip him off? Why'd you do this? All of a sudden, the shade opens in the back of this RV. So I'm yelling at the old man, not yelling at him. I'm like, you'll never call us back. We've gotten 4 people on you. You've taken $22,000 over the last 6 weeks, and you haven't showed up to one job. All of a sudden, this shade opens in the back, and this head's it's like some kind of creature, like from the Black Lagoon or something. Then I start hearing, like he's walking down this tin can. And when I say this thing was old and a piece of crap, I can't even, the worst RV you've ever seen on the side of the road in Denver, this would make look good, okay? The front door opens, and this kid comes out. And I say kid, he's in his 20s, but he was this guy's kid. And he's absolutely insane. He runs up and smacks the camera out of Dan's hands, which, by the way, was my phone, so I was pretty irritated at this point. So we're all yelling. I'm like, oh, my God, this is escalating so fast. I can't believe it. So the dad actually calmed down the kid. I mean, it was evident the kid's tweaking. I mean, his eyes are coming together. The guy's nuts. He's absolutely insane. And we end the video. And the end of the video, I think literally on there, you can see the camera kind of flying out, but you can still hear the audio going on. And we had the cops coming. They took off in the Turdmobile, and my understanding is they made it, this was in the tech center, or this was in I think it was Greenwood Village. And they end up in Aurora. They got basically pulled over, and my understanding is they haven't been back in the state since. So we at least chased them the hell out of here. And I really do think they have not come back to Colorado. And I don't know if they had charges pending for what happened with Deputy Dan and I and them assaulting us. It was all on video. When I say assault, they literally smacked the camera out of them. So that was that.
That's unacceptable behavior, Mark.
Oh, my God. If you saw this meth head crack kid, in fact, can you actually be hooked on meth and crack at the same time?
Yeah,
is that
not?
possible?
Why not?
I mean, seriously, has anybody known a meth/crackhead?
It's nice to hear a really good tweaker story once in a while, Mark.
A good tweaker story. Hey, Patrick, what is your comment? Oh, Kathy, I am so sorry. Kathy's got props to one of my favorite, this always sounds bad when you say it, but my favorite criminal defense attorney, Joe Lazzara. I have known Joe for so many years. He is the best guy out there. Kathy, how did Joe help you?
Hi, Mark. Thanks so much for taking my call. My husband and I are loyal listeners, and that's how we got on to Joe Lazzara.
Love him.
We had need in a real kind of an urgent matter. We needed his services, and it was late, close of day, and late in the week. He actually spoke with us. We gave him a retainer. We ended up headed to court, and then the whole thing was dismissed.
Oh,
The
wow.
thing that I was so impressed about is he returned almost half of the retainer.
And he got you guys, however you want to look at it, all the charges dropped.
Yes.
So what's funny, Kathy, when I've actually had people go, it doesn't matter who you know. I swear to God, people that don't understand our legal system, it means everything. If there's I can say this, if there's some dick that no one likes, like literally no one likes, what happens is the judges don't like that defense attorney. The DAs don't like them. They don't think anything good about them. You don't want to hire that person. You want to hire somebody like Joe that for over 20 years has established relationships with every judge, every DA, every DA's office, and he can do better for you than anybody. And Kathy, I think that's what happened here.
Yeah. Well, thanks. I mean, thanks
you
to your show.
Yeah.
That we heard about it.
Well, and I
we're
really
so
appreciate
grateful.
that.
Thank you.
Kathy, I do appreciate it. And people really, I mean, Dimitri, did you know that? You've heard me do those spots.
Yeah, and it would be great to get Joe to join us in the studio one day to tell us some really fun stories from his job.
I usually get him in, what do you think, Suzanne? Maybe twice a year?
If we're lucky. He's a busy guy.
I love when he comes on right around between Thanksgiving and New Year's.
Because of the DUI season?
Because of the DUI, because a lot of people out there, think of what you will, they have no idea how to react to an officer that is either stopping you at a checkpoint or one that pulls you over because your tail light's out and asks if you've been drinking. A lot of people have no idea what to answer. Let's say you were at Applebee's and you had a beer, or you were out at a steakhouse and you had a glass of wine. It freaks people out. They have no idea what to say. And when we have them on, you'll find out what to say. But if you say the wrong thing, they can go through your entire car. They can do all kinds of things if you open the door to it. 303-713-8255. Patrick, you're next on the show.
Pregnant.
It would be good to have him on. I never met him.
I have all kinds of questions for him.
Yeah.
Oh, Joe is such a smart guy. Art of Granite. The Art of Granite, Mitch Floria is the owner. You know, he came over to this country. Man, it's probably been about 30 years. I forget what year, but I want to say it was like 2000. Maybe 1995, came over with $300 from Romania, $300 in his pocket. Can you imagine the cojones it takes to up and leave your family and move to America? I mean, I love the story. Of course, he's a citizen and he did it the right way, and he's married and he's got 2 great kids. And I kind of telling you a little bit about him is because when I talk about people, not only do we talk about their company, but I want you to understand who we're talking about, and that's Mitch Floria. And he is the best fabricator I have ever seen when it comes to granite or quartz or any kind of countertop. And I love the way he does business. He has done so many different rooms in our house now. He's done 3 bathrooms. He just finished our main bathroom, our master bathroom. And he's done our laundry room and part of our kitchen. And Suzanne picks out the stone. And if he doesn't have the exact slate you want, whether it's quartz or whatever it is, granite, you can use his wholesale account at any of these big places and go down there where they just have football fields of these slates and pick out what you want and pay the wholesale. He makes all his money on the fabrication. He's the best at it. He is so good at what he does. He can actually give you an estimate right over the phone. Maybe you've been thinking, oh, I think that's going to be too much to redo our kitchen. You might be completely wrong. This guy will save you money. He's going to do a better job than anybody I know. And if you do want new cabinets, he's got those and a line of sinks. Go to theartofgranite.com. THE, theartofgranite.com. Call Mitch up. Talk to him. You're going to be so happy. And by the way, if you get your kitchen done right now, this is a deal, a real deal. You get the bathroom for free. Maybe you have that kitchen, that bathroom off to the side of it. You get them both done just for the price of the kitchen. Theartofgranite.com.
On your guys' trip, are you guys flying down there again, or are you guys driving?
Where?
To you said Nashville, right?
Oh, yeah, we're flying.
Fine, yeah.
Metallica.
I know, he was telling me, that's awesome. How fun.
Yeah, I'm going
at
to
the Grand Opry.
Please do. Yeah, you're kind of behind a little bit. Brian Burns, it looks like he's canceling Wednesday, so I don't know what I do about that.
Oh, that sucks.
His wife has shingles.
That sucks even more.
He's got to get her to the doctor. He's like, I can try to come in afterwards. I just don't know how
well, you'll
long
be here
I'm
for
going to be.
Fuller too, right? You guys? Of course.
Yep. But hang on, Bo, did I put you on? If not, I'm putting you on.
And then Doc, maybe?
Doc will be in Wednesday.
You want me to invite a moving company owner that I know? He owns a huge...
I'd want to get him at least...
Mayflower.
Oh, you mean
To talk about all the fraudulent freight
I have Bo on the schedule.
No,
too.
Susan, I got a dentist appointment Wednesday morning. I might not be in. I can come in.
That cop's coming in Monday, right?
Yeah, for 2 hours.
That's going to be good.
From 12 to 2.
I'm going to have to go listen to that one.
You want to send me his info? Do you want to do that or not?
Have the mover on?
I don't know if Brian's showing up. That's the other thing, though. He may very well get wife home and come here. I don't know. I told him I'd let him know if I fill it, but don't feel obligated.
He'd be so perfect with Fuller just
I know.
because of the insurance. Is he saying he definitely can?
I wonder if I can try to switch Brad and Brian. I'll first ask Brian.
How about, well, even, honestly, we haven't had one of our other agencies in for a while. That might be a good call. Whoever's been on the longest.
All right,
I'd love to have an
with
insurance
Dan.
person.
All right, let me get with Dan. Insurance group.
It just meshes perfectly. I got to think about your question.
Oh, yeah, it's just whenever you have...
Who do you have coming in Monday?
It's not Johnson, right?
No, Bueller Mayflower.
Yeah.
With about 200 trucks.
Um,
Big national company.
For the host.
Yes, it's going to be Marco Benanelli and D.
And he can talk about the scams. He's not going to be on here. I don't mind saying who he is and why he knows what he's talking about.
D is having a. I told you this.
I like it. I like
retired
it.
Aurora.
When do you think you'd have him?
Whenever
I heard that.
You can
Okay.
submit some dates then whenever you have time.
Well, I would say Wednesday because of what we're talking about now.
Like the day after tomorrow?
Yeah, let us, you know what, let me see what she figures out.
How about I send Suze his cell number?
Perfect.
Let me see. Where is this guy?
Reference it with moving scans.
Yep.
His name is D. His last name is
Damn, the movie guy.
I had him in a few years ago.
Florida State Senator leaves Democrat Party. Did you see the sit-in they had at the Capitol?
Which
Yeah, some of the Democrats over the weekend.
Insurrection.
12 people. Cory Booker and 11 people.
12 insurrectionists.
12 people. I memean, wouldn't you be embarrassed? 12 people?
Yeah, that's not much.
I had more show up for a fucking kid's birthday when they turned 1.
Kid's birthday.
The Luna Claus.
Top Secret's going to check Lisa. She thinks that Luna may have been one of our tenants years ago. It's close to where his business is.
Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
All right, 303-713-8255. 1956, that's when K&H Home Solutions started. KHWindows.com. They have Alpin windows now. You got a nice house up in Vail or Aspen, and you want the best high-performance, super insulating, custom-crafted, thermally efficient windows or doors. You got to check out Alpin. And K&H is one of their main distributors. But check them out at khwindows.com. They also have a beautiful line of windows, of course, from different manufacturers besides Alpin. But everything's durability, energy efficient, custom fits, low to no maintenance. You get the idea. Also, the diamond coat siding, absolutely beautiful. Provia entry doors, 20 gauge steel. Most other doors are made from 26. But call them up. Check them out. KHWindows.com. 303-713-8255. Now, Patrick has a comment. Patrick, you own a landscaping company or what?
It's an irrigation company, and then I used to work for an organic lawn care company for a long time.
Cool. What is your comment on Julie's issue? And Julie was the one that called up, and we're helping her in the background. Basically, she had a sprinkler system put in, new sod put in, and the sod is half dead. We're going to get pictures of it and see it for ourselves. But the other thing that happened is the guy who installed all this stuff came to turn the sprinklers on this year because he's the one that turned them off last year for her. I think that was part of the purchase thing. And he said, well, this thing's all messed up. There's nothing I can do because apparently you've had someone else try to do something. And she says no one else has touched it. Go ahead, Patrick.
Well, I just don't understand how someone else came over there before the sprinklers got turned on, number one. Number two.
Yeah, or why? Yeah, of course.
Where is the shutoff? Because when you properly blow out a sprinkler system, you have to back blow it through a drain. And if you don't, then yeah, things are going to break outside. But another thing is...
Well, hold on. Here's what they said. And this, I didn't quite dig into it, but we're going to get pictures of this as well. When he installed it, apparently... I have no idea why. I honestly don't, but he didn't want to go through her drywall. So he installed some kind of hodgepodge of PVC pipe and other pipes on the outside of the house. Something crazy. I have no idea, but we're going to get pictures of it.
Well, the thing is if you can't back blow the system back through the house or back through a stop and waste, which is the ones that are in the ground, 6 feet, then the water's going to be in the system. You haven't blown it out correctly. And so, but the other thing is that's bothering me is that there's PVC above the ground.
Yeah, it's crazy.
That's not code. That is not code.
Yeah.
You can't do that.
Well, a lot of people simply...
I have a landscaping lot.
Patrick, I get it. You do things right, but there's a lot of people that simply don't do things right, man.
Well, I mean, the most important part of a blowout is back blowing it through a drain.
Yeah.
and not leaving any water in the backflow. You can leave water in the ground and it won't freeze typically.
Yeah.
But you gotta blow out the water above ground, but you can't use PVC. That just shows right there what a clown this guy
I'm
is.
going to be so curious to see these pictures, and we're going to be talking about this guy tomorrow. I'm going to see the pictures. We're going to get them up on our YouTube channel, but I really do appreciate that, Patrick. Now, speaking of landscapers, and I'll hop back to the phones, I got to read this Luna clause. We had a person call up, and they had a horrible time with the construction company. And the name of the company, I'm looking at the contract. This goes back to April 22nd, 2020. Luna Landscaping and Construction, LLC service contract. That's what's at the top. Now, what's amazing, and I have quoted the Luna clause so many times over the years, I'm just going to read it to you. It's not that long, and I'm going to read it to you verbatim. This is at the end of the contract. So the client signs, and then Luna signs, that's the guy's last name, at the bottom of the contract. This goes back to Luna did not do what the contract says. The contract literally spells out what he's going to do. Luna did not do what the contract says. But when the client complained to Luna, Luna pointed out the Luna clause at the end of the contract, which I'm staring at. It's unbelievable. In fact, people are going to think I'm making it up. It says, please note, this contract can be terminated at any given time by Luna or management if there are any alterations that are considered unacceptable, such as discrimination, any type of verbal or physical abuse towards Luna or workers of Luna, or if the client changed mind without prior notice, and if he or she refuses the material Luna use. So if you order a stone retaining wall and Luna wants to use brick, or if Luna wants to use mud, you better accept it, because you are giving up your right to not use what Luna wants to do. I digress. Let me finish. At the time of breaking the contract, deposit that client given will be lost in his entire. If client, I love this last. This is the last sentence.
Yeah, this is the best.
This is the best. If client / homeowner or Luna decide to break contract, the percent of money deposit giving to Luna will not be returned, no exceptions. Thank you. So think about this.
That's awesome.
If client, homeowner, or Luna decides to break the contract, so the guy that wrote the contract decides to break the contract, the guy that wrote it, Luna, gets to keep all your money. You don't even have to break it. Luna can break and do it. This is literally a real thing. So when you hear us talk about the Luna agreement, where this comes from is you can't simply put anything in a contract. I can't write a contract to anybody in this room that I'm going to fix your car, but I can use whatever I want to fix it. I can use whatever time frame I want. I can use whatever parts. In fact, I can consider your car fixed if I look at it. And that's at the bottom of the contract. So then when you pick your car up, and I've literally done nothing to it, I point to the major clause and say right there at the bottom, you agreed if I looked at your car, then it's fixed. So I get to keep all your money.
Right. Well, Mark, let's not gloss over an important fact in that document that you just read.
Yes.
It ends with a thank you, which is a good, polite, proper way of doing business.
Luna, very polite. Luna polite. It sounds like La La Bricketer. Luna polite. All right, who's up next? Let's see here. Question on jury duty. Hey, what's your question, Kenny, on jury duty?
Well, my son's 20 years old, and he went to, or got a notice for jury duty about a month ago. He filled out the thing online, said, I'm in school full time, I can't be there. Then they sent back a letter, okay, you can only have one excuse, and now you got to come June 30th. Well, he's already going to be at a town on vacation and a family reunion and a wedding.
Ouch.
I mean, how do I straighten this out?
Well, you mean how does he straighten it out? But I understand your question. How does he? Honestly, I'd want to ask Joe Lazzara. I mean, I don't know. Does anybody here, are you experts at getting out of jury duty? I don't know how it works. Hey, Kelly, can we try to get Lazzara on? I would like to ask him. Tell him it's a real quick jury duty question. I didn't even know the one excuse. Did you guys know that?
No.
I've heard that before.
I've heard one excuse.
Have you guys ever been called?
Oh, yeah.
Yes. I have.
Hold on, Kenny. We're going to try to get somebody up. And then Bob LEM, hold on. I have lived in Douglas County since 1993. 93. I have not been summoned for jury duty one single time in over 30 years. I'm convinced I'm on a list.
Your name is on a list.
I think I've been blackballed.
Yeah, I think you've been blacklisted.
30 years. Now, why would I be blacklisted? I have no criminal, nothing I'll talk about. No, I'm kidding. I have no, seriously, I have no convictions. God, that even sounds weird. Hold on, everybody.
But anyway, he'd get dismissed.
You would probably.
Think about it, though. One time, my daughter was on a jury when she turned 18.
Well, remember me? I was on for the highway patrol guy that got hit by a truck and killed 5 or 6 years ago.
Oh, did you make it through all the way? That's the thing is, I think most of the ones you get are not going to be the exciting ones that you
that one was interesting.
Yeah.
Like stealing a hairdryer at Target.
Oh,
I bet.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I was on a jury.
Do you need any of these phone numbers, Mark?
In Denver.
You good?
I loved it.
I think it'd be interesting to see the process.
Yeah, I'd like to.
I got called once, but then they give you your names and numbers, and then they send on the phone. Nope, you're okay.
Yeah, I got to dress up.
Yeah.
Go to the courthouse, and I got a free lunch.
Yeah,
got a free lunch. Yeah.
Okay, hold on. You know, I love Excel Roofing. I have done business with them for coming up on 15 years. Jay and Henry Bratz, they're absolutely the best out there. I love this about them, too, and it doesn't matter who you are. You do not pay a cent until you're content. Think about that. And if you ever had second thoughts and they haven't started the roof or delivered materials, they'll let you out of a contract. I don't know any roofers that do it. Don't go with these door knockers. Go with someone that has been in Colorado for a long time. People that we trust. People that work the entire front range from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins. These guys are good people. And once again, remember, don't pay up front to any roofer. Call up Excel, whether it's a cash sale. Maybe you don't have insurance coverage. If you want a good price, you call Excel Roofing. You want the best roof, you call Excel Roofing. You want a hail-proof roof, you call Excel Roofing. I think you get the idea. Don't be fooled by anybody else. ExcelRoofing.com. That's ExcelRoofing.com. Discount Bath. How about this? DiscountBath.com. Quality remodels at discount prices. These guys are so upfront and transparent with the pricing. You can have them out, of course, for a free consultation. Maybe you just want that old tub turned into a walk-in shower, a low threshold. Maybe you want the entire tub removed, have the shower redone, and make the closet bigger. Maybe you want to move the toilet. It doesn't matter what you want done. They can do a very basic job or something that's crazy, but they do it at discount prices. In fact, they're one of our bathroom experts. We have them on the show all the time. They can do a partial bathroom, a complete bathroom. You can save money, get the best work out there. Check them out, discountbath.com. Here's something else they do that's cool. You go on there, look at the bottom of their webpage on the right. You can actually take a little video of your current bathroom and say, hey, I want some ideas, or hey, how much to do this? They'll tell you right there over the phone or in a quote in your email without even coming out, or you can have them out. Discountbath.com. Chris and the gang are great. Now, let's talk about Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. You can put it all together. A lot of people talk retirement. These guys, 40 years of helping people. They talk about the safety. They talk about income and growth. They can actually help you with taxes, Social Security. They can help optimize your benefits. They can talk about Medicare and different supplements. They can talk about long-term care, estate planning. They are there to hold your hand through your working self to your retirement self. It's a family approach, over 40 years of excellence down there. 970-663-3211. Please give them a call. 970-663-3211. Maybe you have a business you want to pass on to your kids and you don't know quite how to structure it. rpcenter.com. RP as in retirement planning, center.com. Any luck with Lazera?
Somebody, I don't know if you want to say this on the air.
Go ahead, Kelly. I didn't hear you.
So I'm texting Dan Kaplis.
Oh, okay. But so you couldn't get Joe, is what you're telling me.
He's in court. Yes.
Got it. Suzanne, what were you saying? What are they saying?
I'm confused.
I know.
I don't know if you want to give this advice on the air.
What is it?
An idea. He said, give an address to another county and you will get out of jury duty every time. And I was like, oof, that's an idea. And he says, yep, always works and never had to show proof. But I don't know if you want to say that on the air.
Yeah, I don't.
I looked online. In Jefferson County, you can request a postponement of your service. So if he's going on vacation.
Forever?
No, you still have to serve, but you can get a postponement.
Yeah, but he already got one postponement.
No, you can do another one.
Okay.
And a postponement in addition to an excuse. But you have to call and tell them.
Can you use the Luna clause, though? Mark say no jury duty.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, apparently you didn't see the Luna clause.
It also says if you're a full-time student, that's a reason to get out of it.
I think he is a full-time student.
We should ask him. It's online.
He is.
Okay, well then read that when you come back. And that's the county he's in?
Well,
He didn't
I
say
just
what
looked
county.
up Jefferson.
Okay.
I looked up Denver.
What'd you find in Denver?
I didn't find a policy. I just saw the online form you can fill out to request a postponement.
Got it.
A current
Didn't publish a policy.
current school schedule or admission of paperwork is required to prove you're a full-time student.
We got to bring Jordan on too.
Yeah, I'll get
a little chit chat with him.
As soon as we're
Some
done with this
smooches
landscape,
and,
we'll finish up with him.
Yeah, if he says calls him, says it's full-time. A Luna clause for jury duty.
I'm on an unsubscribe rampage right now.
Are you?
I am sick of it.
I'm
Oh,
always
my God.
afraid when I do that. I'm just getting okey-doked, and they know I'm a human.
Yep, that's what happens.
Okey doked. You get a lot of crap on email.
Picture right at Done Right Home Improvements. DRHI.com.
All right, Paul, the Waterman, waterpros.net. He's got a system right now that was $2,500. Now it's only $1,995, less than $2,000 for probably, arguably, the best water softener out there. It's a computerized model. It's unbelievable. It'll actually treat your entire house, not just one or two showers. But think about it. Better water, softer water. It's better for your skin. It's better for your pipes. It's just better. We got a system from him. My goodness, Suzanne, what was it? Maybe 2 years ago?
I don't a year and a half, something like that.
First
I
of
love
all,
it.
talk about maintenance free. We got to add a little bit of salt to it, maybe once every 6 months. But other than that, it's maintenance free. It works perfectly. Suzanne loves how her skin feels and her hair and all that. And honestly, I was only happy with the price. I got prices from 2 or 3 other companies. Paul was half the price. Check them out at waterpros.net. Waterpros.net. Now, I want to take this comment real quick on, who is it? Who's on 2? Isn't that our guy? Hey, Bob, LEM, what's going on, man? Hey, Bob? I don't know what happened to Bob. I guess we'll just say hasta la vista, Bob. All right. Hey, Kenny, back to you on jury duty. We found a couple things out. One, I couldn't get Joe Lazare on, but we're actually texting another attorney. But Bo found something interesting online. What county is this that your kid has jury duty in that he's trying to postponed because he's going on vacation?
Weld County.
Well,
okay. Is your son, is he a
Full-time.
full-time student or part-time?
Full time.
Well, I just looked on Google. It says if you have a current school schedule showing that you're a full-time student, you can get excused from jury service.
Has he tried that? Has he said he's a full-time
well, I
student?
meant he's not a student in the summertime. But
Well, I don't think summer would
that's
count.
another thing. He's going to go back to Kansas and work for my family on the farm for 3 months. He's not even going to be here.
I think.
Tell him he's moving out of state for the summer.
Yeah, why wouldn't you say he's moving out of state then?
Good point.
If he literally is, I'm not saying don't lie. Because, Kenny, you started this, he was going on vacation. Now he's moving out of state to work for the uncle, which I don't care about, but don't get into it with the judge like that.
Right. Well, it's both. He's going to go back there to work.
Sounds
for
like the
summer.
Luna Clause. No,
and
seriously,
there's also
Kenny.
a wedding, and there's also a family reunion, and they're all going to have
keep the family reunion and vacation out of it, and call up and say, "Hey, I'm moving to go work in wherever."
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I would do.
I thought they can't say, well, you can't go out of state and work because you got jury duty. They can't do that.
No, but he's not even going to be living here. That's what you got to tell him. He's literally not going to be in the state. Don't frame it like you started as a vacation. And we are still. Kelly, did you reach out to Dan Kaplis?
I did. He hasn't gotten back to me yet.
Okay, and then we also reached out to Joe Lazara. So
did.
listen, man, we'll get an update on it and even talk tomorrow if we're on the right page. But to me, it sounds right. I mean, what Bo read about, if you're a full-time student, you don't have to go. So we're going to find out. So, in fact, Kelly, grab his information. When we find out 100% affirmatively from one of our attorneys, we'll go from there. I do want to say I have never been chosen in 30 years. I said that before, not one time. Dimitri, have you ever been called?
Yeah, I get those jury duty notifications every couple of years, and I was actually in a jury about 6, 7, maybe 8 years ago in Denver.
That's absolutely incredible. Now, I want to talk to Jordan Chiano. We talked with your dad early this morning. We were running different numbers, but on these annuities you guys sell, and folks out there, listen, there's bad annuities out there. There's no doubt about it. In fact, we were talking about one during our financial show. Listen to this. You want to hear a bad annuity? This guy bought an annuity 20 years ago, Jordan?
20 years ago.
20 years ago. $60,000. Guess what it's worth right now? The guy's not, it's crazy. In fact, I hate to even ask you to guess, but give a guess.
Okay, well, 300. Based on the context of how you presented this story, I would say it's worth $67,500.
That would be generous.
That would be generous. It was
$62,000
after 20 years.
It was a fixed annuity, meaning it was like 0.001% each year. $2,000 in 20 years. Worst annuity I've ever heard about, besides ones where if you do die, basically your kin doesn't get anything.
It's sad to see what's out there. That's why these products that we're talking about have not only startup bonuses for anybody who gets in there, they get a 15% bonus. That's working with them, guaranteed, but working with them day one in the market. So that means that they get the gains when the market's up, but when the market comes down or crashes, they get to lock those in. I mean, right now, S&P 500 is still at a negative 6% from year to date.
Yep.
People are
You
upset.
wouldn't have lost anything.
You wouldn't have lost
But
anything.
if the S&P was up 12%, what would happen?
You get those gains.
You participate in it. So it goes up, notches in, doesn't go down. Listen, I say this all the time. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. But think about this. Guaranteed money when you retire. I always use the example now. I love using the 50-year-old example, but my favorite's the 22-year-old. $10,000, you buy an annuity at 22, it's worth over $1 million at 65. And at 70, it's probably $1.5 million or something crazy. Think of leaving your grandson or your kids at, bam, $1 million when you retire. You're dead in the grave, and they can actually, you're sitting there going, wow, my grandfather, God, that'd be so weird talking about your grandfather when you are a grandfather. I mean, that's nuts.
It is.
But think of a legacy along those lines.
That is. That's the thing. It's a language of love.
It
You're
is.
able to leave something behind to carry that legacy, that torch forward. And this is what people need to know: is just having your money in areas that you don't have to ride the roller coaster anymore.
And then
Get the
with
benefits.
having the long-term care where that payment each month doubles. And when I say you get that payment for the rest of your life, the second you turn that on, doesn't matter if you turn it on at 60 or 80, whatever it's built to, you get a certain amount of money till the day you die, even if you live to be 120, God bless you. But if you need long-term care, and almost all of us at some point, if you live long enough, will, it doubles. So think about that. That could actually go to pay for someone coming into your house or just long-term care at a facility.
That's right. That's
It's important, but it's guaranteed money. I'm not saying you don't have other stuff that might grow faster or go down faster, but think of a guaranteed check in that mailbox. Everybody hold tight.
Yay! I'm good.
All right.
What is Fuller 303-597-4500? John Fuller, Fuller Law, his personal injury attorney. He's helped Susanna and I out twice. You know, both times he got us every cent the other person had in insurance. Literally every cent. I think one time was $50,000. I think they were both $50,000. He got us max on them. Absolutely unbelievable. Then after he recouped all this money, he went to the hospitals, the ER, the ambulance, the chiropractor, all these people we used to get better, and actually negotiated all the bills down to put more money in our pocket. That's the kind of attorney you want. You want John Fuller. He fills in for Tom and I when we're not here on the show, and you're just going to love him. Here's the bottom line. Put the number in your phone right now, because when you do get hit, you want to call that other insurance company. The at-fault driver's insurance company is going to try to reach out to you. You don't want to talk to him. You want to talk to John Fuller. 303-597-4500. He'll guide you through the entire case to the final moment, just like a quarterback or a coach. 303-597-4500. Fix it 24/7 or fixmyhome.com. They have a deal going on right now, which is crazy. Actually, they have two deals. One, for $49, they'll come out to your house if you have a sump pump, and they're going to clean the sump pump. Think of how long that thing has sat in your basement. You might not even know you have a sump pump, but the bottom line is, if you have a basement, you most likely have a sump pump, and it's probably never been cleaned. They're going to come out, pull it apart, clean it, make sure it's operating right, put it back together for $49. If you've never done it, you better do it. If you did it 5 or 6 years ago, you better do it. Now, the air conditioning special, they're going to come out, they're going to clean that condenser outside. Think of all the snow and hail and dirt and wind and all that dust that's gotten in there over the years. My goodness, it's outside. We're in Colorado. If you're in Castle Rock where that wind blows 24/7, call these guys. They're going to clean it. They're going to spray it down. You're going to love it. $39. $39. That's new customers only. They want to prove to you what a great deal they're going to give you. Then in the future, if something breaks down like your furnace or your water heater and you need help, you know who to call. Fixmyhome.com to schedule the $49 sump pump deal or the $39 AC deal. Fixmyhome.com.
Oh, yeah. I'll just have to start an OnlyFans so I can make up that extra $800 a month.
Okay, do I have any in-house left? I don't think so.
I thought you had one more.
I might.
I think Renew Home.
Renew. I'll do it. Chris. No, Renew is Nick, right?
Yeah. Nick Fox. Fox.
Sing it, Kels.
That hate us so much.
That was still one of the funniest calls.
Oh, it was great.
only to be surpassed when Tom and I got threatened to, by the guy, and we had
Bomb
to.
threat?
No,
Oh,
the guy that wanted to come down and shoot us.
Oh, yeah,
So-
yeah. That
And
one.
then, Tim Spence said,
There were so many.
we have no obligation to protect you
yes.
because you're not an employee. Okay.
Good old Timothy.
I'm not going to have time to get to Bob.
Gotcha.
Oh, Bob.
God, look at them. They knew they were airborne.
Oh, yeah.
I wonder if they're thinking, well, that's that.
Did they break the record, though? They hit 200 something.
Yeah. Did they get the trophy?
Yeah, at least 205, 209.
In the air.
Yeah,
If you're not
true.
touching the
Yeah.
water, does it count?
Good point. They landed back.
Oh, that sounds horrible. Competing for best screech. Oh, why would anybody do that?
Gosh, the festivals and competitions. Reach stuff out there.
I quit eye therapy. My doctor's kind of upset with me, but I'm like, I don't want to go. I understand.
Kelly, you might as well tell LEM I'm just
tested
out of time.
Positive for macular degeneration or whatever. But, just
He's a good guy.
taking my vitamin A, taking everything that I need, taking the stupid Bausch Preservision or whatever the fuck.
You guys ever watch Cheech and Chong?
I don't need to go to eye therapy.
You've never watched it?
No,
Oh,
I've
the
seen one,
original
yeah.
is so
It was
funny.
free because it was a freaking grant.
Cheech and Chong Up in Smoke.
How
That's
many,
the
how many are
most-
there? There's was it like 4? Or?
Hey, Rob,
Easily
can you
free.
call
Yeah, I
in
was like,
tomorrow?
I know I've only seen like 1.
That's the
and
most
give your,
acid
we're
I
running
ever
out of
seen
time.
anybody
Yeah,
do.
it's the song, though.
Man, that's a really good
He goes,
shit, man.
the cop's pulling him over, and he looks at his buddy and goes,
yeah.
oh, eat that real
Yeah,
quick,
for
because the
sure.
cop's pulling him over.
Eat
And then the guy eats, and he goes, no,
Okay,
wait, not that.
Yeah.
Don't eat that. Ooh, that's the most acid I ever seen anybody eat.
Yeah.
Jordan, did you guys pack him in at your last seminar at the theater?
We did, yeah. We had them packed all the way. So same thing. Just it's amazing that those movie events really pull in.
Filled them up?
Fill them up. So we're excited to see, I think May.
Missing ingredient is you. Join me each day of the work week starting at 2 here on 630 KHAL.
All right, listen, we do this day in and day out. Tell your neighbors you've been ripped off or taken advantage of. 303 Martino. And you can email us at any time, help@troubleshooter.com. And that 303 Martino works on the air or off the air. If we're not on or if the lines are busy, you can leave a message. One of us will reach out. We've got deputies to help all the time to the tune of over $300 million in cash, merchandise, exchanges, refunds. Marco Bendinelli will join us tomorrow. Looking forward to that. I have not caught up with Marco in a little bit. I mean, like literally, I don't think he's been in, but he's a really good attorney. You're going to like him. Some of the cases, some of the medical stuff he's done, we'll talk about. Really good guy. But Jordan Chiano with MyMoneyMyWay.com, we were talking about that annuity, $10,000, and all of a sudden the grandkid or the kid goes to retire, they got over $1 million. Yeah, and I love the fact it's guaranteed. I love the fact, too, it can actually grow over the years. The longer you keep it, the more money you make, and it can never go down. Guaranteed money. Really, give these guys a call with any questions. 303-779-6600. MyMoneyMyWay.com. Thank you, Suzanne, Kelly, Dragon, Mr. Dimitri, Bo, everybody. Have a good day. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
Follow Tom Martino at Real Tom Martino and stay connected with all of us at 630 KHAL, KHAL.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. This is Denver's talk station, 630 KHAL.
Beat.
the spring cleaning rush. Book now for the best carpet cleaning ever with ZeroResDenver.com and save money. I know it's the best because I've tried the rest, and no other carpet cleaning comes close. No soaps, chemicals, or residue. It'll even take out the stuff left from old cleanings. Now starting at just $114 for 3 rooms and $75 off duct cleaning. Yes, they do ducts, tile, upholstery, and drapes, and almost any flat surface in your home. ZeroRes uses only super purified, softened, alkaline water. The best cleaning agent in nature. Your carpets dry faster, stay clean longer. And my carpets don't just look cleaner, they feel cleaner too. Safe for kids, safe for pets, safe for you. ZeroResDenver.com. 303-471-5150. You won't find a better time. 3 rooms, $114, $75 off duct cleaning. And get everything else cleaned you want with ZeroResDenver.com. Book now, 471-5150.
When something makes you say, what?
Social Security accounts belonging to people listed over 120 years old.
When something makes you say, why?
$8 million for making mice transgender.
When someone makes you say, who?
No one likes violence, but sometimes violence is necessary.
When you want to talk about it.
Oh, this is just crazy.
The where is here. Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeart Radio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. The White House is touting the administration's crackdown on illegal migrants as President Trump marks 100 days in office tomorrow. ABC's Karen Travers with details.
Tom Homan, the border czar, said that they're very pleased so far with their efforts on deportations. He said at the briefing that they have had 139,000 deportations so far. He's happy with that number, but of course, this is an effort that they say will be ongoing and continue to be quite robust.
An FA-18 fighter jet rolled off the side of an aircraft carrier and sunk to the bottom of the Red Sea, the Navy said today. One sailor sustained minor injuries. Another also survived. Both the jet and the tow tractor went overboard. In Florida, authorities are still trying to determine exactly what caused last night's deadly collision between 2 vessels off Clearwater. 1 person was killed, 10 others injured when a boat ran into a ferry vessel carrying 45 people. That boat, police say, left the scene and was later identified. This is ABC News. Russia's President Vladimir Putin announced a temporary ceasefire for 3 days in May against Ukraine, coinciding with the 80th anniversary of V-Day, the Soviet victory over Nazi Germany. The U.S., though, lukewarm on the idea, with President Trump working to finalize a ceasefire deal. Ukraine's foreign minister also speaking out, saying Ukraine is calling for the 30-day ceasefire it's already agreed to, and questioning why the wait to pause fighting. ABC's Tom Sufi Burrich has more.
I think that is the case which Ukraine and the Europeans are putting to the Trump administration, saying, yes, there needs to be a deal, but let's get a ceasefire in place, a long ceasefire. And the other key question is whether or not a ceasefire announced by Russia will actually be adhered to.
Power slowly being restored in Spain and Portugal after a massive outage in Europe. Electricity knocked out for millions in the middle of the day, causing disruptions, including on mass transit. The cause of that outage, not yet known. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Drugs and weapons were seized after federal agencies raided an underground nightclub in Colorado Springs early Sunday. Over 100 illegal immigrants are facing deportation. About a dozen active duty service members working security at the club were also arrested. Attorney General Pam Bondi spoke with Fox about what was happening in the club when it came to illegal activity.
You would go in, security would give you a menu of drugs. Cocaine, there's something new called pink cocaine, meth. You could go in a bathroom stall, get that. There was prostitution, all these things going on.
Bondi says that President Trump's directive to make America safe again is achieving results. A man has died following an early Sunday shooting in Aurora. Police were called to the area of East Mississippi and South Chambers just after 2 a.m. 2 wounded men were taken to the hospital. One of them died from his injuries. Police are still working to identify and arrest a suspect. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Starting on the northeast end of town through Commerce City, we've got a stall on I-270 eastbound approaching Vasquez with a right lane block. Stop and go back from I-76, adding about 10 minutes to your commute. Heading west, the 6th Avenue westbound off-ramp to southbound Wadsworth is blocked by a crash. All lanes blocked. Detours are suggested. At 25 north and southbound, no major complaints through the metro area. With traffic, on Mark Swan.
This week on Red Pilled America, we travel back to the dawn of the 16th century to uncover the roots of what it really means to be an American. You think you know the story? Think again. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you listen to podcasts. That's Red Pilled America.
Let's talk about your hair. But first, talk about my hair. Many of you know I have great hair, and that's because of Advanced Hair. I'm living proof that their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results. It's not magic, but close to it. They put your hair where you need it the most, and bam, it grows. That's science. Advanced Hair has it all. Top-rated Dr. Tanya Pauls, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair regrowing the very next day. Advanced Hair guarantees your hair to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation now. I'll get you $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. This is an incredible offer for a limited time. Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver and has changed the lives of tens of thousands of people, including me. Now it's your turn. 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR, or go online to advancedhair.com.
Denver's talk station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Green. That's green. Enter it now at khow.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
I'm about to rock your world.
For those we need to talk. About to talk. We talk. This is Ryan Schuling Live on Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Last night, Brian, what they did, during the Biden administration, they received 170 911 calls to that club alone. That club we were just watching, 170 calls. Wouldn't you think that would have been a red flag? Nothing happened. Guns, shootings, ag batteries, nothing happened. So under Donald Trump, DEA, FBI, U.S. Marshals, ATF, ICE, everyone went in together. DEA led this investigation, went in, got 115 illegal immigrants, aliens in our country, arrested them, 2 with warrants, 12 guns seized. So what would happen in this club is you would go in, security would give you a menu of drugs. Cocaine, there's something new called pink cocaine, meth, you could go in a bathroom stall, get that, there was prostitution, all these things going on. And we just now identified a member of Sinaloa cartel was also in there.
Attorney General Pam Bondi, speaking to Brian Kilmeade of Fox News, Shannon Scott joking that his invitation was lost in the mail. Because you know where that took place? Right down I-25, Colorado Springs. This is what we are dealing with at ground zero of the criminal illegal alien crisis in this state, border to border, wall to wall. From New Mexico to Wyoming, from Utah to Kansas, and all points in between, because we have designated ourselves with a vacancy sign known as a sanctuary state, and within that, a sanctuary city in Denver. And the illegals coming into this country, I'm not even going to call them illegal immigrants anymore. We have to draw a clear, distinct, bright, red line. We need to capitalize, italicize, underline, highlight the fact that these individuals came into this country illegally. They have no right to be here. They have no documentation. But you don't just call them undocumented immigrants. Immigrants, that alone right there, that terminology, that nomenclature, insults those who do come to this country legally as immigrants. Like Greg Lopez's parents, like my mother, like my grandparents, like many of you, at one point, your ancestors came here as immigrants, wanting to assimilate to this country and culture, to learn our language. That's another topic for today. Shelve that one for the moment, but it's important. Learn English, become American, wave the American flag, pledge allegiance to that flag, pay taxes, earn an honest living. That is not what is happening at this underground speakeasy club in Colorado Springs. This, according to libs of TikTok, of course, a must follow on X. Over 100 illegals arrested in a DEA sting operation targeting an illegal underground nightclub in Colorado Springs. The DEA says there was drug trafficking, prostitution, crimes of violence, and weapons seized. Wonder if that new gun law that would go into effect of August of next year would have any impact on whether those illegal firearms would have been obtained by the people in that building. Of course it would not. That's a rhetorical question. Continuing now, over a dozen active duty military members were working as armed security or attending the club. Members of Tren de Aragua, MS-13, and Hells Angels were attending the club. Michael Bennett, forever out of touch in this state when he is in this state, which is rare, and Rob Dawson asked him about that. Remember, his feathers got ruffled at that question. Senator Bennett, candidate for governor in this state and the presumptive favorite to be our next governor, posted the following on Facebook. Quote, I am committed to addressing the threats posed by illegal drugs and firearms. I'm closely monitoring the details of the arrest to ensure we protect Colorado families and uphold due process for those detained. That last part tells you all you need to know about this guy. Uphold due process for those detained? What due process did they adhere to coming here in the first place? None? They have no legal right to be here. Bye, you're gone. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Go right to the border. I have zero sympathy. None. I don't care. I know Dan Kaplis and Sheriff Steve Reeves might be better guys than I am. That's fine. And they want to have kind of an open mind and an open heart about people that might happen to be here illegally. You don't happen to be here illegally. You come here illegally by choice. You could come here legally or illegally. You choose to roll the dice. You come here illegally. I'm sorry. I have zero sympathy for you. You skip the line. For those who are coming here legally, and you will meet no stronger supporter of legal immigration than yours truly, so I don't want to hear the xenophobic crap as a son of an immigrant. Don't want to hear it. And as I told you time and again, those who feel strongest about this issue generally are first-generation Americans whose parents came here legally as immigrants, like Greg Lopez, like so many others. Why are Marco Rubio and Ted Cruz Republicans? Why are so many Cuban Americans conservative Republicans, especially in Florida, where they are mainly populated? Because they know there are rules and a process for doing things and coming here, but it's worth it to escape communist dictatorship oppression. But that's not who's coming here, and those are not the reasons that they are coming here. If they were, they'd be adjudicated, going through the proper channels of filing for asylum and making those claims. That's not what's happening here. So you ask yourself the question, why are they coming here illegally? Everybody's got a sob story. Couldn't do it legally because XYZ don't care. Does that excuse fly with any other law you might break in this country, especially one as big as our international border and our immigration laws? I say again, if that's the first act that you make upon entering this country is to defy, ignore, disrespect our immigration laws, what incentive or motive do you have to follow any other laws on our books? You just got away with a really big one. No sympathy. Leave. Bye. Go. Gone. Due process. This is that key phrase. You don't get due process if you broke the law to come here. I can't believe I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. You don't have a right to due process. If you didn't properly file an asylum claim and you're caught, you're caught. And you got me. And you leave. If I went to any other country on earth, I'm an American. I'm an American citizen. I don't hold citizenship in any other country. I do have a legal passport, but I still have to go through the proper channels of transporting myself to any other country. And if I was in any other country, illegally, unbeknownst to the government of said country, insert any country there. And they found me. And they said, Ryan, you're an American. You didn't come here the right way. You got to go. What is my argument? I don't have one. I have to leave. I am sick of going around in circles on this issue. It is stupid. There's a clear answer here. And leave it to Tom Homan to lay it down for exactly what it is and exactly what the Trump administration is doing. I want to go through all of his comments here, and I might just have time to do it. I certainly have the motivation. Caroline Leavitt, though, started things off by announcing this Trump executive order on Monday, and this is big.
Today, we kick off 100-day week with a focus on the president's historic effort to secure our southern border. Later this afternoon, President Trump will sign an executive order on law and order and another executive order on sanctuary cities. The first EO will strengthen and unleash America's law enforcement to pursue criminals and protect innocent citizens. The second EO is centered around protecting American communities from criminal aliens, and it will direct the Attorney General and Secretary of Homeland Security to publish a list of state and local jurisdictions that obstruct the enforcement of federal immigration laws. After these are signed, the president will have signed more than 140 executive orders already, rapidly approaching the total number signed by the Biden administration over the course of 4 years in office.
But President Trump was not done yet. This one is really big.
And then the third executive order, which actually speaks to the heart of your question earlier about the Uber drivers, will be a order directing the Department of Transportation to include English literacy tests for our truckers. This is a big problem in the trucking community that, unless you're in that community, you might not know. But there's a lot of communication problems between truckers on the road with federal officials and local officials as well, which obviously is a public safety risk. So we're going to ensure that our truckers, who are the backbone of our economy, are all able to speak English. That's a very common sense policy in the United States of America. So the president will be signing that later this afternoon.
One of the key elements in that fiery crash that happened on I-70 some time ago now, that resulted in the burning deaths of 5 people. And that was the one where Polis had sweet nothings whispered into his ear by Kim Kardashian, and he, by fiat, reduced the sentence of the offending driver. The offending driver was not proficient in English, was not properly licensed, was hired under the table, was paid probably a cut wage because of that. Companies should be punished for this too, and that's where, in my opinion, capitalist law comes in. They prosecute these cases. They sue these companies hiring such drivers who are not qualified or capable of driving on American roads and reading our American signs, which are in English. As he was coming out of the mountains, this fool burned through his brakes. They were gone. There are runaway trunk ramps. There were signs for those, but they were in English, and he couldn't understand them, and he couldn't read them. And that, no doubt, had a direct cause of the crash that would ultimately happen and stop traffic on I-70. For instance, if I go to Ireland as a tourist with a passport legally, maybe I'm going to areas like Dublin where most of the population speaks English. I would do the same maybe if I'm in France or Italy or Spain. But in any of those countries, if I tried to work there, in my view, I had better speak Irish in Ireland. I had better speak Italian in Italy. I had better speak French in France. And I had better be able to speak proficiently Spanish in Spain. This is not rocket science. If you come to this country, you must do as the Romans do. Do as the Americans do. Live as an American citizen. That's why you are here. That's why you've been granted the great privilege, not right, privilege of moving to and working in this country. We are not citizens of the world. Our constitutional rights are not afforded to every citizen on this planet. We can't operate that way. No country can. No nation with borders can operate that way, nor should be expected to operate that way. But because we are the great melting pot and we are the great source of charity cases throughout the world, people come here with their hands out expecting something for nothing in return. Those days are over. They are done. Thank God for President Trump. Thank God for Tom Homan. And Tom Homan, what I love about him, he and I would get along really well because he doesn't hold anything back. There's no veneer. There's no varnish. There's no facade. He tells it like it is, and the better part about all of this, there is no one more informed, more experienced than Tom Homan. And this was about the arrest. There's two judges, I think. There's one in Wisconsin and one in New Mexico who have been harboring illegal aliens. And yes, they'll be arrested.
Look, we just arrested a judge, Pam Bondi, for impeding ICE enforcement rules. I said from day one, you don't have to support ICE's operations. You can support sanctuary cities if that's what you desire to do. Sanctuary cities can stand aside and watch ICE keep their communities safe. Because any public official, whether you're mayor, city councilman, or governor, their number one responsibility is protection of the communities. And ICE has been clear, we're targeting public safety threats and national security threats. I can't believe there's any elected official, and especially a judge, that doesn't believe we should be doing that, and they should be helping us. But I said from day one, you can sit aside and watch, you can argue against us all you want and protest all you want, but when you cross that line, I've said this 1,000 times, when you cross that line to impediment or knowingly harboring, concealing an illegal alien from ICE, you will be prosecuted, judge or not.
There it is. David Brooks of the New York Times, former alleged conservative at one point, has a just stunning, jaw-dropping quote about this we'll get to in the next segment, but I want to stay focused on Tom Homan here. Because this statement carries a lot of weight over the years that he has served in this role, patrolling the border, gaining the experience that he has.
Look, I started in Border Patrol in 1984. I've been at this for over 40 years. I worked for 6 presidents, starting with Ronald Reagan. Every president ever worked for took border security seriously because you can't have national security if you don't have strong border security. We got to know who's coming in, what's coming in, where's coming in, why it's coming in, right? Even President Obama and President Clinton took some steps to secure the border because they understood national security was important. Joe Biden was the first president in the history of this nation who came into office and unsecured a border on purpose.
Now, why did he do that? We'll get to that in a moment. But here are the sheer numbers that Tom Homan believes have crossed the border, and this mostly happened almost entirely on President Biden's watch, on Alejandro Mayorkas's watch. And it was deliberate turning of the head, ignoring, and allowing, sometimes through the use of an app, people to cross the border illegally under the pretense that they would somehow, some way, show up for a court hearing. They were in no way obligated to do so. They were not tracked once they entered the country. Just come on in.
First of all, how many illegal aliens I think in the United States? At least 20 million. Here's where'd you call that number? We've been speaking about 12 million for 20 years. We know we got 10.5 that we know of came to the border. How many don't we know? I talk about known gotaways at 2 million. How many unknown gotaways we have? Like between the Big Bend sector in Texas where there's no technology, how many 1,000 people did get across there? We wouldn't know. We would know now. But, you know, so I would venture over 20 million. But your question is, last count, last I looked, there was about 700,000 illegal aliens with criminal charges walking the streets of this country. 700,000. And that's what we're looking for now. That's what we're prioritizing. Them and national security threats.
20 million illegal aliens, of which at least 700,000 are criminal, have criminal charges against them, walking right in our streets, right across our border, and then right into our streets. Many of them, as was just demonstrated in Colorado Springs, right here in our state of Colorado. This, however, is the most important quote that Tom Homan gave today about why the Biden administration allowed all these illegals to enter the interior of the United States, rather than being detained by ICE awaiting asylum adjudication.
You know why the Biden administration released millions of people in the United States? No one ever talks about it. I'll talk about it. Why did they release people into the interior of the United States and put them, rather than put them into an ICE bed? Why not put them in an empty ICE bed, $127 a night, rather than in a hotel room at $500 a night? They did it on purpose. Because when you put them in an ICE detention bed, they get a hearing in 35 days. Court records show 9 out of 10 people claim asylum, get order removal, they're gone. But if you release them and put them in a hotel room at $500 a night, their hearings could be 5, 7, 9 years. You pull out all appeals. And what are they hoping for then? That another Democrat administration is in power. They can award an amnesty to millions. This is about selling this country off for future political power. That's what it was. The law clearly says if you arrive at our border without proper documentation, you shall be detained. Not maybe, not think about it, shall. And that's what President Trump's doing. Catch and release is over. That's what the law says, and that's what we've done.
Boom, 100%. This is what the American people voted for, and the polls continue to show strong support for the Trump deportation and immigration enforcement policies. Many of those polled, and these are recent, not right-of-center polls, we're talking the mainstream media, there are many being polled saying, hey, I don't think the Trump administration is going far enough. Not going as far as fast as I hoped they would. This, as Tom Homan has accurately pinpointed, bullseye, it was a pure political power grab by the left. They were instilling illegals who would be indebted to the Democratic Party, and therefore the hopes of the Democrats in power would be they would establish a permanent dependent class that would vote for them and maintain power for the Democrats because their approval numbers with American citizens are dwindling by the day. So they got to bring in new voters to resupply. That was the end goal of all of this. We'll take that time out and come back with that David Brooks quote. It'll drive you nuts probably as much as it did me. Your text as well, 57739. This Monday edition of Ryan Schuling Live rolls on after this.
KHOW Denver, 630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station. Download the free iHeart Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by YRefi.com.
Starting on the northeast end of town through Commerce City, we've got a stall on I-270 eastbound approaching Vasquez with a right lane block. Stop and go back from I-76, adding about 10 minutes to your commute. Heading west, the 6th Avenue westbound off-ramp to southbound Wadsworth is blocked by a crash. All lanes blocked. Detours are suggested. I-25 north and southbound, no major complaints through the metro area. With traffic on Mark Swan.
Is private student loan debt ruining your life? It doesn't have to. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch. And they don't care what your credit score is. Just go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Keep listening for your chance to win $1,000.
Oh my goodness.
Every hour, weekdays, 9 a.m. through 5 p.m. With up to 9 chances a day to win a grand.
Thank you so much.
On Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
It's that easy.
Sponsored by Maverick.
It's time to stack your savings. Maverick wants you to get the most out of your Adventure Club offers, in-store deals, and third-party coupons. So our new checkout feature lets you combine them. Join the Adventure Club and head in today. Maverick, Adventure's first stop.
Imagine cutting out the middleman when getting a new home loan. Whether it's a traditional mortgage, a reverse mortgage, a HELOC, or a refinance, CMG Financial is the leader. They're the bank. They can beat almost any rate out there. I'm consumer advocate Marc Mager. If you're looking for a home loan, you need to call CMG Financial. They're going to save you a ton of money. Don't let the other guys fool you. Go to partnerinlending.com. Partnerinlending.com.
Every morning brings a fresh, new energy.
This is Today.
And no matter what the day holds, we come to the Today Show for all of it.
When things are tough, we talk about it. When there's something to figure out, we dig into it. And when there's joy, we celebrate it.
Because today is where it's all happening. We get the best start to every morning because we start it together.
Watch The Today Show with Savannah Guthrie and Craig Melvin. Weekdays at 7 a.m. on NBC.
We're definitely going to be late to the concert. I feel like we should be there by now.
I'm just taking a little detour. I got to fill up my gas tank, and I know this place a couple towns over where the gas is cheaper.
Are you serious? We're going to be late for the concert because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is the free cashback app that gets you real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait, I can get cash back just for buying the gas I need anyway?
Yes, I use it all the time, and I've made around $200. Now pull over so you can download the Upside app before we miss the concert.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas.
bonus. Use promo code OIL25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank, PayPal, or as a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code OIL25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code OIL25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code OIL25.
Don't even think about real estate investing unless you use the Vestera turnkey method. I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino. I've trusted renowned realtor Barry Miller for more than 30 years. He has thoroughly researched undervalued cities with great potential, enlisted the best professional property managers, and he has timed exit strategies to double investments in just 2 years. They're safe and secure investments. 303-888-3788. 888-3788. VesteraTurnkey.com.
Done right, did right by me. We've heard those words before. Hi, Dan Cicchini. For kitchens done right, our forte is custom kitchens. But also, ever since we started back in '85, kitchen cabinet refacing and custom countertops. With our unique refacing process, you'll get a brand new looking kitchen without the mess, hassle, time, and expense of total kitchen replacement. How's it done, Todd?
Folks, we'll install custom hand-rubbed cabinet doors and drawer fronts and resurface your existing cabinet boxes with a 1/4-inch thick overlay to match, not veneer. We offer additional cabinets, cabinet changes, sliding shelves, and new drawers. Countertops in quartz, granite, solid surface, or the stunning new laminate. Dad, the folks should call now. Why?
Well, Todd, great cash incentives or a special financing rate of 0% with 72 equal monthly payments with approved credit. Call for details. Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors. Finished basements and windows and doors. Done right. You have our word. We'll treat you right at Done Right. DRHI.com, 303-722-2295 or 800-362-8370.
I'm consumer advocate Marc Mager. My weight loss journey with DenverRegen.com has been incredible. I'm down 25 pounds in only 5 weeks. No more food noise. I feel full and don't think of food. And the best part, DenverRegen.com has semi-glutide for under $300 a month. That includes everything. The doctor's visits, the medication, everything you need to start losing weight and feeling great. Start your journey at DenverRegen.com. That's DenverRegen.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Get the best deal anywhere on countertops from theartofgranite.com. Any natural stone or man-made material, they do it all. Plus, you get a free backsplash, free sinks, a free cutting board, and a free bathroom vanity. Free tear-out and haul-away is always included, and always materials at cost. Even better now, 10% off labor for a limited time. Get prices on the phone, 303-386-5919. 386-5919, theartofgranite.com. Auto accident? Find out what your case is worth. Call Fuller.com.
Tariffs and your money? Well, we just offered our thoughts on the most recent episode of the How to Money podcast.
Let's say you do live in a state that gives you a tax break on $529. That's great. But don't invest those dollars once you put them in.
We're all about investing in a 529 plan. Typically, right? You want that tax-advantaged money to grow. But as you get close to needing to spend the money, de-risking is crucial.
In uncertain financial times, How to Money is here to help. Open your free iHeartRadio app, search How to Money, and start listening today.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Back to seasonal temperatures for the work week. Temperatures today are going to be in the mid-60s, a little on the breezy side, and then we are going to see some spotty showers throughout the day. I'm Box 31, Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burse.
This week on Red Pilled America, we travel back to the dawn of the 16th century to uncover the roots of what it really means to be an American. You think you know the story? Think again. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you listen to podcasts. That's Red Pilled America.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Well, obviously they're trying to send a note of intimidation, not only to her, but to all judges and maybe to all Americans. But I don't yet know the specific details of this case, whether she escorted the guy out the jury door or whether she's let him. So that's all murky. I don't want to comment on this specific case. But especially on the issue of immigration, there are a lot of people who are appalled by what the administration is doing. And there will be times for civil disobedience. And to me, let's say she did escort this guy out the door. If federal enforcement agencies come to your courtroom and you help a guy escape, that is two things. One, it strikes me as maybe something illegal, but it also strikes me as something heroic. And in times of trouble, then people are sometimes called to do civil disobedience. And in my view, when people do civil disobedience, they have to pay the price. That's part of the heroism of it, frankly. And so you can both think that she shouldn't have legally done this, and that morally protecting somebody against, maybe not even in this case, but in other cases, frankly, a predatory enforcement agency.
David Brooks, New York Times, back here on Ryan Schuling Live. You know, the Fool of the Week nominees, they come fast and furious and sometimes early, and there you have one on a Monday edition of this program as we tally them up for Friday. But there's so much to take apart from whatever he was trying to claim regarding this Wisconsin judge, Hannah Dugan, and her civil disobedience in standing up for this illegal alien, opposing a predatory enforcement agency. Talk to the mother of Rachel Morin, Patty. Talk to the parents of Lake and Riley. Talk to the mother of Jocelyn Nungery. Those are just a handful of examples. There are more. Unfortunately, sadly, infuriatingly, there are many more examples. Who are the predators in this situation, Mr. Gaslight? The predators are the ones coming across the border. The predators are the coyotes trafficking humans, including children and women, for prostitution. Watch Sound of Freedom if you haven't seen that movie yet. No, the predators are not the agency, ICE, or the DEA that are working to protect American citizens from criminal illegal aliens who have no documentation or vetting, that are in our country illegally by their own choice and of their own accord. And I don't care about the sob story behind it, because often there is not one when it comes to a criminal illegal alien, because of course that individual is not going to try to come across the border legally. He or she couldn't. So they have to go underground. And that's what happened in Colorado Springs over this past weekend. As far as a judge exhibiting civil disobedience, where is the constitutional crisis again? Because I was reliably told it was President Trump. This would be a constitutional crisis. A judge, the judiciary, the judicial branch of government, the Supreme Court of the United States, and all of those courts that feed up to it. The very reason it was founded as a triumvirate of power in this country, to counterbalance, and the key word there is balance, not the counterpart. The counterpart is inherent, but the balance. The judiciary does not rule supreme over the executive branch or the legislative branch. This is like a variation of rock, paper, scissors. All have their equal powers. All are accountable. The other two have domain over the third, but not superpowers domain over any one of the others. Co-equal branches of government. In establishing the judiciary, we wanted a non-political body to fairly arbitrate cases and enforce the laws on the books of the United States of America. Those rights in the Constitution, those amendments added to said Constitution through an act of Congress and the signature of the President of the United States. We need to revisit civics in this nation. And I'm not just talking for our youth. And we pick on Gen Z a lot for not being properly educated, but who's doing the educating? And then further to that point, no judge has any business inserting herself or himself into the political fray, because that was the very thing the judiciary was established to avoid. Presidential candidates run in the mucky muck for in a political race for votes. It's dirty. It's a gauntlet. Same thing with members of Congress in the House and the Senate. They run really hard fought, really nasty, down and dirty campaigns for political power. That is not supposed to extend to the judicial branch of our government at any level. It is not up to Judge Hannah Dugan to be heroic in any way, shape, manner, or form. If a judge, if a justice, if a chief justice like John Roberts, or even justices that I like, Samuel Alito and Clarence Thomas, the two best, if they don't like a law, it's not up to them to create new law. It's up to them to interpret the Constitution of the United States in its purest form, originalists. This is why it's so much more difficult, because the left is willing to throw all that out the window and become activist judges like we see with Sotomayor, Ketanji Brown Jackson, Elena Kagan, and the liberals that preceded them. That the Constitution is a suggestion rather than a firm set of rules and standards to abide by. But what the Alito, Thomas, Scalia, these types of all-time great justices believed, Rehnquist being another one, was that it wasn't up to the Supreme Court of the United States to establish new law. It was up to them to interpret the law as it existed, and if there were modifications that needed to be made, then you voice that in a decision saying that the Congress would need to act to remedy this. Judge Hannah Dugan was entirely out of line. This case outlined in the mainstream media here in the Associated Press. Protesters chant after arrest of judge accused of helping man evade immigration authorities. This is pretty cut and dry what happened. Milwaukee County Circuit Court Judge Hannah Dugan is accused of escorting the man, an illegal alien, and his lawyer out of her courtroom. Surreptitiously, clandestinely, through the jury door last week after learning that immigration authorities were seeking his arrest. That was not her place. She was out of line. She should be removed from the bench. She should be disbarred from practicing law. Judges are there to enforce the law, whether they like it or not. You can't just personally decide you're going to go rogue, or we don't have a system of laws in this country. Again, where is the constitutional crisis? It is not coming from our side. This is a dangerous precipice that we find ourselves on, and it happened in New Mexico as well. Let's go to the text at 57739. Congress needs to pass a law that says illegal immigrants cannot be counted in the United States Census. I agree with that. The body of government that the census affects directly the most would be the House of Representatives. The Senate, you get 2 senators regardless, so it's immaterial. But you're right. If the 2020 census had been conducted correctly and along the lines of what you just said, Texter, the Republican margin would be far wider, greatly wider, and it should be wider. Because the Democratic states are the ones setting up sanctuary status for illegals to come in, and then you're right, they are counted. They are counted as represented constituents of a House member, even though they are not legally in our country. That's madness. I could not agree more with your text. If you're not a citizen of this country, you should not be counted in the census that appropriates seats in the House or electoral votes in the presidential election. Period. I don't care which party it would be. It just so happens in this case that it favors Democrats to do what you just suggested. This from Eric. Got to make sure there's no swear words in it. Ryan, if Congress could get rid of the ACLU cancerous lawyers through the RICO Act, all of the U.S. Americans' problems would go away. And that's a fat jack, period. They are causing all this chaos behind the scenes. They're not helping. Eric, to your point, the ACLU used to be kind of a pure libertarian organization. They would defend the right of members of the Ku Klux Klan to participate in a parade, for instance, on the streets of Chicago, something like that. They have abandoned any pretense of political distancing, and they are entirely immersed on the left now in leftist causes, purely political. They do not defend the rights of those that are on the political right, even though there are many instances where that should have been the case. Pro-life protesters come to mind. How about the January 6th offenders that have been wrongly imprisoned and their prosecutions dragged out, their right to a speedy trial denied? Justice delayed is justice denied. It was intentional. But where is the ACLU in any of that? Noticeably silent, and their silence is deafening. Brian, you talk about all of us being descended from immigrants, with one exception we found so far. Only one came from Scotland in the 1890s. Let's talk about this person specifically. The rest were here before 1776. Texter, yeah, I've been fascinated in my family history research because on my dad's side, much of what you just stated is true. A lot of my family dates back before the American Revolution, English descended. And the other is Dutch, and they came around here just after the American Civil War. And then, of course, I've told you many times about the story on my mom's side. The point being, legal immigration has been a strong part of what has made this country great, and I support it 100%. If you can come here legally, you can contribute to our society, you can add value to our discourse, by all means. We need immigrants like those, hardworking immigrants, to strengthen and bolster the labor force, to work for a fair wage, to be counted above the table, to be members of unions, etc. But when you give the opportunity for ne'er-do-well businesses like the one I stated in the first segment that would hire an illegal alien as a trucker at a cut rate who doesn't know English, who is not properly certified, well, now we got a problem. Now that's a major problem. Stephen Littleton, retired law enforcement officer, writes, when judges by and large are allowed to be above the law, this is where we end up. A reckoning is long overdue. Yeah, we've lost our republic if the judges become political animals only, and that is what we're seeing in alarming numbers with Trump as president of the United States. And there needs to be a course correction on that. And there is a judge up for nomination. I've been reading about this on X. Ed Martin for U.S. Attorney, D.C. He needs to be confirmed. But we got these wishy-washy Republican senators that are sitting on their hands and maybe hesitant, reluctant to confirm judges, whereas Democrats, this is where you got to give them a tip of the cap. They are unified. They're all pulling in the same direction. They will nominate and confirm the most radical leftist judges possible. But we have to go tiptoeing through the tulips to get Republican conservative judges approved. This is the battle we're fighting, basically one arm tied behind our backs. A timeout, wrapping up hour number 1 of Ryan Schuling Live. More of your texts at 57739 when we come back after this.
Listen closely.
Nancy, will we see you on the People's Picket Line? We need you there.
Or a picket line might sound like a pickup line.
Oh, I have been waiting for a pickup line. Yes.
Dan Kaplis, afternoons at 4 on 630 KHOW.
Marty Lenz here to share with you what could be the fastest and easiest way to sell your home. My friends, Gay Ribble and the Empower Home team with Keller Williams remove the stress that comes with selling a home. Who wants showing after showing or to get kids and dogs out of the house and constantly keeping the house clean? It's the easiest, most simple way to sell your home. And here is how the program works. Call Gay Ribble and tell her about your home. She will bring you multiple cash offers. You pick one, and then you get to choose the closing date. No showings, no hassle, and multiple cash offers presented to you instantly. Empower Home team was honored and thrilled to help John sell his home in only 5 days with a cash offer that was $15,000 over the asking price. Call the only ones you should trust to sell your home. Call my friend Gay Ribble and the Empower Home team today. 833-453-SOLD. 833-453-SOLD. Visit gayhasthebuyers.com. That's gayhasthebuyers.com.
Done right, did right by me. We've heard those words before. Hi, Dan Cicchini. For kitchens done right, our forte is custom kitchens. But also, ever since we started back in '85, kitchen cabinet refacing and custom countertops. With our unique refacing process, you'll get a brand new looking kitchen without the mess, hassle, time, and expense of total kitchen replacement. How's it done, Todd?
Folks, we'll install custom hand-rubbed cabinet doors and drawer fronts and resurface your existing cabinet boxes with a 1/4-inch thick overlay to match, not veneer. We offer additional cabinets, cabinet changes, sliding shelves, and new drawers. Countertops in quartz, granite, solid surface, or the stunning new laminate. Dad, the folks should call now. Why?
Well, Todd, great cash incentives or a special financing rate of 0% with 72 equal monthly payments with Groove Credit. Call for details. Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors. Finished basements and windows and doors. Done right. You have our word. We'll treat you right at Done Right. DRHI.com, 303-722-2295 or 800-362-8370.
Facing a job loss?
considering a pension buyout, a severance package, or what to do with your 401k? Hi, I'm Linda Gardner, host of Your Money, Your Retirement, and I can help. 720-488-8604. That's 720-488-8604.
When it comes to spring cleaning, don't miss your AC Extreme Clean and Tune-Up. I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino. Did you know dust, dirt, and debris are the #1 killers of air conditioning? So extend the life of your AC, increase efficiency, get the fix-it 24/7 Extreme Clean and Tune-Up. Nobody does it like this. Basically refurbishing your system. Lower energy bills, a longer AC life, and the famous no breakdown guarantee. New customers get this 2-hour service, $39. Normally hundreds of dollars. Book now. FixMyHome.com.
Your neighbor Lynn loves spring in Colorado, but she hates the paint, so she called Rhino Shield.
The house was built 42 years ago, and the paint was flicking off. And I just saw the commercials on TV for Rhino Shield. They said it was guaranteed for like 25 years. And I thought, well, let me just give them a call.
Rhino Shield ceramic technology is specifically formulated for our unique climate right here in Colorado, and it's Class 1 fire rated.
We did the Rhino Shield under the roof line, and I had several French doors, without the windows, so they did the Rhino Shield and the garage door.
And right now, Colorado, you can get the 25-year guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
I would highly recommend Rhino Shield. It's a very good company. Oh, and neighbors, they were all impressed with it. And I said, well, Rhino Shield, I've got their phone number.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 844-317-4466. That's 844-31-RHINO or rhinoshieldco.com.
Do you think all real estate brokers are created equally? Ha! Think again.
Different than many other teams, as a master certified negotiation expert, I personally negotiate your home sale when you list your home with me.
That's Frank Duran, therealestateman.com.
I get your home sold faster. I put more money in your pocket, and I back you up with a true written performance guarantee.
Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622 with RE/MAX Alliance.
Give me the opportunity, and you'll be glad you did.
We're definitely going to be late to the concert. I feel like we should be there by now.
I'm just taking a little detour. I gotta fill up my gas tank, and I know this place a couple towns over where the gas is cheaper.
Are you serious? We're gonna be late for the concert because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas? Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is the free cashback app that gets you real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait, I can get cash back just for buying the gas I need anyway?
Yes, I use it all the time, and I've made around $200. Now pull over so you can download the Upside app before we miss the concert.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code OIL25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank, PayPal, or as a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code OIL25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code OIL25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code OIL25.
Hey, it's Joe Pags coming up. It'll be Jamie Comer, the House Oversight Committee Chair. He wants to question in a hearing some Sanctuary City governors. That plus Kate Smythe Hill on the Joe Pags Show. Tonight from 6 to 9 on 630 KHOW, Denver's talk station.
White House has put up about 100 posters of what they say are unauthorized immigrants who have been arrested for violent crimes. You can see them there. They put them up on the driveway of the White House. If you look here, that's the West Wing just at the forefront, the Executive Mansion itself to the left. But what's particularly noteworthy about this location is it is right directly behind the positions where TV correspondents do their hits from the White House lawn. So therefore, no matter what network you're on, that includes MSNBC, if you're doing a hit from the White House right now, those pictures will be behind you. The White House is doing a briefing in about a half hour about what they're doing here.
Jonathan Lemire, Politico, and also there on MSNBC, up in arms over these signs. I mean, the truth hurts, right? You have these criminal, illegal aliens. Their photos with the crime listed underneath, posted one at a time, all along the entrance to the White House along the lawn. And as Shannon pointed out, as Jonathan Lemire observed, in eye shot of any kind of video that might be taken by any of the mainstream media networks, unavoidable in those shots. And that was the whole point and purpose of it. Yeah, to go back to this David Brooks line about a predatory enforcement agency, you could not be more exactly wrong in an analysis than Brooks is there. This guy, again, ostensibly was a conservative columnist for the New York Times for years. Are you kidding me? I mean, they have lost the plot and then some, whether it's him, Bill Kristol, George Will. You got to understand, these are guys that I grew up admiring. They'd be on Meet the Press. They would represent what I thought was a center-right or conservative viewpoint. George Will is an extremely intelligent man. I thought Bill Kristol was. That's fake news. David Brooks, same thing. It's hard to weed out and recognize who you can trust out there on the media landscape, but I'm going to do my level best to tell you exactly who those people are. Ryan, this is a texter, 57739. Best statement I heard this year. Wish I'd have come up with it. Quote, if you bypass due process on the way into our country, don't expect it or ask for it on the way out. Yep, and I've been clamoring for that for months now. The due process you skipped and decided you didn't need on the way in, well, why should that be afforded to you as we punch you to Mexico? Figure it out there. Remain in Mexico is a brilliant policy for that reason. If you really want to come to the United States and you're willing to do the work to get to the border, okay, you report in, you file for asylum, and you wait it out in Mexico. And again, along those lines, if you're looking for true asylum, your life is in jeopardy. It's in danger. Coming from one of the Triangle countries or Venezuela or wherever else, why does it have to be the United States? I mean, it's not like Mexico's perfect or even close to as good as the United States, but if, beggars can't be choosers, and if Mexico offers you asylum, which, little hint, they're not, because they know better apparently than we do, then remain in Mexico and claim your asylum in Mexico. Stay there. Escape from whoever is pursuing you, and I'm granting you that premise on the basis of knowing that in many cases that's fake news in itself. Your claim for asylum status. If you send me back to El Salvador, there are gangs there that will murder me. That was the whole Abrego Garcia situation and remains the case. But have you noticed that story is basically evaporated from the headlines? Where did that go? Where did that go? How about Cory Booker? Senator Cory Booker and his marathon filibuster that Frank Luntz said would go down in history. Do you even remember it after I just mentioned it? Oh, you're like, oh yeah, that happened. These are not serious people, and they should not be taken seriously. A timeout when we're back. The mysterious fall of Shedeur Sanders, or was it so mysterious after all in the NFL draft?
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Some normal slowdowns throughout the center of town as we navigate this Monday afternoon commute. I-25 northbound, some stop-and-go traffic between Alameda and Colfax, adding about 2 or 3 minutes to your drive out there. Just west of there, some congestion. 6th Avenue westbound between Federal Boulevard and Sheridan. Further west, some good news. Southbound Wadsworth reopened at 6th Avenue. We did have a closure on the ramp. Looks like all vehicles are cleared out. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
This week on Red Pilled America, we travel back to the dawn of the 16th century to uncover the roots of what it really means to be an American. You think you know the story? Think again. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you listen to podcasts. That's Red Pilled America.
Don't even think about real estate investing unless you use the Vestera turnkey method. I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino. I've trusted renowned realtor Barry Miller for more than 30 years. He has thoroughly researched undervalued cities with great potential, enlisted the best professional property managers, and he has timed exit strategies to double investments in just 2 years. They're safe and secure investments. 303-888-3788. 888-3788. VesteraTurnkey.com.
Regen Revolution has helped me so much in terms of getting mobile and active again, and now they'll be helping me and you at their new location near Old Town in Arvada. It's an expanded facility, so an even better version of the great care you've come to know from Regen Revolution. The combination of regenerative medicine and more traditional treatment modalities have gotten me back to being able to play sports and exercise in ways I thought I might never do again. Learn more at regenrev.com. That's REGENREV.com.
Facing a job loss? Considering a pension buyout, a severance package, or what to do with your 401k? Hi, I'm Linda Gardner, host of Your Money, Your Retirement, and I can help. 720-488-8604. That's 720-488-8604.
Every morning brings a fresh, new energy. And no matter what the day holds, we come to the Today Show for all of it.
We get the best start to the day because we started together.
Watch the Today Show weekdays at 7 a.m. on NBC.
Man, I am happy to tell you about the only realtor that made the cut for T and Dave Logan, and that is Troy Hansford. I recommend Troy because he's the only agent that will guarantee to sell your home at your price, or he'll write you a check for $5,000. And the good news, he puts that in writing. He can make that guarantee because he spends tens of thousands of dollars generating demand. And right now, he has hundreds of approved home buyers ready to buy. He just doesn't have enough houses. So if you have a house, Troy might have that perfect buyer for you right now. Give him a call, 720-900-4433. Let me give you a story. Just last week, Troy listed a house that was on the market for almost a month. You know what? Troy sold it for full price in less than a week. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy will buy your house for all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. Call Troy and get your home sold for the most money. 720-900-4433. Again, that's 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford with RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions apply.
Most people have more than just roof damage from recent hailstorms. So hire the only company that handles all storm damage in-house, one point of contact, one invoice. GenesisTotalExteriors.com. From roofing, gutter, siding, windows, decks, and more. I've known the owner, Mark Szymanski, more than 20 years. You can trust him, his company, and his team. GenesisTotalExteriors.com. 303-679-8509. GenesisTotalExteriors.com.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. With Fitness Gallery, you can find the right equipment to work out on your schedule right from home. I have a True Treadmill. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
True treadmills are simply the best. They have shock absorption that absorbs over 80% of your impact. They also have a patented heart rate system. It will keep you within 2 beats of your target heart rate every time. That ensures you a perfect workout.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Fitness Gallery to find the right equipment and get moving today.
I'm consumer advocate Marc Mager. My weight loss journey with DenverRegen.com has been incredible. I'm down 25 pounds in only 5 weeks. No more food noise. I feel full and don't think of food. And the best part, DenverRegen.com has semi-glutide for under $300 a month. That includes everything. The doctor's visits, the medication, everything you need to start losing weight and feeling great. Start your journey at DenverRegen.com. That's DenverRegen.com.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeart Radio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. A U.S. Navy fighter jet rolled off an aircraft carrier today and sank into the Red Sea. The USS Truman positioned off Yemen's coast and part of the mission to disable Iran-backed Houthi rebels' strongholds. ABC's Stephen Portnoy has more.
The incident occurred as the $70 million jet was being towed from the hangar bay of the aircraft carrier USS Harry S. Truman. Both the fighter jet and the tow tractor rolled off the carrier deck and into the Red Sea. 2 crew members, one on board the FA-18 and another inside the tractor, jumped out in time. But officials say one sailor suffered a minor injury.
Happening now at the White House, President Trump welcoming the Philadelphia Eagles to celebrate their Super Bowl win back in February. Russia has called for a pause in fighting for 3 days next month, with Ukraine to mark the 80th anniversary of V-Day. The U.S., Europe, and Ukraine voicing concern over that temporary ceasefire as talks are focused on a 30-day ceasefire, something Ukraine has already agreed to. This is ABC News. In Tennessee today, opening statements began in the state trial of 3 former Memphis police officers charged in the fatal beating of 29-year-old Tyree Nichols following a traffic stop in 2023. The 3 defendants pled not guilty and also face years in prison on convictions in federal court. ABC News legal contributor Brian Buckmeyer on what's different this time.
In federal court, we're talking about the deprivation of civil rights and obstruction of justice. In the state court, we're talking about second-degree murder, aggravated kidnapping, and aggravated assault. Different charges, same facts, still the violent beating of Tyree Nichols as is being accused in this case, but also have different elements. And so we'll see some different arguments.
2 other officers charged in Nichols' death are also awaiting trial. Iran-backed Houthi rebels in Yemen released a video of recent airstrikes alleging the U.S. hit a prison holding African Americans and migrants. The rebel says at least 68 died, dozens others injured. The U.S. military says it is investigating. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Frontier Airlines has pulled the plug on flights from the Eagle County Regional Airport. The Denver-based airline began flights in December, flying to Dallas, Fort Worth, San Francisco, and Denver. Officials called the decision disappointing, but said they would explore options with other airline partners. The son of a Falcons coach admitting to a prank, Jax Ulbrich apologized for prank calling Shedeur Sanders during day 2 of the draft. The 21-year-old impersonated Saints general manager Mickey Loomis and told the Colorado quarterback they were going to take him with their next pick. Sanders ended up falling to the Browns in round 5. Rain is in the forecast along the Front Range this week.
Today we're going to be in the mid-60s with partly cloudy skies, a little breezy with some off and on late showers, especially for the northern Front Range. Tuesday we've got a good chance for storms by the afternoon and evening hours.
Fox 31 meteorologist Kylie Burst says showers possible Wednesday with a high around 70, cooling to the upper 50s Thursday with again a chance of some scattered thunderstorms. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Alarm Detection Systems.
For folks heading to DIA, Pena Boulevard northbound, we've got a crash between 56th Avenue and Tower Road with stop-and-go traffic back from I-70. At the moment, we're seeing about a 30-minute delay for folks heading to DIA, and as a result, there's slowdowns on I-70 eastbound between 225 and Pena as well. Looks like some rubbernecking on southbound Pena. Going to see some slowdowns between Tower Road and 56th as well. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
Alarm Detection Systems. Video business security with expert installation and 24/7 monitoring. Protect what matters. Serving Denver, Boulder County, Northern Colorado, the Eastern Plains, and Colorado Springs. Visit adsalarm.com.
Hi, Marty Lenz for my friends Gay Ribble and the Empower Home team with Keller Williams. Listen to this. Their client, Beth, was able to sell her home for well over asking price in just 6 days. How is this possible, you ask? Well, there's a difference between selling a home and selling it right. Beth hired Gay Ribble in the Empower Home team because they know how to sell homes right. Their buyers in waiting program led to Beth getting multiple offers. More offers equals more money for you. Let them use their database of well-qualified buyers to get your home sold. Empower Home team is so confident they will get your home sold for the most money that if your home doesn't sell, Gay will buy it. That is her guarantee. Call the only ones you should trust to sell your home. Gay Ribble in the Empower Home team. Call right now, 833-453-SOLD, 833-453-SOLD. Visit gayhasthebuyers.com. That's gayhasthebuyers.com.
Denver's talk station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Money. That's money. Enter it now at khow.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
I'm about to rock your world.
For those, we need to talk. About to talk. We talk. This is Ryan Schuling Live on Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
A lot of this was about primetime Deion Sanders. You can say whatever you want to the audience out there, to these idiotic trolls all over social media talking about, Shedeur Sanders wasn't that great or whatever. There is no one, I repeat, no one that looked at Shedeur Sanders and even had him less than the third best quarterback in the draft. This is a quarterback-driven league. This guy was considered one of the top 3 quarterbacks in the draft, and 143 picks came and went before you heard his name.
Stephen A. Smith, ESPN, tempering his comments somewhat from over the weekend, in which he insinuated that maybe race had something to do with Shedeur Sanders falling in the draft. Back here on Ryan Schuling Live. Shedeur Sanders was selected number 144 overall by the Cleveland Browns, who strangely, but this is Cleveland we're talking about, and as Broncos fans, we can make fun of the Browns because we've got them. We owned them throughout the 1980s. Even Shannon remembers that. But in this case, the Browns took 2 quarterbacks, 2 high-profile quarterbacks. Dylan Gabriel of Oregon, also selected earlier in this same draft. Add to that their quarterback room, which also includes Kenny Pickett, who was a highly regarded prospect out of Pitt, selected by the Steelers. It seemed to be appropriate, a homecoming of sorts. Didn't work out for him there. I believe he went to the Eagles. Now he's with the Browns. You also got Joe Flacco, long-time quarterback veteran, formerly of the Ravens, and he had great success there, but he's well past his prime. And then they've got the albatross contract of Deshaun Watson swinging around their necks. That's the Browns quarterback room. You can keep 3 of those 5. Who are you going to keep? Well, you can cut ties to Watson altogether and just flush that as a sunk cost, because that's what it is anyway, in my view. I think Flacco's not long for the roster, so then you're down to Kenny Pickett, Dylan Gabriel, Shadur Sanders. Do you really want 2 rookies on the same team with one of them holding a clipboard, the other one being pressed into backup duty? It's hard to figure, but that's the Cleveland Browns problem now. What I'll say about Shadur at 144, and I was saying this with Zach last week, you heard me. I'm not an expert on football, but I know more than the average bear about a lot of things regarding the sport that I covered as the play-by-play announcer for the Richmond Speed Arena football team, for the Central Michigan Chippewas, my alma mater for several years there. What I would observe about Shadur Sanders, there is talent. He's extremely intelligent. The makeup, I think you can work with what you have, but you cannot coach arm strength. You can't necessarily coach, that feel for the pocket. The thing I noticed about Shadur when I watched him in that first season, and this was not his fault, and I mentioned this last week, was the Colorado offensive line, and I know Shannon won't go on the record with this, but he watched every game, was one of the worst Division I offensive lines I have seen in some time, and that's putting it mildly. It might be all time, but they were bad during Coach Prime's first year. Terrible. So what Shadur was pressed into doing was rolling out of the pocket, diving back about 20 yards, trying to circle around and force a play or create a play or make something happen because they just weren't going to win. But the offensive line did improve in his second year with the Buffs, and he still had these tendencies to bail out on a play, to flush out of the pocket too early, meaning you run the pocket, to break it down, is between the tackles. So you take the snap, you're between the tackles, here we go. And in college football, you do a lot more shotgun, meaning the center snaps it and you're about 7 yards back in the formation. And so you count, you have an internal clock. You go 1, 2, 3, and then you got to get rid of the ball. But many times, I think because he was so shell-shocked by that first year in which the offensive line didn't protect him, he would be flushed out, he'd be running around, maybe to his blind side, so he's thrown against his body, forcing a pass, either an interception or taking a sack, and now it's like 2nd down and 22, and your whole drive is screwed up at that point. There's a lot of those kind of decisions that I didn't think Shadur was especially adept at. Doesn't mean I don't think he could be a very good NFL quarterback. But the thing I'll say about number 144, the greatest quarterback of all time, Tom Brady. Do you know where he was selected? 199. Full 55 picks later. Why was he selected so late? Tom Brady was dueling with Drew Henson, who would ultimately, he was splitting between baseball and the Yankees and with the Dallas Cowboys. His dad was this big figure in Michigan high school athletics with Brighton High School. I used to live in Brighton, and I knew Drew's sister Brittany in college and didn't ask her about it. Didn't even know that she was Drew's sister for the longest time. She was so sweet and unassuming and down to earth. And then are you Drew Henson's sister? Yeah. Oh, okay. Bury the lead here. But anyway, there was a lot of pressure for Lloyd Carr in the late 90s following the national championship in which former Bronco quarterback and a fixture in this area in Colorado, Brian Griese, led the 1997 Wolverines to a part of the national championship. It's controversial how they had to split it with Nebraska, and we won't get into all that. But following that, the heir apparent was the anointed one, Drew Henson, Brighton High School, multi-sport athlete. Dad's a big deal in the program. And poor Tom Brady from California has no local ties. There's no politics or nepotism helping him out. And Carr was faced with a dilemma. It appeared, and as you watch, go back to those late 90s Michigan teams, Brady was the superior talent. Henson was figuring it out. He's a little bit shorter. Brady had that kind of NFL-looking frame. He wasn't especially athletic, but the traditional pocket passer, yes, he was that. And they ended up splitting time. One would play one quarter, the other. It was a mess. And what Lloyd Carr should have done is put his foot down and go, look, Tom Brady's the better quarterback. We're going with him. But there would have been a political hell to pay. Anyway, all that to say that Tom Brady fell to 199 and ended up being the greatest quarterback in the history of the game. Better than Joe Montana, who was my all-time number one, but Brady passed him by, in my honest assessment, and that's being a fan of Michigan State, his arch rival. Stephen A. goes off the rails here, though, complaining about Shedeur falling in the draft, and makes this non sequitur comparison.
Don't talk to me about football. I don't want to hear a damn thing about football. This ain't about football. This is about something else. And I said that even though it's different, I brought up the name Colin Kaepernick.
Oh, come on.
And why? I didn't sit up there and throw a pity party for Colin Kaepernick. I knew his career in the NFL was over the minute that the NFL organized that workout for him at the Atlanta Falcons practice facility, which was led by Jay-Z and those cats and Roger Goodell and what have you. And he elected not to show up and instead tried to have the workout an hour and 20 minutes away. And he going to notify them 2 to 3 hours before the workout. I said, he is done. And I have no sympathy because, damn it, they tried to make it happen because the league had to do it because the owners didn't want to.
I'm going to say something that's very unpopular with the likes of Dan Kaplis, who will be in and back for his afternoon show today. But I said at the time, and I'll say it again, and I want to be consistent, and I always want to shoot you straight. Both Colin Kaepernick and Tim Tebow, there were allegations that because of what they brought, the circus they brought to an NFL locker room, that it wasn't worth the while. Dan was adamant that Tim Tebow should be the quarterback of the Broncos after he led them to that playoff victory over the Steelers. But Tebow had several other opportunities with other NFL teams that did not pan out for him. He was even moved to tight end from quarterback, and it didn't pan out for him. Doesn't mean he's not a great guy. Doesn't mean he's not an inspirational story. He is. Doesn't mean he's not a great commentator. I like him on the television sets where he offers his analysis. I like Tim Tebow a lot. However, as with Colin Kaepernick, put the circus aside. Don't even care. This is the NFL. What is it about? Wins and losses. If you can win games and you've got that kind of cachet of talent, they're going to put up with a whole hell of a lot. Let me tell you. Short version. Too long, didn't read. If Tim Tebow had the talent to be a premier NFL quarterback, he would be one. A team would have given him that chance. He would have taken that opportunity and run with it. You know, a guy that had basically been left for dead and was traded as a spare part from the Los Angeles Rams in disgrace. He was a number 1 overall pick. He had taken him to the Super Bowl. He was given up on. Jared Goff was traded to the Detroit Lions for Matthew Stafford, who had flamed out in Detroit. It didn't work out in Detroit. I think Matthew Stafford's a great quarterback. He ended up winning a Super Bowl for the Rams, but it wasn't working for him in Detroit. Jared Goff comes to Detroit and has a renaissance. He was left, like I said, for dead, but he fit in Detroit. It worked in Detroit. The system, it just melded with him in Detroit. And Jared Goff is now a very solid NFL quarterback. Now, had he not been that, he'd be out of the league right now. So don't give me this Kaepernick crap. Or even with Tebow, I understand the distractions, but that's not going to make an NFL's team decision for them in and of itself. Just because the circus is coming to town. It's if you have the talent to make that irrelevant. Kaepernick did not. I don't even know that Tebow was a circus. He just wasn't good enough, in my opinion. Again, that differs sharply with Dan Kaplis. And you might have your own opinion, 57739. Stephen A. again, he's delving into the conspiracy theories about Shedeur Sanders falling in the draft to 144 in the Cleveland Browns.
It's an accident that no owner in the National Football League wanted to touch him. We can use the word collusion. It ain't necessary. They think alike in a lot of different situations. They don't have to collude with one another. There's a universal understanding that this is our league. And we want to do what we want to do the way that we want to do it. And we'll be damned if anybody's going to tell us what to do, because guess what? We're running the show. And people going to come. They're going to flock to the stadium. They're going to have their tailgate parties. We're going to win in the ratings. We're going to make damn near $250 million apiece as an owner. There ain't a damn thing anybody's going to do about it. We understood that years ago. But suddenly we're going to engage in collective amnesia here.
Stephen A. Smith is a smart guy, but this is one of his stupidest all-time takes. This is horrible. Do you really believe that of the 32 NFL owners, they would all surpass an elite talent at the cost of perhaps their own jobs, wins, dollars? If Shedeur Sanders is that good, why isn't he that good? They're not going to do that. You know how many teams are kicking themselves right now? They didn't pick Tom Brady. Any team could have had Tom Brady, including my Detroit Lions, including the Denver Broncos. But they all passed on him for one reason or another. If a team really believes Shedeur Sanders could help them win, wouldn't matter who his dad is, wouldn't matter what his attitude was. There were problems in the interview process that was kind of brought to light. And Stephen A. kind of concedes that right here.
Primetime Deion Sanders' hands are not clean in this. Shedeur Sanders' hands are not clean on this. If you go into an interview and people thinking that you brash and arrogant and what have you, and they think that they're going to have a problem working with you, that's partially on you. Primetime Deion Sanders going out publicly and stating on the record, there's a couple of teams we might not want him with. And he ain't going there if we going to get him, if they're going to select him. And he's on Tamron Hall's show, and she's like, what if your son don't listen? He said, who? What? Like, that ain't going to happen. You look at NFL teams, along with the specter of people potentially calling for him to be the next coach, you can understand the reticence. But for 143
Stephen A, hold that thought, because you brought up 3 points.
Here's the major issue. Shedeur Sanders is not his father. Good, bad, or indifferent. Deion Sanders was a special cat. This guy played Major League Baseball in the playoffs for the Atlanta Braves. He could play receiver. He could play cornerback. He was prime time before that was a thing. He was a brand, and he was a champion. And that's not fair to Shedeur. He's just not that level of athlete. He's just not. And Deion Sanders famously, in one of the all-time great NFL drafts, 1989, said, if Detroit picks me, they better not, because I ain't playing for the Lions, ever. Okay. Well, then the poor Lions, they had to settle for a running back out of Oklahoma State with the same last name, named Barry Sanders. I think that worked out okay. Point being, Deion could play that game. He's Deion Sanders. You start playing that game and that crap with Shedeur, who's good but not great, and, maybe elite, but maybe not. A team, if they're on the fence, is going to go, maybe, but no, we'll pass. And it's not just me saying this. How about Deion's own son, Shiloh Sanders? He dropped this bombshell.
Dad was our agent, but that hasn't been working out too good. So today I had to sign with an agent, bro. So we're going to see what happens.
Dad was our agent, but that hasn't been working out so good. So today I had to sign with, and it would end up being Drew Rosenhaus. You may have heard that name before, one of the all-time top agents in the NFL. That's Shiloh Sanders, who was not drafted at all. Nobody's talking about that. Very talented guy. And he signed as an undrafted free agent with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, which is fine. And Shiloh decided, you know what? Go outside the family. I'm going to hire my own agent. I don't know if Shedeur is going to make that same decision. That's up to him. And this is not a personal slam on Shedeur Sanders. But here again, oh my goodness, I don't even know who this guy is, but he's replying to Stephen A. Smith, who said the following 2 days ago, this is a damn disgrace. How in the hell is Shedeur not off the board, not drafted yet? Y'all still think this doesn't have anything to do with teams hating on Deion Sanders? This kid is a first rounder in a different way. This is Kaepernick all over again, being kept out. A damn disgrace. I don't care what anyone says. Huh? Wouldn't matter if it was Deion. I mean, Eli Manning, they kind of played these games with Archie Manning. They didn't want to play. I think it was for the Chargers. There was a trade. He ended up with the Giants. That worked out for all parties involved. But he took criticism at the time for that. Start playing this game. You're going to win stupid prizes. It's a stupid game. Don't do it. Don't put it out there. Well, he's not going to play for Jacksonville. Too small of a market. He's not going to play. And I'm just making up teams. I don't even know which ones he had a problem with. Detroit, I want him there because I didn't want to go there. So cross them off. You start doing that stupid stuff. What benefit is that to Shedeur? I'm sorry, but Coach Prime, what is the upside to that? What game are you playing? And then there was this response to the Stephen A. Smith post on X I just told you from a guy named Christian Israel at ChristXCrypto. Maybe you, Stephen A. Smith, can finally call out the NFL as the plantation league that it is. Here we go. There it is. How it really hates black people. But they make those plantation owners money. But don't talk back to master, sir, or you won't be drafted. Okay. All right. Well, I replied to that and posted on X the following myself. You can follow me there at Ryan Schuiling, SCHUILING, and I called this one of the most outrageously stupid posts ever perpetrated on X. What is this clown, referring to Christian Israel, saying about, and here's the list. I made a list, and I checked it twice. Patrick Mahomes, Jalen Hurts, Super Bowl champion, Eagles visiting the White House today. He's not there. Saquon Barkley's there, and he went on Marine One with Trump. But Jalen Hurts is a Super Bowl champion. So is Patrick Mahomes. Lamar Jackson, perennial NFL MVP candidate consideration, generally regarded as one of the top 4 quarterbacks in the sport, along with Mahomes, Hurts, and probably Josh Allen. Jaden Daniels, Rookie of the Year. Washington Commanders beat my Detroit Lions in the playoffs. I'm still sad. Single tear. C.J. Stroud, Houston Texans. Jordan Love, Green Bay Packers. Caleb Williams, Chicago Bears. Michael Penix Jr. with the Atlanta Falcons. Bryce Young with the Carolina Panthers. Kyler Murray with the Arizona Cardinals. Remember Russell Wilson? Seattle Seahawks. Denver Broncos. Pittsburgh Steelers. Who knows elsewhere? Geno Smith, he had a resurgent season with the Seattle Seahawks. You want to throw Tua Tagovailoa in there, one of my favorite players. He was a quarterback of color. If we're talking about that, don't care, but he is. He's of Samoan ancestry, born in Hawaii. And what I'm saying is every one of those quarterbacks of the NFL, they're all stars, by the way, and they're all starters for the most part. Black. So if this special racist rule is applying to Shedeur Sanders, which again is garbage, I don't even grant the premise, obviously, but I'm just making this point, then what's happening with all these other guys I just named that are stars in the NFL who happen to be black, that are great quarterbacks, that teams, what are they invested in? What did I tell you? Wins and losses, wins, dollars, profit at the gates. You know the jersey sales of each one of these guys? Mahomes, Hurts, Jackson, Jaden Daniels broke the bank with jersey sales a year ago. That's not a thing anymore. It may have been a thing at one time in the 80s when Doug Williams was the quarterback of the Washington Redskins, as they were then known, won a Super Bowl, first black quarterback to do it. I was a 13-year-old going, why? Who cares? He's great. Won a Super Bowl. Warren Moon was famously kind of sidelined by a lot of NFL teams that didn't want to take a chance on him. He starred in the Canadian Football League, and the Houston Oilers gave him an opportunity. And guess what happened? The Oilers were fantastic in the early 90s. I wanted the Detroit Lions to sign him back in the mid-90s. Got Scott Mitchell instead. Now you know why I'm miserable as a Lions fan. Oh, man, if they would have had Warren Moon with Barry Sanders and Herman Moore. Moral of the story is race was not a factor in any of this. Talent was. It's about wins. Can you get them with Shedeur Sanders? That was the question, and many NFL teams decided no.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Allstate.
Highways are getting heavier this afternoon. The big problem spot is Pena Boulevard. It's crash jamming up inbound or northbound Pena. Avoid the area. Traffic barely moving. Northbound Pena up past 56th Avenue.